Is everybody awake? Yes, we are awake as we're gonna get, right? Welcome to Hope. This is our first session today is the ethical fork in the road facing Gen Z. How can we inspire Gen Z to become ethical hackers in modern workspaces? And I just want to remind you, Hope is a fully volunteer-run conference. They do need volunteers for everything they do. I'm volunteering to do this. If you're at all interested in volunteering this weekend, see the info booth for more information. It's fun, rewarding, and you meet really great people, and it's not too late. Our speaker today is Will McKean. He spent 15 years with the FBI Cyber Division. While at the FBI, he served as a crisis negotiator, online covert employee, and cyber field instructor. Will also led the FBI's juvenile cybercrime division efforts, and now he serves as president of the Hacking Games Foundation, an organization committed to building a generation of ethical hackers to make the world a safer place. So let's all give Will a big welcome this morning.
Appreciate it. Hey, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for the introduction. Yeah, as Ron said, I'm Will McKean. I spent 15 years in the FBI, and kind of giving it away as we're talking about Gen Z already. But during that time, I worked a case of an attack on a town's water supply, where a hacker was able to get in and successfully raise the pH level of that town's water supply. So no one got sick, but it certainly would have caused some pretty big damage if they hadn't found it in the first place. I see we're still working on the slides. Sorry. Thank you. Worked a case on hack of a major transportation system for one of the biggest cities in Europe. And I worked a case of ships on the Mediterranean being routed off course. And, it's giving it away with the title of this presentation that we're here to talk about Gen Z, but that was a 17-year-old, a 16-year-old, and a 15-year-old. And I see our slides are still not up.
Actually sending to the output?
I would think so. You're welcome to drive. And while we're working on that, if everybody can still hear me, the problem that we had in the FBI was that the federal law enforcement is really not suited at all to be intervening in those kids' lives and is prohibited from in really investigating those crimes. Anything under 18 is not a federal issue. But if that same 17-year-old, 16-year-old, or 15-year-old found their way in front of local law enforcement, they would often say, well, that's a cybercrime, send it to the feds. And so there was this middle ground, this like lost era of these young people who are engaged in things that, if by any other definition, would make nation states jealous, right? Water supplies would make the Iranians quite jealous. Hacking transportation systems, things like that, like theft of cryptocurrency when you're 11 years old on the level that looks like a nation state North Korean cyber criminal. What we found was, and now we've got a picture of a moose, so we're making progress. Thank you. All right, we will go from here. And so what I want to introduce you to this morning are two of those kids. I want to introduce you to Connor and to Ricky. Connor comes from one of the most impoverished parts of Dublin, one of 8 kids who found his way into an online hacker community when he was in early teenage years. And during that time, on the other side of the world, in South Florida, another young kid who found himself playing Halo and experienced a DDoS attack and said, I want to learn how to do that. And through the course of getting online and learning how to do that same thing, met Connor, even though he didn't know it. And the two of them started conspiring together without knowing each other's real names on how that same DDoS tool that was used to knock him offline might be used to make some money. And together, they conspired to steal somewhere around $16 million worth of cryptocurrency before both of them are caught. That really is what we're talking about when we talk about the modern cyber threat. It's Lapsus kids who are finding their way into critical infrastructure. It's Jaguar Land Rover, which was the single most expensive cyber intrusion in the history of the United Kingdom. It's the retailers, M&S and Co-op in the UK, experiencing such a devastating cyber intrusion that it knocked their stores offline. Or it's more personal and more impactful to individuals, like our kid on the right here, who at a very young age was able to break into the mental health system for Finland and gain access to incredibly sensitive personal information. And it's because, as I mentioned, kids are 17 who are committing cyber crimes. Two kids just a few months ago arrested by the Dutch police for becoming spies for the Russian intelligence service, who they met on Telegram. These kids just met two individuals on Telegram who told them they had these really interesting tools they'd like them to play with. And so these kids started walking around The Hague, including by Europol headquarters here, with technical surveillance equipment, picking up radio signals and other conversations that they could pick up there. Or this high schooler who became kind of his hero of his high school when he crashed the Florida high schools network right around the time of final exams. There are also 16-year-old kids, including one who hacked into the Northern Ireland school system, or the 16-year-old who was, of course, because he's 16, I don't quite understand this headline, still living with his mom. Most 16-year-olds are. But was the mastermind behind a Microsoft hack. And when I was 16, I was bagging groceries. And here we have a 16-year-old who is breaking into a Fortune 10 company. And there are also 15-year-olds. I mentioned my kid with the ships on the Mediterranean, and a kid, Matthew Lane, who started hacking when he was 15 before eventually being arrested once he had reached that magical 18th birthday in this country, right, where you can't drink, but you're better registered for the Selective Service, and you can now be arrested federally. Happy birthday. And Matthew Lane is now serving several years in U.S. prison for his role in a major cybercrime. But it also gets younger than that. There are also 8. And an 8-year-old in the Netherlands a few years ago successfully purchased an AK-47 on the dark web and had it shipped to his house, which is among the more unpleasant unboxing videos I imagine his mother on the screen here would have experienced. And the reason I have her picture up here right now is because she's actually the beginning of our good story here, because she and her son are now part of a Dutch police program to help keep young kids from going down the path into cybercrime, doing things like visiting a hitman website or purchasing an AK and having it shipped to their house. She's actually one of the leaders of a community-led organization in the Netherlands for how we help young people find their future in cyber security instead of cybercrime. Because we're seeing that it's forecasted by 2030 that cybercrime will cost 2 times the cost of COVID globally every year. Even Warren Buffett says it's the #1 problem of mankind and a bigger threat than nuclear weapons. So we're seeing that this is an exponentially growing threat and a national security one, even when it's a young kid sitting in their bedroom. So I want to reintroduce you to Connor, who you met earlier with Ricky. Connor found his way into a master's program after spending a little bit of time in prison, and he's changed his life to be engaged in a full-time job working for us, who I'm about to introduce in a second, as the offensive security lead for us at the Hacking Games. And I have on here that he still plays video games, just like he and Ricky did playing Halo all those years ago, but has found his way into a community now where his job is to help young people and victims of cybercrimes, not just the perpetrators, find positive alternatives and life outside of cybercrime. Because what we find, just like Ricky and Connor, is that every hacker is a gamer. The pathways that go into cybercrime often start by playing games. It's puzzle solving activity. It's the journey, the exploration. How do I experience this game? And once I find that transition into hacker often comes from once I find that there are rules set up in the game, there's a place I can't go yet, there's a tool I can't have. It's not accepting that as an answer and trying to find a solution to it anyway outside the rules of the game. And it's that unconventional thinking that actually gets us back to a story of some of the world's first hackers, in the traditional sense of the word, which was Winston Churchill had asked, as we were looking to break German World War II codes with the Enigma machine, for the world's finest corkscrew minds, those people who think differently, who are puzzle solvers, who can find a challenge and not be content until they complete it. And he actually did this by putting puzzles in the newspaper. And the people who were able to complete those puzzles, think of those as the video games before video games, were then recruited into the Enigma program. And if you're looking at that picture and noticing anything significant about it, the representation of women in that photograph is because it was an incredible large percentage of the people who solved those puzzles were Polish women living in the UK. Who joined the team at Bletchley Park, who cracked the Enigma machine, and in large part helped win World War II. And it's those same corkscrew minds that are now tampering with and playing with video games that are finding their path into cybercrime. But just as a conversation I was having before this talk this morning, if only they had found a different path, if only they had found someone who was looking to hand them a different direction, they may have found themselves in a different path. And we know that the population of who's playing games, and I said every hacker is a gamer, certainly not every gamer turns into a hacker, but we have 3.2 billion gamers in the world. We have more than 500 million esports fans. The League of Legends final at the last esports Olympics was watched by more people than the Super Bowl last year. And it's rapidly growing to be the biggest sport in the world, getting right up there with international football. And Gen Z, in particular, spends almost 3 times more of their day playing video games than they do with their friends in real life. 114 minutes a day spent on gaming, which thankfully is much more than the time they spend on social media. And what we have discovered is that there's this pathway from how gamers become hackers. It's that early start, sometimes even before 5 and 8. We work with a young kid now who wrote his first piece of malware when he was 5. And it's those complex games, it's those massive open world games, it's those strategy games that lead to these explorations and developing of aptitudes within the game and the desire for rewards within that game that leads them out into the internet to find cheating websites, mods that they can deploy, and the community that's talking about how to use them. And the successful ability to deploy that within the game becomes very attractive to those very same cyber criminal gangs that would be looking to exploit those kids for a more malevolent purpose. We know that 61% of suspects who have been arrested in the UK for cybercrimes started hacking before the age of 16. And like I just said, many of them began in game cheating websites and modding forums before progressing into more criminal hacking. But you can understand the application of those same skills, those same abilities to deploy game mods in a gaming environment that then leads them down that path into cybercrime. Emerging, we're actually seeing that cheat developers are part of that cyber threat landscape because they're understanding just how the code executes. And those same techniques that are used in gaming are then mirrored into real cyber intrusions. And the community recognizes this too. So I'm gonna attempt to play this quick little video for you, but then you just see some of these same comments when people say he ought to be working for the CIA when he gets out.
Now just 20 years old, sat down with ABC News for an exclusive interview 2 days before reporting to federal prison for a 4-year sentence.
Are you not scared?
Yeah, of course I'm scared.
For Matthew and so many others like him, his gateway to cybercrime was a gaming platform that most every teenager knows, Roblox.
Here, every game is built by the community.
Every hacker is a gamer. And that's because it's the same mentality. It's spotting patterns, it's solving puzzles, it's breaking rules. The bad guys are on all the platforms watching the kids playing. And when they see an elite level performer, they go approach that kid masquerading as another kid and they go, hey, you want to earn some crypto? Here are the tools, here are the techniques.
Lane agrees, pleading guilty to several hacking-related charges.
I'm so thankful I got caught. I really am, because I would have never stopped.
And so it's these same kids who get the community to recognize that their talent exists, right? Why don't we work out a deal to hire him for prevention instead of sending him to jail? How about they hire him? And that's exactly right in our opinion. And from what we're doing here at the Hacking Games is, the tagline that was mentioned in my introduction is building a generation of ethical hackers to make the world safer. And we want to do that through learning from the way that Gen Z and Gen A hackers start through their skills built in gaming. Because we know that these skills, if you can do pattern recognition, which is essentially an aimbot in a first-person shooter, that's helping develop your skills within network architecture. Same thing with aimbots here with the man in the prompt attack, right? These abilities to move around within a game that allow you to apply those skills to a more ethical purpose in a career. One last example for our man in the middle attacks here, and we have a whole program on this that I'm happy to share with anyone. One last video here. There's no sound. I'm going to skip that one. Our point here, right, is that we learn from gameplay of the long-term strategic thinking, the systems level understanding that these kids develop, and their pattern recognition at scale that develops them into effective employees for a company to move beyond the idea that they want to enter into cybercrime and instead find their career path into cybersecurity. We've developed what we call the pathway from gamer into employment. The developing of that technical aptitude, the community mindset that right now doesn't exist in a positive voice, and the development of those problem-solving skills that then can be translated into the needs that are in the community. And our platform is called the Hacker Aptitude Platform.
Welcome to the Hacking Games Terminal. Today we're going to explore how Haptai, the world's first hacking aptitude AI model, is rewiring how we create the next generation of ethical hackers. What if the cybersecurity skills gap isn't about a lack of talent, but how we're looking for it? Every day, brilliant minds are filtered out by systems that are designed to value experience over aptitude. Gamers, builders, and tinkerers, all hidden in plain sight. Haptai looks for something else, the potential hidden in how people play, think, and adapt. Digital natives have grown up in worlds of feeds, alerts, and constant collaboration. They don't just consume technology, they understand it. Pattern recognition, improvisation, systems thinking. But the world of work still asks them for a CV instead of proof of mindset. Meet Ria, 21, works as a line chef by night and spends her free time gaming, building cheat detecting mods, and wondering if that could ever count as experience. No forms, no time limits, just curiosity. The system comes to life, and her journey starts here. Every icon grayed out above represents a potential persona. The core, the exploiter, the visionary, the manipulator, the defender, the strategist, the fixer, the alchemist, and the executor. Ria starts with her comfort zone, games. She picks Counter-Strike, Valorant, and Dwarf Fortress. Each choice reveals how she thinks. Counter-Strike, precision and anticipation. Valorant, teamwork and trust. Dwarf Fortress, complex systems and resource strategy. Her XP grows, not through points or scores, but through insight. Every move becomes a data point. Haptai uniquely maps how she approaches uncertainty, learns patterns, and adapts to change. This isn't a test. It's a conversation in a safe space where unconventional thinkers finally speak freely. Haptai adapts to her tone, learns from her answers, and starts piecing together how her brain solves problems. The more context she gives, the smarter the model becomes. Next, Ria adds a project, a cheat detection mod she coded for Counter-Strike. She explains how she trained the model to flag aimbots and wall hacks without false positives. For the first time, her self-taught experiments are recognized as a real technical achievement. Then, her Try Hack Me challenges sync instantly. 3 completed labs become evidence of applied offensive and defensive skills. The CV is optional. For the first time, it isn't the measure of her potential, just another layer of insight. Her report visualizes how she thinks, a unique mix of strategy, curiosity, and discipline. Her top aptitudes: crisis decision-making, systems thinking, adversarial simulation, boundary pushing. And her best fit roles: security researcher, network security engineer, product security engineer. For Ria, it's a moment of recognition. The world finally sees her the way she's always seen herself, completely capable, and now ready for a career in cybersecurity. Haptai uniquely turns curiosity into career paths, gaming into growth, potential into purpose. Built different, wired to win.
So we recognized that unconventional talent that's finding its skill building through video games was unrecognized. those kids who play video games did not see that as a path to cybersecurity careers. Parents see video games as empty time, and the industry is not recognizing this talent. The industry is looking for that master's degree in computer science, the CISSP certification. And what we have found through measuring these skills in video games is that this is the unconventional talent that it really unlocks the potential to solve our next generation of cyber crime issues. We have a very myopic way of viewing cyber industry right now with a traditional way of thinking, but our criminals do not. Our criminals are 16 years old who are breaking into transportation systems, or 15-year-olds breaking into ships. And our industry is not set up. As we continue to see the cost of cybercrime grow, the defenders are thinking in an old way of thinking, and our attackers are thinking in the next way of thinking. And what we've done by analyzing these various skills through these accomplishments that a young person can upload into our platform are what we call the hacker archetypes. And these are peer-reviewed skill levels and archetypes that we've developed through a researcher at Oxford University to develop these different kinds of archetypes based on the behaviors of how these young people play video games. And you'll see some of those on the screen there. And obviously, no one is a one-size-fits-all 100% of an exploiter or a manipulator. I think if there was someone who was a 100% manipulator, we might have a different kind of flag on that person. But this kind of mix of what it is that this is how you as a young person might think creatively about how you would, again, we're thinking about accomplishments in video games here, but how would this be transferred into how you might work as a systems engineer or a red teamer or a pen tester? And for a lot of the kids who go through our platform here, they've never even heard of the idea of being a pen tester. They've never heard of red teaming. Marcus Hutchins, who serves on our advisory board, said he started hacking when he was 17, but he only heard the word ethical hacker when he was 21. And as the video you just saw talks about for that girl, Ria, that was really a moment of recognition that the skills and the hours and hours that they spend on video games are actually developing these types of archetypes and skills that could then be transferred into careers in cybersecurity. And I mentioned this just a second ago, but this is our point is that we feel like the cyber industry has really developed what is the digital equivalent of the Maginot Line. For those who are not familiar, after World War I, the French spent billions and billions of dollars developing a trench system and all kinds of stationary fortifications designed to keep the Germans out. They were thinking about the last war. They were thinking about horses and soldiers on foot. And the Germans said, "That's a very cute wall, I'm going to drive around it." And that's exactly what happened. So they built all of these fortifications around the German border up into Luxembourg, and the Germans just simply drove through the Low Countries right into France. And we see that the cyber industry, in our estimation, has developed its own version of the Maginot Line with envisioning an attacker that isn't necessarily accurate anymore. We have a multi-billion-dollar industry built around securing software, which we should, and we have a committed generation of young cyber criminals who just get in through social engineering attacks, who think differently, who use those same corkscrew minds to infiltrate systems, including critical infrastructure, Fortune 500 companies, and nation states themselves by thinking differently and taking advantage of the industry's outdated thinking about what defense should look like. And what we've done with our kids is we've brought them in and developed what you're seeing on the screen here is a real life, not a simulation, but a real life modeling and tracking of a young person as they attempt to get into a system. You'll recognize some of the MITRE attack chain typologies there on the screen. And our platform has taken these kids' skills once we hire them and bring them on to engage in our red teaming activities. And what we've developed is what I feel is one of the first in the world, what we call attack chain engines that registers this typology that this person's engaging in right now as you're watching this across the screen, and almost provides them with what we would call like a royalty for the way they were able to get into this system. So when it's used later, I can play that again while we talk. When that's used again for a different red team, this kid almost has what amounts to a license or a royalty for this being used by the red team as they go out. And so this is profitable for how you envisioned unconventionally how to get into this account or into this company, our author of this is now able to reap the rewards of that, even if they're not engaged in that discrete red teaming instance that we work on with our customers. And what this means for us when we think about this, not just for law enforcement, I recognize that's what it says on the slide here, but that our next major threat is currently unmonitored and unknown because we're thinking in a past outdated way of thinking. Our program identifies that elite Gen Z hacker and the way that they think and how they attempt to get into systems. And we simulate that through what you just saw so that companies, individuals, institutions can build purpose-built defenses for their networks through our attack methodology that's designed and created through these unconventional kids. And we work with governments and enterprises through the red teaming. We put our money where our mouth is, and several of these former cyber criminals that you've seen on the screen here are now productive employees of ours, including Connor as the head of our offensive team. And we use those former hackers to think differently. I joke with the guy you saw on that screen earlier, Fergus, who's our CEO, who calls it black teaming because he calls it red teaming without the rules. I've told him that that's just called hacking. But nevertheless, he likes to call it black teaming. But it really is a creative red team that thinks completely differently and is designed in a way that is not just that sort of standard red team that comes in, it's your annual assessment. Yes, we've checked all those normal things, we've checked the doors and we've moved on, but it's using that unconventional and different way of thinking to be able to understand the potential risks to an enterprise. It's that same, what I mentioned earlier, the attack chain engine, and using that for proactive defense. And then what we want to do with that talent that we find through HapTi is we want to partner with governments and partner with industries to be able to source that young talent out so that we can raise the collective defense. We really see this as a zero-sum game, right? Where every attacker that becomes a defender is a +2. So how can we partner with both law enforcement, as I mentioned at the start, right? I had nowhere else to send these kids. When I would go knock on the door of the 16-year-old who had hacked the transportation system, or the 15-year-old who had routed ships off course in the Mediterranean, what could I do with that kid? There was no other option. And in the United States right now, there really isn't another option. That's what we were talking about at the start, is they can become a snitch for the FBI, or they can go to prison. And what we see here is for these kids who are down that pathway, they're a 14-year-old who has Ferris Buellered their high school, broken in to change their grades, or they've engaged in some sort of other, what we might find to be like a youthful indiscretion on that path to potentially becoming a serious cyber criminal. If left to their own devices, that becomes increasingly likely. But how do we partner with governments both to be that off-ramp for them to send those kids to us, to be able to provide those kids with meaningful alternatives that are both financially lucrative for them, but also sufficiently intellectually curious that scratches that same itch that a lot of the exploration that gaming built in them, that like desire to want to hack a system, and then also be able to turn those kids back around and send them back out into the world as effective defenders in this space. And what we've done, and I'm very grateful that we have a friend in the room, Netta, who is our legal counsel for our foundation, is we have launched what we call the Hacking Games Foundation, where we hope to provide these cyber-curious youth with robust online mentorship. We currently do this with a partnership with an organization called the 502 Project that has more than 500 young people on the platform right now. And connect them into job opportunities with our network that we've developed through those very same engagements we have on the for-profit side for testing and for red teaming, to be able to provide these kids with outlets into productive careers. And we also do what's called Inspire sessions, where we go into schools and I joke that this should not become the cyber version of DARE, where the local DEA officer goes out and essentially tells kids about all the cool things drugs do to them. But instead, to provide that like efficacious and meaningful redirection for a young person in schools. In the first year of the foundation, we reached 23,000 kids in the United Kingdom. We've since expanded to the United States, where we have plans underway for 4 different states as part of a pilot program to go into schools. We usually bring a reformed cyber criminal with us, like Connor or Ricky or Marcus, to go show young people about what can happen online. And that's about the moment where that stick in the carrot or stick ends. It's about 10% of the look what happened to me, and the rest of it is these opportunities. We usually build our hapti profiles together when we're there in the classroom, and then we help inspire young people by finding their connection into our community, because we know it can't just be that DARE officer saying, hey kids, don't do drugs, and then they disappear into the background. It has to be this community-led mentorship where the young people are finding those positive voices together, and meaningfully peer controlling and for that like negative urge, and reconnecting them back into those positive things that you can do online. Because isn't that one of the most wonderful things about cybercrime, is for every negative, potential, disruptive, dangerous, or illegal itch or urge you might have, there are incredibly positive and lucrative things that you can do in the private sector. One of our reformed cyber criminals has asked me if he can just put his annual salary on the board when he goes into the classroom. It's a pretty good idea, right? We're never going to catch up with the excitement of being an actual criminally minded cyber criminal, but thankfully this is such a lucrative career because we've seen what a big problem this is. We've seen the cost that this is incurring upon critical infrastructure, on governments, on private citizens, and on corporations, that sometimes simply just getting up there and saying, I get to hack companies for a living, and here's how much money I made last year doing it, and I don't worry about my door getting knocked in at 6 a.m. by Will's former colleagues, is a really, really powerful motivator for some of our kids. And the last part of this is really the first part, but we've commissioned through another professor at Oxford University something called the Vulnerability Index, which measures the relative susceptibility of young people around the world of falling into cybercrime, and the resiliency of their country or jurisdiction of responding to that. And if you think of a country like the Netherlands as high susceptibility, strong internet connections, really online activities, lives that start early in an online world, but highly resilient, because there's a system in place there through government and civil society to redirect those on the pathway to becoming cyber criminals into positive alternatives. They've had more than 200 kids who have actually been arrested for a cybercrime before they were 18 go through their program called HackRight. One of them has gone on to commit a cybercrime afterwards. So a 0.5 recidivism rate is unheard of in a youth diversion project. In the United States, it's 50%. Even successful diversion programs often only reduce that recidivism by single digits or low double digits. But in this program, because it is so efficacious and run through robust ideas of what you can do during this project. So there was a kid who was running a global denial of service campaign. The Dutch went all over the world trying to figure out where he was, and he was like from here to the Statue of Liberty from the cop shack. And they finally went out and arrested him. And he said, can I please participate in your program? I didn't know what I was doing was illegal. And for 3 years, he worked with a private sector mentor while he was on probation to develop a DDoS protection tool that they gave away for free to governments and businesses in the Netherlands. And at the end of his 3 years of probation, he went into business for himself, and now he's the CEO of his own cybersecurity company. Another kid hacked their version of Blackboard, the assignment place, the bane of every college kid's existence. And once he was arrested for that same act, he was asked what he wanted his project to be. And he said, I never understood what the actual rules were because the laws were outdated and written in all this complex legal language. And he developed a common sense reading of the criminal statutes for cybercrime in the Netherlands and across the EU, so that young people could actually make sense of what was right and wrong and what was allowed within cyber, within their online lives rather, so that they could be informed of what was illegal and legal in that system. And so our goal with the Vulnerability Index is to see that as the model example, but then we study those countries that are high susceptibility but low resiliency. And that's places like Ghana, Nigeria, Romania, South Africa, Indonesia, Vietnam, where there's high capacity for being active online, connectivity around the world to those same networks, and low resiliency from your community. The same things that are in place in the Netherlands don't exist there. And unfortunately, that's also the United States. We don't have these programs in the United States. There is no juvenile cybercrime diversion program in the United States to take that kid who's experimenting online and turn them into a productive career at some point during that path. And it doesn't have to be careers, right? We're going to come up across 12-year-olds who just need to hear about what a bug bounty program is. And by the way, we need to pay our bug bounties effectively, right? But it really is about developing that program here in the United States that provides those kids with meaningful alternatives. Hector Monsignor, Sabu, one of the founders of Anonymous, lived on Avenue D. You could walk there from here, and he had no alternatives, no meaningful redirection while he was on that path because there was no community that found him. And even if he looked for it, it wouldn't have existed. So what we're doing with the Vulnerability Index is we really see it as that global benchmark. Think of it like the Human Development Index or the Global Peace Index, this annually published report that studies how countries are responding to this crisis and empowering their youth who are spending all that time online every day, 3 times more time than they spend with their friends in real life. How are we responding to those and meeting that moment for these kids? And so that's the hacking games. That's what we're looking to do, as I said, is inspire a generation of ethical hackers to make the world a safer place and to hopefully secure the digital futures for our next generation. I really appreciate your time this morning. Yeah, I think we have some time for some questions.
Thank you so much, Will. We do have a microphone set up over here. If you'd like to ask some questions, just go ahead and line up. I'm going to ask the first question from Matrix that came in. It says, has AI made this problem of kids hacking into things exponentially larger as well? And they're online watching, so you could just talk to the camera right there.
Yeah, it has. I think the problem with AI, in my opinion at least, is that it has democratized tools and skills. And it's providing those that, like, every fish is now a spearfish, right? I can take whatever I need to know about an actor, or a targeted victim, and really weaponize that in the perfect way. I think a lot of our advice in the cybersecurity industry for the last 25 years, we've spent that time advising people to make sure you confirm their voice over the phone. Did you check for misspellings? Did they spell favorite with a U and they're not British, right? Like, kind of some of those indicators are now no longer relevant. And so, yeah, our young people are using this to be able to engage in attacks at scale. And then certainly one of the most devastating things about AI, which needs to be said when we're talking about our youth in particular, is that they're hurting each other with deepfake images. And they're doing things that aren't even true about each other and using AI to make it all the more convincing and believable. So as we see apps like Nudify and others that are being used to disproportionately attack young women online, and we're seeing kids who, it's not just about how much money they can make from a company, but sometimes it's about how much harm they can cause to someone else in their lives. And so I think a lot of the use of artificial intelligence with our young people is making those those hacking campaigns more efficacious, but they're also making for an entirely new attack surface for a young person as a victim of those same crimes. Those become all the more believable when it looks like or sounds like the very person that you're targeting. So yeah, they're definitely using them. But what we've done is we're using AI to be able to analyze those skills and accomplishments that those kids are completing and achieving in video games, to give them a far more personalized experience than they would have otherwise without the use of AI to be able to analyze that mountain of data. But we always bring it back to the human, and they interact with each other and with us on a human level because we know that's where a real connection's built.
So many young people globally, I think, are rightfully so very disillusioned with the ways that the systems they've grown up surrounded by have failed them. They're disillusioned with law enforcement, governments. They're disillusioned with platforms and AI, and might be turned off by encountering another chatbot or feeling like their data is being scraped or anything like that. I'm curious if you are concerned about that level of alienation, which goes to a little bit what you were just talking about, but on what kinds of opportunities exist for or can be provided for people that don't feel like working for the feds.
Yeah, I mean that was one of the things I said earlier, and I think is a great point. Is I when I was in the FBI, I went out and I interviewed a 16-year-old who had hacked and defaced the CIA, and he had two choices, which was like the state trooper sitting next to me is going to be here to charge you with computer tampering, or you can become a source for me. And I admit to you in this room right now, I didn't like that that was his two choices. And they need to have the option to say, fuck the police and still not go to jail. So we are very careful as the hacking games about what role and relationship we have with law enforcement. We're in conversations right now about how we off-ramp kids who have been encountered through law enforcement. And we're very, very intentional about having that be a one-way street. You can tell me about this kid, but I'm not telling you about a kid. And to your point about like the collection of their data, it's very voluntary and you don't have to upload anything to join, and it can just be by alias as well. So certainly if you want to be connected in with some of the job placement that we want to do with them, we need a little bit more information. But a lot of the intention here is for there to be that, like meet that moment, that level of distrust that young people have, to your point as well, not just with government, but with the system that exists. We're not going to win everybody over, right? There's plenty of folks who are going to see us as just another trap to collect more of your personal data. And to engage with an AI chatbot, we do have that chat function when you first create your Haptai profile, but after that, it is a human level interaction, and the AI is really contained within the specific set of questions we want to ask to be able to get your profile built. And once we do that, it's there's not a single bit of artificial intelligence involved in the mentorship platform or the job placement work that we do with them, because we really do see that a large problem of this here is just like, I can't trust anything anymore, right? So that distrust is well taken, and our sincere belief is that it's for every one of those on-ramps that young people have into cybercrime, there should be that many off-ramps as well. It should be to get into academia. It should be to get into interesting careers. For some of them, that is going to be joining the FBI. We were probably going to reach that kid anyway because they were probably going to be fine. But we want to make sure that young people have alternatives to just signing up to a snitch for the government or go work for the NSA. Depending on their skill level. We really want to give folks an opportunity to continue to have that adversarial and counterculture mindset that makes this community so much more rich than it would be if it was corporatized.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, three things you mentioned in the beginning. In the EU, there was something that brought the FBI to the EU. I thought FBI is domestic only. Second is, these are children, and you say you have a choice of snitching or cooperating or going to jail. So from what I know, you snitch, you cooperate, and you still go to jail. You overcharge these children who don't have any criminal background, any criminal history, unlike, as you mentioned, the Netherlands, they give probation. This infuriates the public, and it's a recruitment tool for young people that see 16-year-old going to federal prison. This is the FBI's investigational branch of the DOJ, correct? Is that right?
The FBI is the investigative branch of the Department of Justice?
Yeah.
Yes.
So now you're a big buddy. Now you're a job referral. You don't hire these offenders. That's not true. No one's hired to the FBI, even if they had amazing skills. So who's funding the foundation? And I just read in the Wall Street Journal, almost $1 billion of North Koreans are getting jobs on the front page. I mean, what is the percentage of of success, if you can call it success, in stopping. It's maybe 1%. It's a very small amount. I think you're choosing these young children as examples because they're extreme and they have they live in areas that are blighted, and using as an example, as a way to get if you do this. But I think that it's infuriating young adults, and you're sending kids to 4 years, and I believe it's an adult prison, right? It's adult prison, correct?
I appreciate what you're saying, but can we ask a question when you come up? You could talk to Will afterwards.
Well, I didn't quite understand what your question was, but what? And so I don't work for the FBI anymore. Yeah, and this program didn't exist, right? And so the part of the foundation's work is to call for policy change so that something like the Netherlands program does exist in the United States, so that even if a kid who becomes law enforcement involved finds themselves in front of a judge, a defense attorney, a probation department, or a pretrial services can say, this is something different we can send this kid to other than prison. Because right now we have an overly penalized, overly criminalized, and overly incarcerated country, right? With 25% of the world's population of prisoners and 5% of the world's population. Because a program like this doesn't exist in the United States, oftentimes prosecutors have no other choice if they've charged this person with a crime than to refer them to federal prison. And especially with our kids under 18 who are prohibited from being arrested federally, they then go to state prisons, which are oftentimes worse, and can be sentenced to even longer periods of incarceration in state prisons than in federal. So the intention here very much is to build a program that provides every part of the justice system with an alternative to be able to say, hey, this was a young person who's a kid, sometimes legally, but certainly neurologically until they're 25, with an alternative to incarceration, with a program that allows them to be disincentivized from returning to a path of cybercrime and instead find themselves into a path of a life of fighting crime, fighting against the harm that is caused online, and into a productive, lucrative, and rewarding career in the industry if they want it.
Hey, thanks for this talk. You talk about ethical hacking, and I wish you could go a little bit more into that, because ethics is a huge thing, right? It's obviously like the type of hacking stuff you choose to do, but also outside of that, like what companies you do decide to work with after you are in InfoSec. So I was just curious how you frame ethics to the people in your program.
Yeah, it's a great question, right? Because like ethical hacking is different than legal or illegal hacking, right? Because you can do plenty of legal things for an immoral or an unethical company. And so we try to stay out of that and let the kid have their own choice if they want. Certainly we have partnerships with some companies that I'm sure we might all disagree with in the room about whether or not they're ethical. But we have relationships with with large consulting firms. We also have relationships with companies that protect intellectual property. And we work with those kids to see that these are the connections they have. We are not a job placement organization. And so a lot of companies have reached out to us. A lot of governments have reached out to us that we refuse to work with. So because we recognize that role we might be playing as an influence in that young person's life. And if we say that's okay to go do, they might really believe it. So yeah, I think ethics and morality play a lot of part of that, and a little bit of a different role than I had when I was in the FBI, right? Where ethics doesn't really apply to your conduct as a young person. It's illegal or not. But here we have a lot of questions around that, and we're seeing in places where there is no revenge porn statute or deepfake statute, that's pretty immoral, but some places it might not be illegal. So it's really important for our kids to be, given that community that leads to that ethics-driven kind of social norm setting within the community itself.
I'm curious to hear about how the transcript or CV, like the credits that they're getting from playing these games, translate to finding a job. And it seems like you have this opportunity. I'm curious if there are in-person spaces where they're doing these learning together. It sounds like you have this opportunity to kind of build a different kind of school. And I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, for me, this started online. This started in a digital context because we wanted neither geography nor economy to be an obstacle for a young person finding a path into a career in cyber security. But it's funny you ask that, because as I was talking with one of our co-founders just last week, the idea of, when he heard I was coming to speak at this event, the idea of having like in-person hacker clubs is fantastic, right? It's like what like a lot of young people need, and I think I even just saw Alex Arbelis walking around here, and like he would certainly call out this group in particular for the way that it changed his life to have an in-person hacker space. And with the right amount of money, we would love to create in-person hacker spaces. And that's where we're grateful for Chris Wysopal, who was one of the members of the Loft back in Boston in the 90s, to be on our board, who also recognizes the efficacious nature of in-person hacker spaces. We would love to do that. But it's unfortunately purely aspirational for us right now, because we see that those like online communities, while much more scalable, are just not as effective at really providing that like redirection and alternatives for kids than if they have the opportunity to be in person.
Thank you. I suppose I asked two questions, and if we have time, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on like the credits to finding a job, like that kind of transcript.
Oh yeah. So the program works through you upload your accomplishments in any one of 71 of the most popular video games played by young people online, and it analyzes those accomplishments. And if you think about it, it makes sense. And the easiest example I'll give you is like the way somebody with OCD plays a video game is very different than somebody with ADHD plays a video game. So when we look at those accomplishments and how your personality is being reflected in and how you've accomplished various things in the game, it develops and translates those into how we're seeing through interviews we've done of people in those fields, as well as the like recs that we're seeing for job postings, to be able to translate that behavior likely places you in a good place there. And what we did with that, and I'm seeing that I'm at time, is we've actually gone to other companies and tested that, so that we've done surveys of people currently in various cybersecurity roles within corporations and run that same challenge against them. And 90% of the time, the role that it says they're most suited for is the one they're presently in. So we were able to look at how our test and model that off of what people are already doing in the industry.
Thank you so much, Will. We really appreciate you coming and speaking. You'll be around afterwards for all the hard questions, right? I'm sure. So thank you so much for being here. Let's give him a big round of applause. We do not have time for other questions. I am so sorry. We do have to get our next speaker ready. But thank you so much.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. How is Hope treating everyone? All right. Fantastic. Wonderful. Wonderful. It's been a pretty action-packed couple of days, I would say. How many people went to Hackers Got Talent last night? All right. How many people participated in Hackers Got Talent last night? Okay. All right. That's decent. You know, slimmer percentage over here. This is going to be, I think, a fantastic panel addressing such an incredibly important issue that doesn't get as much attention today, and it's about the misuse of technology and what happens when the adversary is actually in your bedroom, right? We all know about insider threat models, but what happens if that adversary is your intimate partner? And so incredibly distinguished and wonderful panel. And I'm only going to introduce the moderator today, and then the moderator is going to introduce the two panelists that are going to be joining us as well. So I'd like to introduce Efrat Sternberg. She's an attorney. She is a Title IX and Equal Opportunity investigator, an educator, and a member of the board of directors of the New York State Coalition Against Domestic Violence. For more than 2 decades, she has worked to support people that are affected by intimate partner violence, sexual harm, domestic abuse, and before her work in the higher education context, she was a felony prosecutor in both the Bronx and the Brooklyn DA's office, handling cases that involve domestic violence, sexual violence, child abuse, and human trafficking. So, the bad stuff, right? Her work now includes trauma-informed investigations, survivor-centered institutional practices, and the increasingly urgent intersection of technology and interpersonal violence. She is also a holder of a master's degree from NYU in global affairs with a focus on global security, conflict, and cybercrime. So, in other words, Efrat is very highly trained to identify threats, assess risk, and most importantly, recognize terrible decisions, which makes her choice of husbands all the more mysterious. I'd like to introduce my wonderful wife, Efrat Sternberger Bellis. Thank you. Give them a warm Hope welcome. Thank you.
Hi, Alex. Thank you for that introduction. And Effie is fine. Effie or Bellis actually is okay too. So thank you all for coming. I'd like to introduce my co-panelists. I will start with, well, they're both named Sarah, but this is Sarah without an H, or Sarah, Brooklyn Sarah. Sarah started in the Brooklyn DA's office in 2007, which is the first year I started in the Brooklyn DA's office. And by 2012, she was a homicide attorney in the Brooklyn DA's office. And then by 2015, a deputy bureau chief of the Green Zone. Am I right?
Wrong.
Wrong, okay.
Sorry. 2015 homicide, 2018 deputy bureau chief.
Okay, well, you know what? I wasn't looking at my cards.
Okay.
And
I've read my resume recently.
and currently, she's the bureau chief of the BOLT, which is the Bureau of Litigation and Technology at the Brooklyn DA's office. And what Sarah's done, which is incredible, is not only has she modernized the DA's office and modernized courtrooms, but she's also set legal precedent when it comes to introducing evidence that has to do with digital technology and data, which is incredible for prosecuting cases nowadays when you have so much technology and a lot of social media that comes into play. And you also introduced hash values to authenticate digital data and digital evidence, which is kind of incredible as well. So I'm not as in-depth as Alex was in terms of introductions, but incredibly impressive prosecutor who we have here to talk to us about some of the technology and how it's used and how it's treated in prosecutions. So thank you, Sarah, for coming today.
Thank you.
Last name is Kurtzberg. I should probably mention that, sorry.
Sarah Brooklyn.
Sarah Brooklyn, okay. Sarah H., Sarah Ross Benjamin, Sarah Bronx.
She only knows Sarah's.
Yeah, I only have friend Sarah's. Sarah and I met in the Bronx DA's office when I was working in the Domestic Violence Bureau there, and now Sarah works in the Human Trafficking Bureau where she prosecutes human trafficking and investigates them, and also does CSAM child sexual abuse material cases as well. And You obviously use digital forensic evidence. A lot of these cases come in and you have to go through a lot of social media, a lot of tech stuff included. We're going to get to all of it. So thank you, SRB, for being here today. That is your name for this panel. Okay, and so before we get started, I always like to start off with this. Some of the topics that we're going to touch on in the next 45 minutes are going to be a little bit troubling and disturbing. And if you need to step outside, please feel free to do so. I'm not going to take offense to it. If you need to take a glass of water, some fresh air, don't let us hold you back. And with that said, I wanted to talk a little bit about statistics. So when I started working with survivors about 30 years ago, the statistics in terms of intimate partner violence were something like 1 in 4 women and 1 in 10 men. Currently, that statistic is 1 in 2 women will experience some form of intimate partner violence, and it ranges the gamut from stalking, surveillance, to actual assault, sexual assault, financial, emotional, and 1 in 6 men. So those statistics have really changed. And, my theory is that it's in this cycle of violence we used to rely on, there was a premised on power and control. And this has been transformed by technology. The dynamics have changed. It's more about coercive control. This continuing regime of domination has become a little bit more nefarious with the use of all these different technologies that we have. So, the use of spyware, of malware, key logging, and air tagging has really changed the landscape of intimate partner violence, of human trafficking, of even CSAM, which we can get into in a little bit at the end in terms of AI and social media. So, SRB, I wanted to ask you to kind of talk a little bit about the law, because I just brought up all these new technologies and how I think that this has changed the landscape of our dynamics in IPV, intimate partner violence, I don't know, IPV. In some of the statutes, you can see that there are definitions of coercive control, but in a lot of these statutes, do you find that they take into account these various technologies that I've mentioned? Do you think that the law has caught up with the way people are using coercive control now?
So the law is wildly behind technology. That's kind of always as it is. Every time there's new technologies, it takes a while for the law to catch up. When you think of things like intimate partner violence, human trafficking, sexual assault cases, there's certain elements of it that naturally live online. The reality is we live in a very digital world. Everyone's online. Everyone carries around phones with them. Everyone carries all sorts of technology in their pockets on a day-to-day basis. And the reality is, you think of something like stalking. We all think we know what that means. We all have an idea. There may not be a stated definition, but certainly the law in New York requires certain elements that the use of technology, particularly things like covert technology, won't fit that definition. So you can have an abusive partner who is tracking you, whether it's using actual devices like a tile or an air tag to track your location, or you can have them using software to monitor your phones or your computers. And it can be very difficult to prove, but it also could not meet the definition of any of the laws that we could theoretically charge. Stalking in New York requires that the victim is aware of what's happening. It requires that there be harm to the individual, and it kind of requires that harm be known to them. It also requires that there's an element where they've asked the person to stop. So when you think about somebody who is stalking a victim, putting trackers on them, tracking everything that's going on their devices, creating spoofed accounts so that they can harass them online and either get their account shut down, or they can just keep having this contact with them when they're not supposed to, may very well be something that we either can't prove or genuinely won't meet the definition, because there has to be a course of conduct for something like stalking in New York. So the law is woefully behind what we know we can do and what we've seen people do. in terms of intimate partner violence, trafficking, all of that. It's just incredibly hard to move forward because they are more nuanced and it's less in your face.
Thank you. Sarah, anything to add?
Yeah, I would add that part of the problem is also how many times have you signed on to a shared app with a partner, agreed to share the app with a partner, and forgot that the app existed. I mean, you add that to the stalking behavior, that then becomes, did you give them permission? How much did you give them permission for? It really has helped. Unfortunately, the law is so far antiquated on all of the digital footprint of using it at any kind of case, but particularly with intimate partner relationships. There's still somewhat of an element of some of these crimes that be in person. I mean, there's still a part of the law in New York State that requires it to be in paper. I don't know the last time you saw paper on a post, on a wall, but there's still parts of harassment and stalking that still requires it to be in paper. And what Sarah said is absolutely beyond important to understand. That it has to be directed at the person that you intended it to be. So what do you do if you put it on a third-party post? What if you put it in their school board newsletter? What if you put it on to their office website? What if you put it on their law school website? I had a non-domestic violence case where my victim had threatened to kill a guy, put it on his own Facebook page, put it on the defendant's Facebook page. It's protected speech. There was nothing we could do about it until he tried to kill him and burned down his house with him in it and took half a city block with it. Unfortunately, well, fortunately for us, no one died, but unfortunately had to get to that point where we could do anything about it criminally, even though this guy had been harassing him for years digitally online and posting on every website that he could about this individual. Same thing happens with victims of domestic violence and intimate partners. They don't actually have to text you or or email you or put it on your social media. They can put it on a third party. But when you add to that the app location sharing aspect of everything that we've given to the business community and Meta and Apple and Starbucks, and I did pay my dues to Starbucks this morning on my way in. But this way, if you share an app with them, they can. It's easy as just, hey, I know where you last used your credit card. What's nearby, and then just showing up.
And how many people, right? Obviously, people in this room are probably more technologically savvy than your average person walking down the street. But you think about the number of people who don't realize that by posting something on social media, their GPS coordinates might be something that can be found. And, you know, I had a case where there was a pending domestic violence case, a sexual assault case. There was an order of protection in place, right? Violating that order of protection is itself a new crime, and because of the level of felonies being faced, it could be a felony crime. And we had a victim who lived very publicly on social media, and as much as you want to say, well, that's stupid, it's what so many people do today. And it's hard enough being a victim, but to then have your entire life upended and being told you need to change your number, you need to get rid of your social media accounts, maybe open new ones if you really feel you need it, but you really shouldn't be on social media if you know that your abuser might be using that against you. But it's easier to say that, and it's a lot harder for somebody who's already going through an emotionally traumatic time to do all of those things. That is the connection they have to the world. And so she was on social media, and the defendant was going onto her account and watching her stories. He was going on, he was looking at her sister's accounts. So what happens is, as you all know, right, you post a story on, let's say, Instagram, you can see who's looked at it. So every day she's posting her stories, she's looking at it, and she's seeing every story he's looking at. Then occasionally her sister will see that he's doing that. And she starts getting these weird messages from people that she doesn't know, requests to follow her from people she doesn't know. And she's getting weird messages. And we bring this up with the judge, and the judge basically says, kind of flippantly to the defendant, you know, you should stay off her social media, like you shouldn't be going there. The problem is to charge him with a violation of that court order requires contact. What defines contact. I think looking at her stories every day in a way that she knows she's going to see his name every day is contact. It's questionable. I don't know if it would survive an indictment. I certainly don't know if a judge would agree that it survives an indictment. And so what we're doing is we have a victim who feels like she's not safe even on the internet, that he has access to her, feels like the system is doing nothing for her. The only way to move forward and maybe make her feel like it's okay is to press new charges that may or may not survive. Judges don't want to make new law. They don't want to be overturned on appeal. So they are going to be wildly conservative when it comes to things like this that create genuine emotional harm and trauma in victims who are already dealing with all of this, because this is a landscape that is unfamiliar to the justice system.
It's also technology that they don't understand. I know we're going to talk about like how we teach the judges and how do we teach the legislature, but you guys in this room are far more advanced than anyone that I interact with on a daily basis when it comes to technology. I mean, Effie talked about hash values. No one in Kings County knows what it is, but they know they have to do it. They mostly just say because Sarah said so, which is whatever. I guess that's going to be fine for now. But the idea that we had to figure out how do I authenticate something in this day and age of digital evidence and digital materials, that I could use a hash value was something that no one understood, let alone talking to a legislature about, well, you may not have to like a post, or what does it mean to follow? What does it mean to like? What does it mean to dox? These are terms that our legislatures and our judges don't understand. And so to add to the fact that the idea that they don't want to make new law, they also don't want to look like they're stupid, and they also don't want to admit that they don't know any of these terms. And so what they may see as completely good, like not good behavior, but behavior that doesn't rise, at least he's not killing her, right? That should not be the line. But at least that's kind of the party line when it comes to some of these judges, is it hasn't gone to a physical altercation. It hasn't gone to a physical stalking. It hasn't gone to a text communication or an email communication. It hasn't gone to a phone call conversation, although no one's using the phone. But that idea that it doesn't get to that line is really hard to say to a victim, and especially when it takes a lot of cojones, to be quite frank, to walk into a DA's office and give out all of this information about your intimate relationships and actually try to separate yourself from whatever coercive or abusive or physically or emotionally or even financially abusive relationship.
Wonderful, thank you. That was wonderful. And building off that, I'd like to kind of make a scenario for us to kind of use and maybe pull apart a little bit. Let's say a survivor takes their child and leaves an abusive relationship. They change their Apple passwords, they turn off all their locations, location sharing apps, they check their car for air tags. This person goes to a DV organization and they receive a text message from their batterer. Oh, this is what we're doing now. And let's say they go out to lunch with a coworker and they get a text message, and pardon my language, and it says something like, oh, this who you're fucking now? And let's say they go to a playground with their child and they see the batterer's car drive past slowly. Or, they have conversations with their family and they start getting text messages that quote directly from those conversations with the family. So, this is typical now. And what we're describing here is something that my husband brought up in an introduction, which is something I wanted to say, that what we're describing is kind of an insider threat, right, with physical access, credential recovery, and legal standing, right? And I think that a lot of times when we think about hacking in this room, and I'm not going to say we because I don't hack. Sorry, guys. But it's kind of this outside person, right? Not somebody who has all this access and all this permission. So let's kind of talk about that a little bit. Change passwords doesn't work. Check for air tags doesn't work. What are kind of your experiences with this?
I mean, the first question I would probably want to ask, and I hate to, what everybody's saying is that we put the onus on the victim to stop the communication, right? Like the onus is on the victim to change his or her life in every way that is currently part of their daily lives, of talking to people online, of communicating online, of posting photos with whatever family members don't live in the state, of their livelihoods, perhaps. And we're putting this onus on the victim and not on the perpetrator to change their behavior. So I want to start with that comment. But I think the first thing I would ask is, you did a great job. I would actually say to this victim, you did a great job so far, but what about your child's device? I think that's the first thing that went through my mind in hearing the scenario of this victim did potentially everything she or he could do on their own device, but that child's device, that iPad, that all of the frog things, I don't even know, I don't have a kid, so sorry. I know there's a frog thing.
Leapfrog?
Leapfrog, thank you, I knew there was a thing. Good aunt, not a mom. But Leapfrog, all of those devices that have logins, or gaming devices that have logins that your child is logging on to, that the perpetrator in this, or suspect, or bad actor, or however you want to count this person, could be corresponding with that child with. I mean, I've been lucky enough for you guys to let me sit through the last couple of days of this great conference, and while there is a comment about surveillance states that I'm not going to make, the phone in your pocket is almost the worst surveiller, right? The ways in which I give lectures to prosecutors, I give lectures to defense attorneys, I give lectures to interns, high school and above, about all the ways in which we have let our phones listen to everything we say, for reasons that, I wanted to use my credit card across the street at the Starbucks, or I wanted to get on the train this morning and rip the MetroCard. I really do miss it. But all of those ways in which we've allowed ourselves online, there's really no way to ever get yourself completely decoupled. And I mean that in the exact word that I used it in, because in an intimate partner relationship, decoupling yourself isn't just a physical decoupling, it's a financial decoupling, it's a online decoupling. And before you even get into the spywares and the AirTags and the tiles and the Bluetooth trackers and all of the other ways in which someone can get onto your phone in nefarious ways, I mean, it's as simple as find my iPhone, right? It's as simple as I put a tracker in whatever dog or child or whatever bag. I mean, when I fly, I put a tile in my luggage, because LaGuardia is not great with my luggage. But this way I know where my luggage is. It's all of LaGuardia, no matter what I fly. But this way I know where my luggage is, but you can change the tile name on your device or on the device itself to be AirPods. I mean, my mother did it yesterday. She accidentally clicked on my AirPods and linked her phone to my AirPods, and I had to unlink it. I wasn't trying to do anything nefarious to her. I literally just went home and had my AirPods with me. Think about that in a domestic violence relationship, where this person has maybe even gotten to the step of having a new phone, gotten to the step of having a new device, having a new login. What's the first thing that he or she's going to want to do? They want to listen to their AirPods, they want to listen to their headphones. They're going to link to that, what they think is their device, but is not their device. I don't know if that was your question.
No, that was great.
That's the problem.
Didn't you have a case recently that had a problem with the tile that
Yeah,
linked
yeah.
to somebody's AirPod?
We had a victim of domestic violence that came to our office, and unfortunately we couldn't do anything for her, because like Sarah said, the laws are so antiquated with some of the, especially the order of protection thing. But there had not been a physical altercation. There had luckily not been any sort of sexual altercation. The defendant, I can't really call him defendant because he was never arrested, her ex was being brutal to her online, and she got the courage to leave him, and she did all the right things. She did all the things you should do. She looked for the devices, she changed her phone, she got a whole new phone, got a whole new plan, got off all the apps. And like I said, she got into her car and linked her device to what she thought was her car. And it wasn't. It was a tile that he had planted in her pocketbook. And now he knew when she was at our office. And there was nothing we could do. There was literally nothing we could do. We figured it out because when she came to our office, and turned on her phone, she was still finding her car, which was parked in a parking lot, not in Brooklyn. And so how was it still finding her car? And we were able to wand her and figure out that there was in fact a tile sewn into her pocketbook.
Yeah, I mean, everything that Sarah has brought up is true, right? I send my daughter with the iPad that we have for her to my ex-husband's house. Now, I don't have issues with him, so that's not a problem, but it's linked to my iCloud account. My daughter knows the password for her own iPad. It's different than the password for my phone, but she can access stuff on the iPad if she chooses. And to that end, if my ex-husband wanted to track me, he could open up the iPad with her, he could go to Find My, and he could see where my phone is at any time. I don't really care, that's not an issue, but it's the kind of things people don't think about. And like Sarah said, it's almost impossible to get yourself entirely off of the internet. Think about the fact that everything is online. Your banking app is online, right? And it's all these things that you don't think. Sure, you change your primary passwords. I have a backup email for my mom's iCloud account because she once locked herself out, couldn't figure it out. So I set my secondary email as her backup, which means if I wanted to hack into my mom's iCloud account, I could get the recovery and I could change the password, or I could just put a temporary password and get myself in. It really wouldn't be hard. Now, obviously, that's something that's not going to happen. But when you're with someone for a long time and they have access to your passwords, you can't be sure that they haven't done it. And not everyone's going to think to check recovery emails, to change all of those passwords. How many times have people signed into each other's accounts and then use their Face ID now to open those accounts? So the reality is it's really difficult, even when you think you're being smart. I had a victim who was coming to my office, and in fact, every time she would come to my office, she would start getting phone calls and text messages from like spam numbers. And at one point I visited her, she was in a shelter upstate, and I went to meet with her because she was getting perpetually freaked out about all of these messages. And literally the morning after I met with her, she got a text message saying, "Oh, like I saw you meet with that pig, like you're gonna get what's coming." And she was understandably incredibly freaked out. Now, what we figured out was it wasn't just her that was under surveillance. So her sister used to drive her to our office every day. And her sister's ex was friends with her ex. And he had put a tracker on the sister's car. So whenever the car stopped anywhere near my office, she would immediately start getting texts because, you know, the ex-brother-in-law would reach out to her ex, and I guess, although I can't prove that, and the amount of steps it takes to prove who's behind an actual number, sure, maybe somebody's stupid and signs up for a phone number and uses their go-to email address and uses their own phone number as the backup. But abusers who are taking these steps are smarter than that most of the time. It's going to be 3 levels of email before I have something that I can even potentially link to him. And then what am I doing with it? I don't know. It's difficult to say. And maybe it's not even him. Maybe he had a friend sign up. Maybe he had an ex-girlfriend sign up, which is the case in one of my cases, where he had his ex-girlfriend that he was back together with doing all of this. Now, maybe I can charge her with harassment, which harassment is a violation. It's not even a crime. Maybe aggravated harassment, which is a misdemeanor. I can't necessarily link it back to the accuser or to the accused. I can't link it back to the actual abuser in this case unless she flips on him, and she's not going to, because there's probably some level of coercive control in that relationship as well. So it becomes increasingly difficult in this world for victims to withdraw, and nobody, save maybe someone who's very, very technologically savvy, is going to figure out how to do that. I mean, even things like your ex moves out of the house and they previously used the Nest that you had in your house, right? You have to fully restart that. And most people aren't even going to think about that, right? My smart home was connected to all the devices that my ex-husband hooked up. Doesn't matter, but I'm sure he could access them if he wanted to. And most people aren't redoing all of that because most people don't know how. I think we have a question.
I know we have questions. We're going to have a whole question and answer section. I promise it's coming soon. Go ahead. You look like you're about to say something, or do you not?
By all
done?
means. No, I think the point that Sarah's making is valid. It's also like, for as technologically savvy as both of our offices can be, we just don't even have the resources to even begin on something like that, especially where, unfortunately, it's not even a violent crime, where it hasn't gotten to the level where someone is physically been assaulted. Until even for offices with resources, whatever you feel about that, it's impossible. It's impossible to keep ahead of these abusers. And the coercive behavior is a key term. I'm not a domestic violence prosecutor. I've never been. I've never been a child crime prosecutor. Most of my crimes were violent and gang-related and homicides. But as there's a lot of research about nexus of gangs and relationships like that. The research about coercive behavior when it comes to digital footprints is a lot less. Only now, I think, is the world of domestic violence and intersectionality of online behavior really coming to foray, and with speeches like this and talks like this. So thank you, Effie. People are really paying attention to the way in which it doesn't, before it gets to physical, the way in which it can be online and cyber and stalking is really paramount to some of the ways, unfortunately, we've had to prove our violent crimes. But I wish there was a better way to stop it before it got there.
So let's say that you have the survivor and they document, which is, I would think, the number one advice I'd ever give to anybody who's going through something: document, document, document. And you start, preparing for prosecution, you get logs, you get search warrants. How does, how do these mechanisms work kind of in a tech sphere?
I know Sarah's got more of a pointed comment about search warrants, so I'll let her start, and then I'll take it from there. But as I said, judges don't understand this stuff.
Right. So what we are facing, particularly in the Bronx, this has become an increasing issue, is technology is not fully understood. And in order to do some form of a search warrant, we have to have probable cause to believe that there's evidence regarding the commission of a crime within a certain time period. So you lay out all your facts and you say, hey, these are the crimes that took place. These are the dates they took place. As we all know, most people carry their cell phone with them all the time. These lovely little things are tracking our every movement. I mean, I get into the car every morning. I know how to get to work. I've been driving there for over a decade. I know where my office is. Tell me why I put my maps on every single day and just put it on. I don't even pay attention to it. The number of times I've gotten stuck in traffic because it's trying to tell me to go a different way, and I'm like, I know where I'm going. I'm not going to take the other route that I don't normally take. So I don't even pay attention to it. But it's there, and if somebody did a search warrant on my phone, they're going to get all of my maps data and see where I've been going and when I've been going there, because it is just by rote that I use it. Now, if you try to go get a search warrant, a lot of judges are going to say, well, you want a search warrant for this phone because it proves that that person was potentially there. Maybe there's more stuff. Maybe there's text messages, right? Maybe for human trafficking cases, sex trafficking, we're looking for text messages. We're looking to see if they visited certain websites. For instance, Backpage doesn't exist anymore. It was seized by the government, but there's still other kinds of websites like Mega Personals. We want to look and see if all of that is there. We also want to see maybe there's pictures that they posted on ads. Maybe there's text messages with the purchasers of commercial sex, also known as Johns, right? I'm going to go to a judge who's going to tell me that I have to limit my search warrant to, hey, we think that this stuff happened during this 3-month period, and they want us to limit our extraction of the phone to that 3-month period, which is incredibly insane because not everything on a phone is necessarily going to be tied to a specific date. Not to mention if I want to show who owns the phone, because not only am I trying to show evidence of those crimes, I also need to be able to say hey, here's whose phone it was. And sure, maybe the person it was taken from is sufficient for that. But I've got my iCloud in here. You want to see what name is registered to that iCloud? Maybe I changed the name on my iCloud account 3 months ago. So if you're time limiting me to a very specific group, I don't even know how to do that. And our digital forensic lab has taken to saying, We have to do the search warrants they want because they're not going to sign off on them. If we don't, we will do it. And if we find something, because we can't just do a time-limited search, we extract the whole phone or we don't. So we extract the whole phone and we search for the things that we've asked to search for. And if we stumble upon other things, we have to do a second search warrant, which is a huge waste of everyone's resources because realistically, we should just have permission to search the entire phone. But we are facing these roadblocks, and that happens with a whole host of other things that we're trying to do. So we've taken to just saying, okay, we will do it the way that they want because they're the ones who can give us permission. And if we need to, we'll do secondary search warrants. But it's kind of like getting a search warrant for an apartment and walking in thinking you're looking for guns and seeing a drug, or looking for guns and seeing a mountain of cocaine on the floor. Like, they're gonna seize the cocaine. It's in plain sight. Kind of the same idea with a phone, but it's more complicated for us now.
So we've had some similar issues. The way in which we've changed the conversation on domestic violence in particular is to bring in the content of the relationship. So with domestic violence cases in particular, as prosecutors, you're allowed to bring in prior relationships, prior issues in the relationships, good and bad. And so we've started phrasing it as a digital footprint and behavioral mapping of the relationship, showing the ups and downs. And as long as I can couch that as the reason why in our affirmation, we've been able to get some better warrants. But technology is advancing. I mean, every time someone can get into a phone, Apple wants you to stop, I guess, and Google wants you to stop. Really, they just want you to pay Apple and get in, and then Apple will get into it for you, or Google, and then Google will get into it for you because they can get into the phone and the device. They just don't want anyone else to. I know there's a question there about, technology. Yeah, and judges and warrants. I think first is as good as I think that I've done somewhat in Brooklyn, and I know my counterpart in the Bronx has as well, is training the law enforcement and training the prosecutors. I mean, we went from turning off the phone to turning it in airplane mode to purchasing Faraday boxes and Faraday bags to other devices being put on because of the 72-hour wipe issue in Apple. But not every cop understands, and not every prosecutor understands, and not every judge understands, and not every juror understands. So I think as technology advances, it's really hard to keep up in not only the law, but in training those who apply the law. The term plain view used to mean walking into a house and seeing exactly what she said. I see a gun, I went there for a gun, I see cocaine. Someone's bleeding outside and I can actually help them and retrieve the knife from their chest. The same doesn't seem to apply when it comes to digital and phones. The same doesn't apply. I mean, there's a third-party doctrine. I'm not going to get into Chatry and how I feel about the Supreme Court. But if you decide to give your information to one person, that other person has the permission to give it out. It does not seem to apply anymore to third-party digital materials, according to the Supreme Court. So as technology changes, I think that we have to figure out a way to adapt. But part of that is teaching and training and thinking about things in a way that we never had to or never thought about before.
Yeah, I mean, I had a case where I had a guy indicted for sex trafficking, and he went on vacation while his case was pending, which was fine. He's allowed to do that. And he came back, and because he had the open case, when he came through the airport, Department of Homeland Security, they asked if they could look in his phone. And actually, he unlocked it for them, and he was like, sure, take a look. He had 2 phones. And there was some stuff on there that they saw about him buying a gun. And I'm sitting in my office, and they call me, and they're like, so we have his phone, and it's got this stuff about buying a gun, and we see that you're the ADA prosecuting the case. And I'm like, okay, so here's what you have to do with the phone. Please don't turn it off. Please don't do this. Like, I am sending a detective who works with me to come collect it right now. I had to call our digital forensic lab because we're sitting there going, this is an iPhone. We are not going to crack into this if if we don't preserve it the right way. So I had my digital forensic lab on the phone, I had my detective on the phone, I'm on the phone with Homeland Security, and I'm like, this is just a lot to be sure that we
then you
can
have to
get
add
into
to that
it.
the jurisdiction question, right? So we're county prosecutors. I only have jurisdiction in the borough that is Brooklyn.
Right.
You just gave me a scenario of someone getting onto a plane and being stopped in Queens. I assume the Bronx is not Queens. It's been a minute since I went to the Bronx, but I'm pretty sure it's not the same place. So I wouldn't even know where to begin jurisdictionally of where the crime that I'm seeking to get is executed. Because do I go to a Bronx judge? Do I go to a Queens judge? Do I go to a federal judge? All of these are questions that didn't have to think about when they were the person and the physical actor and the physical item, and bring it back to the question at hand of how this relates to domestic violence and intimate partner stalking or intimate partner coercive behavior online is, well, what if that person's in another state and sends that communication to your victim who's not currently sitting in your county? How do we begin to articulate that?
And we have that issue a lot with our child sexual abuse material cases. So we have a defendant in the Bronx who has child sexual abuse materials that we have found. But it also appears that it's not just child porn or CSAM that he got online. It appears that there are real live victims at the other end of this that are involved. And so we're figuring out who these people are because he's in contact with them. And the question becomes, we now have victims in other states. Now, we of course will work with the feds if they're interested and want to. And in fact, a case like that should theoretically be taken by the feds, depending on the administration. But
the feds are not so helpful these days.
No, they're really not. So we have our own detectives following this because, well, we don't know. Maybe we can prove that some of this happened in the Bronx. It makes jurisdiction very difficult because, right, if I come up and punch somebody in the face, well, where I punch them in the face, where I'm physically located, is where I should be charged. But if you get a minor to send you lewd and lascivious photos of themselves constituting child sexual abuse material, there's a bigger question. Now, there's multiple jurisdictions, and as I said, the feds may be the most appropriate people if they choose to take it. And if they don't, because it's either not on their radar, not enough victims, for whatever reason they choose not to take it, they're over inundated. Can we prove where the defendant was when he received the materials? Maybe. It's probably going to require not just a search warrant for his cell phone or computer or whatever device he had it received, but also maybe historical cell site data, if we can prove exactly when he got it, because maybe that gives us jurisdiction. Was the victim in our jurisdiction when they got it or when they sent it? Maybe. But those are all questions, and then we are left with this sort of gray area of jurisdiction and crimes that, can we move forward with them? I don't know.
So I want to give people opportunity to ask questions to these lovely ladies up here. But before we do, I just want to put a little bit of information out there for everybody in the room who wanted to, if you want to help in these situations, if you think, what can I contribute? There are a lot of ways to do so. A lot of local domestic violence shelters and organizations, they run tech safety clinics, and they are always like woefully chronically short of people to help teach these clinics and work at them. There's also the Coalition Against Stalkerware, and also EFF is here, and they have a surveillance self-defense. There's Citizen Lab, and there's the National Network to End Domestic Violence. They have a safety net project that helps train technologists to help other people. And then there's also, Tiny Check, it's network side that it's like detectors that run on Raspberry Pi, so it doesn't even touch the mobile phone. And then there's also the mobile verification toolkits. There are lots of ways that people can get involved and help out on these things. So I just wanted to put that out there in your sphere. If you're looking for ways to contribute, there are ways to do that. So I see some people lining up for questions, so please come forward and feel free to ask.
Thank you so much for this talk.
Would you mind talking up a little bit? Because
Yes,
I'm
can
a
you
little
hear me
older and I
okay?
can't hear. Go ahead.
Can you hear?
Now I
Okay.
can.
So I think having worked with some digital forensics labs, at least, in Illinois, there just seems to be such a variability sometimes in what courts are assuming is like a standard of some even evidence for digital evidence, right? And so do you have a sort of emerging best practices that are coming around sort of this chain of custody capture stuff? Because sometimes I've heard of folks showing up using whatever tools they have for themselves to just try and put together printouts or just a collection of evidence, and it just feels like it's just been kind of all over the place. So do y'all have any best practices on this that y'all could maybe speak to? And I know you mentioned a couple of tools, but yeah, just how have courts been receptive to those things?
Best practices.
Yeah.
Sarah.
So I'll answer that. The unfortunate thing is digital forensics is a new foray, and so unlike traditional forensics, there really is an overseeing body. But I would say for anyone that does this on the law enforcement side or interested in looking at best practices that should be followed regardless of whether or not you run a lab for a defense bar or for prosecutorial agency, is SWIDGE, which is a scientific working group on digital evidence. They have some pretty good best practices out there about chain of custody in particular, steps to be taken that would meet with the criteria. It always defers to your state jurisdiction on constitutionality and search warrant limitations, because New York State has different rules than other states, and California has a different rule than we do. We're always the exception for those that ever went to law school. The answer is always it depends, and then New York and California are different. But I mean, I would point you to SWIDGE, Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence, for best practices when it comes to digital forensics.
Hi. So a lot of people have access to data about other people in a professional capacity. Like one high-profile recent example I'm thinking about is police officers who have used their access to flock cameras to stalk people. And my question is, are there laws that make it easier or make it harder to go after people for that kind of misuse of their legitimate access to services?
So I practice in New York. I know New York State has a law against misappropriation or misapplication. I forget exactly what it's called, but kind of like the bad actor law, and has prosecuted both police officers as well as district attorneys for using their official capacity in an unofficial and misconduct way. I know that there's, so lawyers have different standards. We have a bar association for grievances and whatnot. There isn't really a national means by which police officers, I mean, we can have a further conversation about tracking the Giglio offline. But yeah, the different states have acted differently. I know New York has a law about bad actors that act in their official capacity.
Right, and we do have Public Integrity Bureau.
Yes, both of
our
our
office has
offices too.
Public Integrity Bureau that specifically they work very separately and distinct from your standard NYPD, right? They work with IAB, but they also have their own detective investigators from our office, and their entire job is to essentially look into abuses of power.
And New York State also has the IG's office, and I know the AG's office also has a Public Integrity Bureau as well, separate from if you don't want to go to the county's prosecutors, there's the state prosecutors that look at actors throughout the state.
We got 3 more minutes. Let's get through it. Come on up.
Yeah, I have 4 for you. One will be, so if 20 to 40% of law enforcement officers engage in intimate partner violence, what circumvention techniques, if you prosecute police officers, are you seeing them use to prevent successful prosecutions? I think the second piece would be, I'd be really interested if the racial impact of your work reflects in the traditional criminal legal outcomes, at least in the New York state courts where there's disproportionate prosecution. Are you seeing a more kind of equal spread in these types of digital offenses? And then I think finally, what type of coordination do you do before, actually no, let me just swap that one out. In your work now, given the current legal landscape, would you as prosecutors charge folks to do a remote wipe once their phone is in custody with destruction of evidence?
You want to go backwards up? Backwards up, I would say depends on the crime. For tampering with evidence, I'm aware of the case you're talking about. That's the feds and ICE and not us. I have a question, well, not question, I'm not going to fight. But your point two, I would take great issue with, considering both of our offices' stance on racial disparity and what both of our offices have done about trying to find alternatives to sentencing. I would cite you that Eric Gonzalez has vehemently talked about this, as Darcel Clark. And I don't remember question number one.
So it was about police officers.
Oh, police officers, how do we prosecute police officers?
We absolutely do. Obviously, look, that's a big concern, right? And a lot of people, so for instance, NYPD, they're not allowed to live in the specific precinct that they work in. Now, that doesn't mean that you're gonna have an NYPD officer in the Bronx who doesn't live in the Bronx, right? He could, but by and large, a lot of NYPD do not live in the borough that they work in, not for any specific reason. I mean, on a public servant salary, sometimes they move farther away. A lot of the detectives I work with live more in like Orange County, Rockland County. But so obviously if there's domestic violence happening, it's probably not being prosecuted by our office. And also, if it was prosecuted by our office, it would be public integrity.
Can we just take Rob's question real quick?
Oh, hi.
Hey.
Can we take Rob's question real quick?
Can we take?
Hi. Real quick, because we're running out of time, but
I'll try to make this quick as possible. For those of us in this room who may be more adept on the technical side of things, and say we have someone in our life who we think needs to get help for a situation like this, how can we be most helpful to the person, to those assisting the person?
So, I mean, I think realistically, if you have somebody who is going through this kind of thing, the first thing I would say is document everything. And I would say document everything in a non-hackable way. So
Pen
good
and
old-fashioned
paper.
pen and paper.
Pen and
Keep a
paper.
diary
Paper.
with you for a number of reasons. Number one, you want to make sure that you can refresh your recollection as to things that have happened, because very often coercive and abusive tactics happen over a long period of time, and you can only testify about them if you can remember them. So that's number one. Contemporaneously keep track of things. You should definitely be there. Do not let their abuser isolate them, because that's one of the first things that happens, right?
Stand by
Is
them.
they try to get people out of their lives. Make sure you're there, even if they're not ready to face the abuse. There are so many resources available for people who are in those kinds of relationships, and it's kind of about letting them get to the point where they're ready to use those. Also, everyone needs to know it gets worse before it gets better, because you're used to living with the abuse and the coercive control, but all of a sudden there's now all these other hurdles. Like, this sounds stupid, but like, hey, I have to figure out how to pay for groceries this week. And maybe you have a form of income, maybe you don't, but it gets harder before it can get better.
Thank you.
Let's give a big round of Thank you so much to our panel. We really appreciate you sharing your expertise. I'm sure they'll be around. If you have questions, then hunt them down and ask.
Good afternoon. Welcome to BlueLeaks 2.0. This is a panel discussion, and I'm going to introduce our panel moderator. Alex Urbelis is a cybersecurity expert, attorney, and hacker whose career spans government, professional sports, and blockchain technology. He previously worked with the CIA and later served as Chief Information Security Officer for the NFL, overseeing cybersecurity for one of the world's largest sport organizations. Today, he is General Counsel and CISO for Ethereum Name Services, where he works at the intersection of cybersecurity, blockchain infrastructure, digital identity, and law. Let's give a big welcome to Alex, who will introduce our other panel guests.
Good to see everybody again. How is everyone? All right. How many people are sad that hope is almost over? Doesn't it? Yeah, very few of you. I see that. Yeah, I know. Unbelievably quick it went, didn't it? It feels like it was just Friday night the other day, probably because I haven't slept. Anyhow, I have, as you may see, some replacements on stage here. Very sadly, Emma Best and Maya came down with something pretty awful, and they both got terribly ill, so they're not going to be able to make it. So unfortunately, we are stuck with just one pretty excellent journalist this time, right? And I'm going to get into him first. But by show of hands, how many people think that hope is a family affair here? Okay, there we go. Yep. So to replace some of the journalistic integrity and expertise and technical acumen that we needed on stage, I have also brought forth my 8-year-old son, Ido. Ido, say hi. Yep. That's for you, buddy. Yep. You gonna say hi? Say hello. Ido, say hi. And in the microphone. Say hello. In the microphone.
Hello.
All right. There we go. Fantastic. So for kind of the zeitgeist type questions, conscious of the error, we're going to be relying on Ido as our ethical compass throughout this talk now. So let's go and kind of set the stage here, because the talk is a little bit different. We had to reconfigure things in a little bit differently, but I do want to set the stage here. So we're going to be talking about BlueLeaks 1.0 and BlueLeaks 2.0. How many people here know about both of these? So a good amount of people, right? So some background I think would probably be helpful. Let's bring our minds back to the hellhole of society that was 2020 and kind of the middle of 2020, right? So in 2020, a hacker broke into a Texas web-based development company called NetCentral. And this company built websites for law enforcement organizations and police. 250 law enforcement organizations were the clients of NetCentral, and it was just one contractor. And not surprisingly, there was a major breach of NetCentral. So out came 260 gigs of Fusion Center files, bulletins, memoranda, names, police investigative reports, etc. And DDoS Secrets, Distributed Denial of Secrets, published it, and they called it BlueLeaks. This was June of 2020. And remember that in June 2020, the world was on fire, especially in America. The streets were full of protests. And at the same time, the largest police leak in American history arrived at this exact moment the United States was arguing about police. So Twitter, at the time it was called Twitter, I still refuse to call it X, just silly. So Twitter at the time banned DDoS secrets for this. Homeland Security wrote up distributed denial of secrets like they were some kind of crime syndicate. And the agencies all around the country here were warned that your walls are weak and your data is going to leak. So 6 years passed. And did third-party vendor management and data security practices get any better, get any stronger? No. Wow, what a shock, right? My God, you'd think people would learn from this type of thing. So this spring, a crew calling itself the Internet YIF Machine breached another third-party vendor of law enforcement agencies called P3. This company was actually behind the Crime Stoppers tip lines. And 91 gigs was breached, 8.3 million tips, tips that were promised to be anonymous, and of course were not. And that data went up for sale first, but then it landed very squarely in none other than distributed denial of secrets, and to a reporter by the name of Mikhail Talin, who broke the story in March. And he's sitting right next to me. So thank you for being here, Mikhail. I told you I'd get to you. Yeah, all right. So we're going to have a conversation with Ido and Mikhail today, and sadly, I wish that Emma and Maya would have been able to join us. So we're talking about the same type of wound from 2020 to 2026, just 6 years later, and arguably a hell of a lot of a deeper cut. So the first leak exposed what the police said about us, and the second exposed what we said about each other in many ways to police. And on the promise of silence that a vendor, a third-party vendor, just could not actually keep. So that's BlueLeaks 2.0, and that's the next 40 minutes or 45 minutes or so. So without further ado, let's jump into it. I want to hopefully first get back to the right thing here. Okay, there we go. All right, here we are. So here we go, back to 2020, 2026. Mikhail, you were reporting at this point at the Daily Dot. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Talk to us a little bit about the Daily Dot, your work there. Any kind of background you want to give us?
Wow, yeah, the Daily Dot. I don't know if anyone's familiar with it. Yeah, I broke a couple stories there you might be familiar with. The no-fly list. Maya, who was supposed to be here today, of course, found a copy of the terrorism no-fly list on an exposed airline server. And so we reported that, millions of names, I believe over 1 million names on there, not all individual. There's a lot of duplicates. We found members of the IRA on the list. We found Osama bin Laden's name was still on the list for some reason. A lot of Middle Eastern names, unsurprisingly, given the government's focus on that. And ironically, I had to fly about a few days after that. Didn't get stopped by TSA, thankfully, but I did go to DEF CON shortly after and talk to someone who worked for the TSA, and they weren't too fond of me or the reporting. But yeah, yeah, Daily Dot. I think I also broke there. The Andrew Tate's website got hacked, so we did some reporting on that. So yeah, a lot of data leaks, a lot of hacktivism related content.
Andrew, so this was familiar territory for you.
Yeah, this is what I love to do. So send me your leaks.
Yep, working with large data sets and things. And what kind of background do you have, Mikhail, in kind of dealing with these types of large data sets? How do you approach that once you're dealing with this massive corpus of data? We talked about this a little bit with the Epstein file.
I don't have a technical background per se. Back in the 2010s, I was sort of that guy that figured out a little bit before most people. Probably you're all similar in this room. That like, hey, the government's surveilling social media, and back then it was like a conspiracy theory, and so people thought you're crazy. This is the pre-Snowden era. So, yeah, that was like my sort of entry point into this, being interested in anonymity and privacy. So I don't have a technical background per se. So it's all been sort of self-taught up until that point. And to be honest, I'm not a huge fan of dealing with data leaks and weird data formatting. And this data particularly was just horribly formatted JSON. That was an absolute nightmare, but you got to do what you got to do sometimes.
Gotcha. Ido, let me ask you this one. How do you deal with unstructured data sets when you're trying to ingest them, analyze them, et cetera? What do you do, Ido?
Can you repeat that?
Can I repeat that? Yeah. We'll move on. That's fine, but that's a great, good enough answer anyhow. But yep, very good. Always ask to clarify the question if you don't necessarily understand it. That's exactly right. He did a good job. Let's give Ido a good hand there. That's all right. Yep. Excellent. Fantastic. So talk to us a little bit about, you didn't do too much with BlueLeaks 1.0, but 2.0, right? So,
correct.
But you know about 1.0. Could you talk to us a little bit about any differences between 1.0 and 2.0 other than data size? The data sizes were smaller.
Yeah, I mean, I think you sort of covered it. The BlueLeaks, 1.0 was a lot of intelligence bulletins, emails, and reports that were sort of shared with fusion centers, and that was sort of dated from 1996 to 2020 in terms of the data, at least. So it was a lot of, what the government was doing, whereas this is a lot of about the public, what the public interaction with the government, and the companies that, or the different government organizations and private companies that use this crime tip software, there's 30,000 schools that use it. So it's not just law enforcement, schools use it, the US military uses it, local and federal law enforcement, and of course, as we said, several hundred Crime Stoppers programs. So, this is a lot different in that, it's one thing when you have government data that just has to do with the sort of inner workings of the government, but when you have this kind of data where it's all very personal, very private to do with members of the public, it's a lot different to deal with.
So then let me ask you this. This is more of an ethical question, and then I'll bring it over to you, Ido. Okay, so think about this one too. Is this a larger betrayal then of the public trust, given the type and substance of the data of BlueLeaks 2.0 as opposed to 1.0, because we're talking about what were anonymous tips?
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. I mean, the entire sort of Crime Stoppers program, if we focus in on that, is based entirely on trust that, what you tell won't get exposed or shared elsewhere. And one of the interesting findings that the hackers showed me, which I had to look up what internet YIF machine meant when they first reached out to me, is that there's a internal confidential tool for clients of this company, P3, where you can actually log the IP address of people who send you tips. And so they claim this is to, of course, protect against abuse. But, my question was, what if someone sends in a tip and says, hey, this police officer, engaged in corruption, what's to stop, a law enforcement officer from then being like, hey, give me this person's IP. So obviously that's concerning. Also, when you actually submit a tip to them, they actually send you a username, a unique ID, and a password, so you can actually go back and check the sort of status of your submission. And those unique IDs and passwords were all stored in plain text. So
wow.
You could technically, if you had access to this data, keep track of the tips. So yeah, given how sensitive this data is, and going back to like the fact that 30,000 schools use this, super concerning. And so, going through this data and seeing, the names of children in there, children reporting suicidal thoughts or bullying, or even discussions between the people receiving the tips saying, this student, went to a mental health facility on this date because of XYZ. So the fact that all that's in there exposed, it's just unbelievable.
Yeah, amazing. So Ido, back to you. Yes or no? Was this a greater betrayal of public trust?
Yes.
All right, yes. All right, there you go. Yeah, very good. Excellent. So, Mikhail, this was an interesting situation for you, I imagine, right? You weren't just kind of reporting on this after the fact and accessing the data. I mean, the internet YIF machine, they reached out to you guys directly, right? Like, and to you directly, based on your experience, your reporting in the past. You were a trusted journalist, a safe pair of hands into which to put this incredibly sensitive data. Walk us through what that outreach was like. What were you thinking? What were you feeling? What's the first kind of 24, 48 hours looking like when you get 91 gigabytes of data dumped on you from anonymous crime lines? That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, whenever someone reaches out, you're always a bit skeptical to begin with, because, there's so many times people claim they have data and things, and it turns out to not be so great. But they kind of came very prepared, this group. They had their sort of release notes ready. They had listings of all the vulnerabilities they found, which was quite interesting. I guess they told me that they used some social engineering to get into the company, and the crime tips, it's crazy because all these crime tips from all these different, again, the schools, the military, they're all in sort of one central location. They're not sort of isolated at all. So they were able to go through, and I guess each crime tip, was like a different numerical URL. And so they were able to do 8 million plus individual requests for the data, and there was no rate limiting. And so the company never noticed this.
Unbelievable.
So yeah, it's just sort of astonishing. So, they handed me this data. They had all the information ready, which is really nice when a source comes sort of with everything packaged and ready. Not that they have to, but, and so, yeah, once I sort of dug in the data and just started seeing what I saw, it was pretty clear how serious this was.
Yeah, that's kind of extraordinary. You're shaking out a lot of crazy details here tonight, this afternoon, rather. The data, though, wasn't exactly, virgin in a sense, right? I mean, it was listed for sale before it was passed over to.
So my understanding is it was listed for sale after.
Oh, was it? Was it
Yeah.
afterwards? Okay, because I want. That's interesting. So, if it was listed for sale before, would that have changed how you reported on it?
I mean, I would have mentioned that it had been listed. Well, actually, that's a great question. I don't know if it would have changed it, because at the end of the day, it's, the primary focus is the public interest, and this is obviously something that,
Yeah.
Regardless if it makes its way to someone else or, some cybercrime group, whoever, at the end of the day, the public absolutely needs to know this, because like we said before, the entire tip system is based on sort of trust.
Yeah.
Which, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting parallel too, right, between the Epstein files, which also seem to have been put up for sale first and then dumped over to distributed denial of secrets, and so that can, I think, sometimes affect the provenance, right, and the trustability of the data, right, because you may be getting it from a separate source. Perhaps.
Well, the hackers had said that, initially when they put it up for sale, they claimed to have taken it down after the fact because they went through and. I mean, they seem to sort of have a grasp of what was in the data initially, but I think when they sort of went back and looked at it again and realized how sensitive some of the data was, and supposedly there was also some claims or tips in there about people that they potentially knew, and again, we're talking about, data from 1987 to 2025, because even before this company sort of took over, when crime tips were made over the phone in the 80s, those transcripts were like integrated into the system. So, yeah, almost 40 years worth of data, you're going to get a lot of stuff in there.
So then tell me about this. What was going on in your mind when you're thinking about publishing this? You see the data, it goes over to DDoS Secrets. They're banned from Twitter for publishing this data. They then get named in a DHS intelligence report. There's some scary stuff, right? I mean, you're out there, you're taking a risk reporting on this. What was going through your head and thinking about this, that sort of choreography there?
I mean, to be honest, I feel I'm pretty desensitized at this point to
I got it.
The sort of like potential fallout. The first thing like always on my mind is like, again, the public interest. So what, issues could come after that don't really enter my mind. And, luckily as a journalist, I work for a place that has a legal team and stuff, and these are sort of protections a lot of people don't have, especially the people who are leaking it to me. So yeah, I don't really focus too much on concerns about what could happen after the fact. That doesn't mean, yeah, sometimes, again, like especially with like the no-fly list story, I remember being a little concerned, like, okay, they might be upset about this, especially after it ended up getting leaked, not by me, after the fact and appearing up on breach forums. But yeah, so yeah, the fallout is never really on my mind. Again, it's just like, hey, the public needs to know about this, so.
So you went ahead and you did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and talk about the outfit that you were with, and you're still with the same outfit, obviously, because it was only, a few months ago, really, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you want to talk about your current role and your...
Yeah, I work for a place called Straight Arrow News. It's a place that very much focuses on trying not to be biased, but of course, as we all know, everyone has a bias. And so it's kind of associated with Ground News as well. I'm not sure if you're familiar with them, where they just try to sort of say, hey, here's what these people are saying on this political side, here's what other people are saying, try to give you all the information so you can sort of decide how you feel about it. So, yeah, it's been good because they haven't stopped me from reporting anything at all. A lot of the stuff I do is, fairly adversarial towards the government. Did a lot of reporting on the ground in Minneapolis.
Great.
I went to Portland, to the ICE facility. That was the first time I'd been shot with tear gas since Ferguson, so that was fun.
Jeez.
Yeah. Yeah, so.
Well,
yeah.
Well, thank you for that, Mikhail. That's extraordinary and I think courageous reporting as well. And yeah, appreciate that.
I mean, I get paid to do this. I get flown out to do stuff like this. So let's give a round of applause to all the people on the ground who don't get paid to do this and are doing it because.
Yeah, that's right. Good point. Yep. I love to hear that you take so many precautions against bias in the reporting as well. That's so important. So Ito, I want to pass it over to you again, and make sure you get close to the microphone as well. I wanted to ask you, is bias in reporting a good thing? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
You think it's yes? Bias in reporting is a good thing? Are you just trying to disagree with your father?
No.
I think that's one of the things I like though too about tech reporting, because a lot of times it's like, hey, here's the data. The data says what it says, and of course things can be misconstrued and twisted. But yeah, data often is just what it is, and so
yeah, it is. Yeah,
and people can get upset. Like for example, like I said, that when Andrew Tate got hacked and I got the data, I'm like, hey, my personal views about Andrew Tate are irrelevant. The
Right.
data says what it says.
Exactly. Yep. Exactly.
So
So
I'm not a fan of Andrew Tate, by the way, for the record. So
I want to move into how all of this can essentially make the world a better place in here, right? So Maya, who sadly also fell ill, it's unfortunate, but she couldn't be here either. But you two have a bit of history, don't you? Do you want to talk a little bit about your history and kind of the hacker-journalist relationship?
yeah, I've been really lucky that all the really rad like LGBTQ hacker groups have come to me over the years. The Gay Furry Hackers, rest in peace. I had a group that came to me not too long ago. Oh man, what were they called? The Puppy Girl Hacker Polycule. They hacked Scholastic, the education company, and then they hacked, I can't remember the name, but it's the company that produces all the like manuals for police departments. Anywho, yeah, so working with those groups has been really great, and the FBI actually emailed me. I don't know if I said this publicly, but yeah, the FBI emailed me saying, hey, that Puppy Girl hacker group you've been writing about, you seem to be the only one who's writing about them. Can you tell us anything more about them? Which I didn't answer and swiftly forwarded to the legal team. I believe that was at the Daily Dot.
Yeah.
So yeah, in terms of Maya, yeah, like me and Maya have done a lot of work together. Of course, I mentioned earlier, probably the most prominent piece we worked on together was the no-fly list story. So
yeah, tell us a little bit about that data set and the no-fly list story.
yeah, like I said earlier, it was like 1 million plus names. It was on a regional airline server sitting there exposed. Maya had originally come to me and said, yeah, there's this airline server exposed and I could potentially change like flight times for this, small airline. And then Maya said, oh, what's this? NoFly.csv. No joke. And the interesting thing about it was that is that usually, when you find something like that, companies will absolutely deny, like not want to give you statements. And they came back to us and they're like, oh, that's a previous year's version of the no-fly list, and just told us everything about it, which was really shocking. I was like, wow, thank you so much. So yeah, like I said, that was an interesting list to go through. A lot of Russian arms dealers were in there, and Victor Bout, I think his name is, who was traded for the WNBA player. He was in there, and so yeah, it was interesting. But also, it wasn't just the no-fly list that kind of got the most attention. The secondary screening list was also in there, which is not people who can't fly, but people who will get stopped every time. And
oh, well, that explains.
There was like a French poet in there who, again, when it got leaked, he found his name in there, and he, I guess, complained to the French government. And I don't remember like all of the stuff that happened after that, but that was like an interesting part of it as well. Like I said, the secondary screening list, because these are, it's one thing, if you can't fly, you can't fly, right? Like you probably have an indication, but if you're being stopped by TSA or airport security every single time and you're not sure why, I think that secondary list was pretty interesting. So.
And this relationship, talk what's that relationship like between the hacker and the journalist? There's got to be a lot of trust there. How do you keep that pipeline of information moving? How do you establish that trust, keep it? It's probably more of a friendship too, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, doing this for over a decade, you build sources, and I've managed to do a good job of a lot of times people who don't trust journalists will come to me because I'm chill like that. One example is unrelated to hackers, but I have a friend, his name is Yeezy Prince. He's a 3D gun printer from the States. He was recently featured in Rolling Stone magazine. You might know him as the creator of the Glong, or the Glong? It's a 3D printed Glock and a bong put together. And so he was someone who usually doesn't talk to journalists, but I like to be very upfront with like people, that like, again, source protection is the most important first and foremost. And so yeah, you build relationships with people, and yeah, and of course, sure, maybe friendships, but of course, you got to keep business, so to speak.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, my, I guess, favorite type of source is, again, I have technical knowledge, but, there's a lot of things I'm not knowledgeable about as well. And so the hackers who come to me and can sort of walk me through sometimes the data, and, of course, you always want to double check what they're saying with other knowledgeable sources. But yeah, so that's sort of the type of source I enjoy, is one that's sort of more involved.
And it sounds like you yourself need to be teachable and almost like a sponge. You have to absorb this information, this knowledge, this context about the data, the technical means by which it was breached, understanding all this stuff. It's no easy feat. So it's
Yeah, I mean, I'm the first to admit, like, there's plenty of things I'm not, especially in the tech realm, like, there's so much to know. So I will never be like, just wing it, like, I'm like, if
Right.
I don't know something, I'm gonna ask.
and obviously a source journalist relationship. You're looking at, hopefully it's a fertile source. There might be more data here. Are you seeing these types of breaches, not just third-party vendor, but law enforcement breaches themselves? If you think back to 2020, now we're in 2026. Are these types of data leaks and these breaches sort of a renewable resource for journalists? Can we count on this in the future, or do you think things are going to actually
No, I
get
mean, I
better?
think we're always going to be seeing leaks like this. Of course, we all remember the heyday of the 2010s and Anonymous and whatnot. And I think there was sort of a lull for a while after that. And then there was an uptick a couple years ago, again, with a lot of these groups like SiegeSec and sort of a greater focus on targeting the government. But yeah, I think it comes in waves from just what I've seen over the years. You have periods of quiet, and then all of a sudden it's like 10 massive leaks in a year or something. So it's kind of unpredictable, but yeah, I think we're obviously always going to be seeing leaks of sort of government data.
Yeah, well, and I guess from our perspective, we hope that it's a renewable resource, but also hope that they learn on the other hand, and that especially a corpus like this, right? I mean, where the data is supposed to be anonymous, you would think that people would, or at least these third parties, would kind of get with the program here and really kind of redouble their efforts when it comes to data security, especially for confidential source data like this. I mean, this is kind of crazy in many ways, right? And when you broke this, it was, I think, around 8.3 million exposed tips, right? So what's happened with this data set since then, right? What's still sitting out there that might be unexamined? What's the current state of play?
I mean, like I said, we're talking about almost 4 decades worth of crime tips. And so there's just so much data in there. And, I did break several stories through that data, but there's just so much more to go through. Some of the stories I broke, for example, I went in there and found actually the Crime Stoppers tip sent in by the person who called 911 on Luigi Mangione in the McDonald's. And so I actually went through and started looking for every mention of Luigi Mangione. So this is going to be after the arrest, but people who then recalled, oh, I think I saw him. So I called a lady who said she claimed to have run into him at a different McDonald's and said, hey, that's the murderer, to his face. And sort of mapped out these different sort of calls that came in of alleged sightings of Luigi Mangione. That's just one story.
Wow.
But yeah, again, there's so many local stories too. There's people in there saying, hey, that person who supposedly drowned in the river in this state on this year, actually my friends killed him and drowned him. So so many crazy stories, especially on the local level, that I think local news organizations would do really good work with. I think one of the first tips I actually saw in my article where I the first article I broke on this story, I open up with a story of someone who lives in California who said, reached out to law enforcement and said, hey, my neighbor works for the Sinaloa drug cartel. He's moving hundreds of pounds of weed. You need to come arrest him because they're violent, they have lots of weapons, but do not say if you arrest him that it came from a crime tip, because even if I don't give you my name, they'll know it came from me. So the fact that this is exposed in there, and it's not just the exposure, but people, drug cartels could potentially try to get a hold of this information and be like, let's find out everyone who reported on us. And so yeah, as far as what's happened since, this is, obviously I'd say probably the most sensitive breach of data I've ever dealt with. Again, going back to the fact that there's school children in here. But the response has been the worst response I've also ever seen. The company P3, I reached out to them repeatedly before publishing the story, no response. And finally, once I did publish it, they came out and said, we've seen no evidence of any data being accessed, but we'll hire a third-party company to look at it. And to this day, months later, I think 5 months, they still have not publicly acknowledged this. Crime Stoppers USA has not warned anyone not to use their crime tip program. Another journalist actually reached out to Crime Stoppers and said, hey, you have not addressed this. And they basically said, their legal team basically said, oh, that breach? Yeah, that's in our rearview mirror. That happened a while ago.
Wow.
And so, but at the same time, if you think how do you inform 4 decades worth of people exposed in a breach like this? There's another example of someone who claimed that, in a school that they had been sexually assaulted by someone, and that was 30 years ago, and I was able to go look up their social media, and they're still around. But also, how do you reach out to those people and tell them without re-victimizing them, hey, remember that horrible thing that happened to you years ago that you reported? By the way, now your data's out there. So I don't even know how this company would even begin to inform all these people. But the fact that they haven't even disclosed this is crazy. And 2 senators actually sent them a letter and said, we need to know, hey, what got exposed? What have you done after the fact? I don't know whatever happened to that. Also, the company told me, again, P3, that when I informed them of this breach, they never shut down the tip system one time. They never shut it down and were like, hey, let's look at these issues. So it sort of shows that they've just absolutely tried to sweep this under the rug. And the Portland Police Bureau briefly told the public after I broke the story, hey, don't submit tips to Crime Stoppers for a while.
Wow.
But I don't know if that's still in effect. So yeah, it's unfortunate because it's one of these stories I feel like where it's such a massive story, but I don't think it really got that much attention. And it's obviously a very serious thing.
Yeah,
So.
it sounds like that. It's unbelievable. I didn't know that P3 didn't acknowledge this yet. That's news to me.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable. This is like the poster child of how not to handle a data breach incident with sensitive data, to my mind, in my opinion. That's unbelievably crazy. Quick one, I'm putting you on the spot for a second. Do you remember which 2 senators it was that said? My guess it was,
Yeah, it
I'm going
was-
to guess it was Senator Wyden. Was Senator Wyden one of them?
No, believe it or
Oh,
not. You think
shock.
so? Senators Maggie Hassan and Jim Banks, who are members of the Senate's Health, Education, and Welfare Committee. And so they reached out because they were inquiring more about the school aspect of hey, the kids that were exposed to this, what are you doing about this? And again,
Amazing.
I don't ever know if they responded. I'm assuming they did, but that wasn't made public. And even the clients of P3 haven't all been informed as far as I'm aware. Some of them were informed behind the scenes privately, hey, there was a breach. But I don't think that even all, again, there's so many, they have tens of thousands of customers. I don't think all of them have been informed at all.
Wow.
So, because
Yeah.
a lot of schools I reached out to question about it had no idea.
And I agree, it didn't get the attention I think it deserves. This is an incredibly important
It's
data
the story of
set.
my life as a journalist, by the way.
Yeah, I bet, yeah. So Ido, I want to pass it over to you for a second. Yes or no? Do you think that journalists should dig into this data and ethically report on some new stories coming out of this data set? Yes or no?
No.
This is what I have to deal with. It's almost like he's the child of 2 lawyers over here. Unbelievable.
And we should note, of course, that, DDoS Secrets does have this data, but of course is only giving it out to vetted journalists and researchers given
Yeah.
the sensitivity of the data.
So you're credentialed journalists and things like that. So, safe pair of hands. Let me try this again with Ido for a second. Ido, do you think that journalists really need to dig into this data?
Yes.
All right. Yeah. There we go. I think I figured it out here. Yep. Yeah, he's a little too much like his father. I see. Okay. But this is just, sort of new information for me and probably for all of you. So just really kind of crazy. So I want to move into the issues of accountability here. So the original BlueLeaks actually happened during the George Floyd protests, if you can remember that. It was 6 years before. So the second one kind of inherited that context. Where does the context of this leaked data land right now in kind of the American culture, the zeitgeist? What are we thinking of? We've got, lots of suspicion around ICE, the federal government, police. Tell me what you were thinking about that.
Yeah, I mean, the first BlueLeaks came around during a time, where I think the public was generally aware of kind of surveillance by law enforcement, but I think we're now at a point, where concerns about surveillance have sort of reached a fever pitch, especially with the flock cameras that everyone, is quite focused on. That's like a topic that the general public has become more aware of, where maybe crowds like this are sort of more aware of more niche issues.
Yeah.
What was the question again? Sorry.
Yeah. Kind of what's the context, the zeitgeist?
Oh, yeah. I mean, obviously,
like
the current state of politics in this country, it's a concerning time. So, yeah, but I mean, I don't know how much it affects, because, people sending in crime tips is something that's been going on for a long time. And again, especially with like so many people being unaware of this leak, I don't really know how much of an effect it's going to have on.
Well, so you've covered this beat now for a while. You deal with lots of data breaches and data leaks, and now law enforcement leaks as well. This whole news about P3 not reporting on this actually seems to be, or not acknowledging this, actually seems to be something worth reporting on in and of itself. Do you think things are going to change? Do you think things are going to get better? Why do they keep failing? Why do law enforcement agencies keep hiring these third parties that fail?
I mean, obviously, these companies' profit's the most important thing, and I'm sure you guys know better than me, if you work in tech, that resources are rarely given, adequate resources to sort of protecting and keeping up to date on security practices. But at the same time, there's always going to be security breaches, right? Because even companies that invest everything can still be breached. So I don't think we're going to ever see an end to these kind of leaks and breaches, because that's just the name of the game.
Yeah. So in other words, you might think that perhaps BlueLeaks 3.0 is something that might be inevitable coming down the pipeline. Any forecasting? Any predictions? This sounds like it's
something
came
to mind, but I'm not going to mention it. But yeah, it's possible that.
Okay, I think I asked the right question there.
It's possible that there are leaks that have happened that could come to light at some point in the near future. But
okay, so you're saying stay tuned? In other words, maybe.
Maybe.
Okay, maybe. Not confirming or denying anything there, but yeah, maybe there'll be some additional leaks. That's very interesting. That's pretty interesting. So, you are one of the few people that's been on the receiving end of leaks like this. So for people in the room here who may sometime hold data just like this, do you have any do's and not do's? We talked about what it's like to be a whistleblower, but what about handling this data? What if you're a hacker, you come across a corpus like this, a data set like this? Any do's and don'ts for our hacker friends?
I mean, there's going to be different people with different opinions. Some people will just want it dumped online, Looking at you, no, I'm joking. I mean, I guess it all depends on the data too, like with something as sensitive as this, I think it was good that it was, not just dropped online and made available to anyone and everyone. Yeah, I guess it really depends on the situation and on the data. And at the end of the day, whoever has the data is going to make the decision that they're going to make.
Is there anything that people can do to make your life easier, or things that they shouldn't do to make your life more difficult, right? Like, posting the data online might make it difficult to identify the provenance of it, perhaps, before you get it? I'm not sure about that.
I mean, if I were to say something like, "Oh, don't post it online first, just give it to me," that sounds a little like egotistical, like, you know,
You
like
seem like a hoarder, a data hoarder.
yeah,
or
because at
something.
the
You
end
don't
of the
wanna be a
day,
data hoarder, right?
like it's about the data.
Yeah.
You know, at the end of the day, it's about the public interest. So, you know, if something could be better suited to be dropped online versus going through a journalist,
Mhm.
then you know that would be the best choice. So
Interesting. And obviously, OPSEC, operational communications, operational security for your communications, things like that, using end-to-end encrypted channels, that type of thing, obviously.
yeah, I mean, luckily, you know, when you're dealing with people like this, they're usually pretty proficient when it
Right.
comes
They're
to.
not calling from their home landline.
No. Yeah, and you know, of course, as a journalist, I make it, you know, so that you can reach out to me any way possible, whether it's Signal, whether you want to send me a, you know, PGP encrypted email, like it's the 90s.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, just being able to receive tips in sort of any possible way.
Do you still get tips with people using PGP and email?
I do. Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah. And
Not so much the tips themselves, but you know, communications will be.
And your PGP key is publicly available? Your public key is out there? We can all grab this and send you
I
data?
think I burned my last key, to be honest. So if you want a new one, reach out to me on Signal.
Okay, we can spin one up, right? Yeah. Ido, let me pass this one over to you. Do you think journalists should still be using active PGP keys?
No.
No. Very surprised. So they should be using things maybe like more like just end-to-end encrypted chats, like Signal, that type of thing?
No, they should be using a journal.
They should be using what?
A journal.
A journal? Oh, actually, wow. All right, very good. Actually was very smart. Okay, you're totally right. You're totally right, because journals can't be hacked, right? Nobody can hack a piece of paper. Is that right?
No.
Okay, all right. All right, very good. Excellent. Well, last question before I want the participants to sort of take over the line of questioning here for Mikhail and Ido. Is there any evidence, do you think, that anybody learned anything from this incident?
Maybe some people in the public learned not to trust sending sensitive crime tips to the government. That could be one thing. I don't know if the companies involved in this have learned anything. I think a lot of times, you know, I don't know how big the crime tip management space is, you know, so I don't know if there's even any other options to use for the other people out there. But yeah, I'm reminded suddenly of a tip that I saw from 2020 where a woman who was joining the military, because the U.S. military uses this as well, which is a whole other avenue I didn't go too deep into, you know, who knows what kind of tips are in there. One I remember seeing of someone complaining that their boss, maybe in the Navy, I don't recall, was leaving like classified material on his desk, and they kept sending tips complaining about that. But another one was a woman in 2020 said she was sexually assaulted by an Army recruiter, and she reached out and says, "I don't want to be seen as someone who complains in the military." But she said that she was reaching out because she was afraid he was going to do it to someone else, and the military got back to her and said, "Yeah, we'd love to do something about this, but you have to give us your identity. You can't be anonymous," which is, yeah, super concerning.
Yeah, very concerning. And so the ethics of this, the safety attendant to handling data like this, all incredibly important, heady stuff. And I really want to thank you for getting up here on short notice and doing a kind of intimate conversation when it was supposed to be a panel.
Yeah.
And let's thank Mikhail for jumping in here. Thank you. Fantastic. Fantastic. And let's give Ido a round of applause for offering his sense of ethics and conscience over there, Ido. All right, for you, buddy. Excellent. And now I think the participants can put us in the hot seat here.
Can
Or you.
Can you
go.
tell us more about things that were learned from the actual contents of the BlueLeaks?
One big takeaway I took is the sheer amount of conspiracy theories that get flooded into these poor tip lines. The number of people who got microchips in their brain and was pretty staggering. And I remember during sort of, I don't know if you guys remember the Wayfair conspiracy theory where people
Oh,
thought
that's
like,
with the cabinets and
yeah,
things, weird
they
thing.
thought
Oh,
kitchen
wow.
cabinets were actually
Yeah.
like children. And one of the complaints that these people who receive tips about child abuse said is that like they can't address actual issues because they're inundated with so much nonsense. And I was really shocked at the number of clearly crazy things that were in there. That being said, I saw mentions of Jeffrey Epstein in there and tried to follow up on some of those. And these are kind of before he was well known.
Wow.
Again, 4 decades of crime tips, literally anything you could imagine is in there. So like I said, it's kind of difficult to like focus it. Like, I focused on the Luigi Mangione thing, for example, but there's so much data that, I guess the story overall is the leak itself, but in terms of like specific stuff of what's in there, everything.
So maybe
everything.
even, local stories that may have not received national attention could be reinvestigated.
Absolutely,
like that.
yeah. Like I said, people talking about cold case murders and all sorts of things. So
yeah, maybe even issues of domestic violence, intimate partner violence, like we were talking about just beforehand.
Absolutely,
I can
yeah.
only imagine the stuff that's going to shake out of this, things that went uninvestigated perhaps by the police.
Mm-hmm.
So omissions as well as actions could be fascinating stuff. Great. I think we've got time for a few more, right?
First off, tremendous respects to you, DDoS, Emma, and Maya, of course, for this staggering leak. I mean, truly, like you said, I don't think people truly realize the full implications of this, that it could actually change the conversation. Maybe we could actually stop snitching, right? But my question actually is about selective redactions. All right, so you raised fair points of the responsibility of something like this that reveals so much about humanity and personal harm and so forth. Yes, absolutely, we got to redact victims and juvenile folks and so forth like that. But you mentioned a few of them, but some of this also just like people calling the cops on their neighbors for smoking weed or even reporting people who they believe to be illegals in ICE. And you got Facebook Karens reporting people because they believe everything is an Antifa conspiracy. So I guess my question is, if we conceptualize transparency for the powerful and privacy for the powerless, right? Like, is not someone who snitches to the police themselves, why do they deserve anonymity in the first place, right? So, and honestly, there's a lot of people in jail who would very much love to wonder, like, how did they find out, who told, right? And so this would actually be like providing some transparency and relief to the people who had been harmed by snitches and informants. My other question is also about, like, I don't know if it was mentioned, but first off, Crime Stoppers as an organization is not the police, it's not the government, it's a nonprofit that pays out $600 like for these little grimy ass tips and stuff like that. So there's a whole industry that maybe I would say shouldn't exist and maybe should be hacked. Should be hacked. Thank you for whoever did it.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, it's an interesting balancing act, of course, when you're dealing with this kind of data. For myself personally, obviously, like I said, when I talked about the case with the person who was turning in their neighbor for supposedly working for the Sinaloa cartel, I tried to not give so much information as anyone could be put in danger. But I get what you're saying about, there's cases in there, I'm sure, of people turning in people to ICE. And I don't know if it's my job as a journalist to put anyone on blast. Again, I guess it's sort of a tricky thing with like my personal morals and then sort of my role as a journalist. And it's definitely a conversation that needs to be had for sure. But yeah, as far as myself, I mean, in terms of like government things, I'm going to obviously report as much as humanly possible or that I'm comfortable with. As far as outing people, yeah, that's a different story. Like I said, I don't know if that's my role per se. I know you may disagree with that, and that's cool. But yeah, again, especially with the data being in sort of a select number of hands, I don't know how much else will get out. But and what was your second question? All good. Okay, thanks, buddy.
All right. Yeah, we've got a few more minutes, maybe about a minute, so we'll have to keep the questions and answers brief, but let's fire away.
Yeah, so
My name is Molly Stark-Dean. I just want to make it public that I'm a happy person, and if anybody sees me dead via suicide, that is not a real thing. So
Okay.
my name is Molly Stark-Dean, and I'm a Substack journalist now, but I've worked for all the majors, like the Fox News, the CBS, the CNN, and Reuters. And now as an independent journalist, I feel like kind of naked because I don't have a legal team or anything like that. And I just got, because my family is fighting against 2 banks. So I'm all the source, the journalist, the whistleblower, the everything of this story. And I got a cease and desist letter last week. So congratulations to me that I got a cease and desist letter. What do I do as an independent journalist just
Sure.
writing on Substack?
I mean, I can take this one if you want. I think you should speak to a lawyer about this who can review the cease and desist letter. You can probably get pro bono legal representation for the type of work that you're doing. Maybe talk with people like the Freedom of the Press Foundation. I'm happy to speak with you as well. But good question. I hope you keep up the good work, and we won't believe your suicide if that happens. So
Thank you, guys. I'm very happy. And also meet me at the Wikipedia table because Wikipedia is awesome.
Cool. All right. Thanks. Awesome. I think, can we do one more? Well, if we keep it really quick, because I know you've been very patient.
A really long comment. Now, how do I get local, like in mid-America where I am, how can I get a local journalist to sort of start taking a look at this and maybe seeing what stories are in my community?
Good question.
Yeah, I mean, I would just reach out and say, hey, are you aware of this data leak? You could maybe send them my initial article on the exposure, and then have them get in contact with DDoS Secrets. Yeah, I think that would be the best bet. Because like I said, there's probably more so like local stories in here than sort of big, sort of national stories. And so, yeah, reach out to DDoS Secrets.
Thanks. And the reporters need to be credentialed in order to have access to the data set, right?
I mean, it's up to DDoS Secrets.
It's up to DDoS Secrets to keep that gate open or closed.
Yeah, so.
Gotcha. Yep. Interesting. But maybe reference a local story that could, potentially be reopened from this. I mean,
one thing you could do is that if you go to p3intel.com, you can sort of see they have like a drop-down menu of all the different Crime Stoppers programs and like different law enforcement agencies you can reach out to. So go in there and see if your local city is in there, and then reach out to your reporters and be like, hey, there's some stories here probably. So
fantastic. I think that we are at time. Let's give it up for Mikkel and for Ido. All right. Fantastic. Thank you, guys. Many thanks to you both for joining us here, and enjoy the rest of Hope. See you soon.
Stick around in this room. Coming up next, we have Against the Edgelords by Johannes. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Grand Ballroom. We have a talk titled Against the Edgelord International by Johannes Grenzfurtner. I tried my best. Is that okay? Is that okay? Johannes manipulates people to positively respond to his lies and made-up realities, and he feeds off these emotions. He's an award-winning artist, filmmaker, author, and performer. Johannes lives and works in Vienna, Austria, so let's give him a big round of applause today.
Oh my God, wonderful. There we go. So, wonderful. Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me? Can you understand me? Is the message getting in? Yeah, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so, yes, we are here for the Edgelord International. So, my name is Johannes Grenzfurtner. Sounds like a war crime, it's just German. And according to the official HOPE program, as quoted before, I am someone who manipulates people to positively respond to his lies and made up realities, and he feeds off these emotions, which is completely fair because I wrote it. So also apparently a good selling point for being given a microphone in the great ballroom. Nice. I have to warn you, I made my slides with AI and it was a big fuck up. I thought I'd train it with like cardboard and duct tape and this and that and cables, and I feed all of that into the system, and I thought I will be done with my fucking slides in 20 minutes. It took me 7 fucking days. I will never ever do it again. But I guess it kind of fits the theme of my talk, and you might probably see that a little bit later. So, I found and have been working with our collective Monochrome for more than 30 years. We are an art and theory group from Vienna, although art and theory group is one of those descriptions that becomes less useful the more accurately it describes what you are really doing. We have made films and performances, interventions, conferences, games, fake histories, real histories that sound fake, fake institutions that became unexpectedly real, and real institutions that would probably be more healthier if they admitted that they were fake. For a good part of that time, we have used a term I coined in the late 90s and early 2000s, and that we subsequently developed as a group, and we called it context hacking. Oh yeah, it's up there anyways, yeah. If you spend enough time around hackers, you learn that the interesting question about the system is rarely what the brochure says it does. You want to know what it actually does, what it trusts, what it assumes, which rules are enforced, and which survive only because everybody politely agrees not to touch them. Sometimes the best attack is not strange input at all, but input so perfectly ordinary that the system welcomes it, stamps it, gives it a badge, and sends it upstairs. Like, for example, I just witnessed that someone tried to fake a Hope badge, and they caught that guy. We'll see where that is going. In the 1990s, this was a way of thinking that felt preciously portable. Why stop at computers? A museum has protocols, a newspaper has protocols, a university has protocols, the art market, mostly involving cheap wine. A political party has protocols, a television station has, a subculture has protocols, a hacker conference certainly has protocols, although historically many of them are written on a mailing list by somebody called Foobar42, who has not slept since Thursday. Even the soft things have protocols. Prestige, expertise, gender, credibility, even embarrassment. A nation state is basically an enormous pile of legacy systems insisting on being called sovereignty. So we began speaking of social and cultural contexts as if they had source code. Not because they literally do, but because the metaphor gives you a useful kind of disrespect. It reminds you that what presents itself as natural, inevitable, eternal, respectable, tasteful, or simply how things are done was built by somebody, maintained by somebody, and can therefore be inspected. The political promise of context hacking was that if you understood a context well enough, you could make it perform an operation it was not meant to perform, and thereby show something about the context itself. Who gets believed? Who gets ignored? Whose identity passes validation? Whose does not? And what sort of power has been disguised as etiquette? So, this was never supposed to mean, I fooled some people, lol, because that is pretty much advertising, or public relations, or intelligence work, or sometimes even dating. The hope was that you could violate the terms of use in such a way that the terms of use became visible. I still like that hope. I also think we were much too cheerful about some of its consequences. A lot of 20th century counterculture, certainly the parts I desired from the provincial distance of Stockerau, Lower Austria, carried a wonderful, convenient equation. Nobody had written it down, it lived in the body. Transgression meant subversion, and subversion was somehow already emancipation. So, break the rule, jam the signal, fake the press release, alter the billboard, leak the file, say the indecent thing, do something to a machine that makes the manufacturer reach for warranty conditions. The other side had the institutions, the police, the bishops, the television stations, and all the nice furniture. We had photocopiers. So, I was reading cyberpunk stories and books before I found punk itself. Looking westward from Austria, from my small town, at hacking, underground publishing, science fiction, spectacular cultural waste. Its official culture was a badly heated waiting room, and counterculture had at least found the service door of that waiting room. The mistake was to believe that the service corridor necessarily led somewhere better. So, a relationship to a norm, a relationship to a system, a relationship to power, those three can overlap. They often have. They are not necessarily merit. You can violate a norm and make the hierarchy stronger. You can subvert a democratic institution because you want something far uglier in its place. You can attack bourgeois respectability because you want sexual liberation, or because you think liberal democracy has allowed women, minorities, and some obedient men to become much too visible. You can be anti-establishment and authoritarian at the same time. Once you notice this, a great deal of contemporary politics stops looking contradictory and starts looking merely unpleasant. A technique is not a political subject. Irony doesn't vote. Anonymity has no conscience. Trolling does not ask for your party card. Transgression has no ideological checksum. Counterculture has always known that rebellion can be eaten by the things it attacks. Punk became fashion. Graffiti became advertising. A style that once communicated danger survives as the typeface on a vodka campaign. The Situationists had a good word for one version of this: recuperation. But even that story contains a little vanity, because it imagines authentic rebellion appearing first, after which capitalism comes running from behind with a little butterfly net trying to catch it. Thomas Frank's 1997 book, The Conquest of Cool, an interpretation of American advertising and business culture in the 1960s, complicates that sequence a bit. Parts of the advertising world were themselves rebelling against conformity and gray bureaucracy, discovering youth, creativity, and authenticity as useful values. The rebel and the ad man were not always separated by a clean wall. Sometimes they were already stealing cigarettes from the same pack. Silicon Valley later turned this convergence into theology. Disrupt, break things, destroy bureaucracy, think different, haha, and put a beanbag in the office and somehow make labor organizing sound conservative. Recuperation is therefore real, but today it is almost charmingly slow. It assumes the system waits until after the rebellion. The contemporary market can give you an account before you even begin. This brings me to influencer culture. Influencers are not uniquely terrible people, although I know a couple of really terrible ones. Some are, but so are dentists. What interests me is the economic form. If millions of people are talking at the same time, why should anyone listen to you? You need distinction. You need intimacy. You need the impression that you know something which cannot be obtained through the normie channels. Dissidence is very good at producing all three. The mainstream media will not tell you this. Your doctor does not understand this. Academia is terrified of this conversation. The experts have been captured. They are trying to silence me. This video may disappear. And now a quick word from our sponsor, NordVPN. A fucking bad joke. Okay, there we go. The professional dissident may be sincerely oppositional, cynically entrepreneurial, heroically incorrect, magnificently wrong, or all four before lunch. But the outsider position is also part of the product. Outrage creates retention. Persecution authenticates the brand. If yesterday's forbidden truth becomes boring, another one has to be found behind it. All the movements had egos and money and celebrities and internal wars worthy of Wagner. Da 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 da! Still, there is a difference between having a cause and needing an audience. And having an audience that wakes up every morning expecting another cause. One starts with a conflict in the world. The other can start with analytics. This is also why I would separate that machinery from someone like Joey Skaggs. Anyone knows Joey Skaggs? Joey Skaggs is just like a famous prankster, and that's pretty much all he does. His media pranks use deception, sometimes elaborate deception, but the revelation matters. The audience eventually has to walk backward through the machinery and ask why the thing was even believable. That suggests a distinction I find very useful, not as a universal taxonomy, just as a tool. Deception, revelation, reflection, deception and ambiguity, reinforcement, persistence. A prank can survive its own autopsy. Propaganda prefers not to die on the autopsy table. Rebecca Lewis's 2018 Data and Society report called Alternative Influence, broadcasting the reactionary right on YouTube, showed how reactionary political creators used familiar influencer practices, collaboration, cross-promotion, personality, intimacy, so that trust could travel between people and, with it, politics. A person who has been useful or funny to you for 3 years does not introduce a guest into an empty room. The guest arrives carrying borrowed trust. That infrastructure did not create reactionary politics, of course, but it gave reactionary politics a very efficient social form. People called the alt-right a counterculture. which is understandable if one looks at the surface. There is taboo breaking, anonymous collaboration, DIY media, obscenity, memes, of course, distrust of official culture, mockery of liberal respectability, trolling, remixing, the peculiar erotic charge of being banned, and above all, the delicious feeling that the normies do not understand the joke. To somebody who grew up around punk, hacker culture, underground publishing, Discordianism, communication guerrilla, and various avant-gardes that had spent a century annoying respectable people, that toolkit looked familiar enough to be insulting. They stole our tools! I used to like this sentence. Now I think it gives us too much ownership and them too much originality. Nobody owned the tools. Irony was not licensed to the left. Anonymous speech does not contain a hidden emancipatory vitamin. The taboo itself does not care why you are breaking it. What happened looks more like a fork. The political material is often ancient. Misogyny did not require broadband, and racial hierarchy does not become innovative because it arrives as a JPEG of a fucking frog. The packaging and the tempo changed. Old sewage found excellent new pipes. Same exploit, different payload. Irony is particularly useful because it does several jobs without filing separate invoices. It builds an in-group. If you understand the joke, you belong. It produces rank. If you're offended, perhaps you are simply too stupid to understand it. It creates plausible deniability. The statement can retreat into comedy. The moment the room becomes dangerous, it recruits distributors because furious opponents often circulate the material more effectively than admirers, and it lets you probe the room. So say the thing halfway, and then you watch. Who laughs? Who flinches? Who repeats it? Who says, finally? Who asks you to go even further? Then decide how sincere you were about the thing that you said. Someone, for example, says something racist. You object. Oh, Jesus Christ, it's just a joke. Another person agrees with the racist statement. Finally, somebody gets it. Sincerity is allocated after the response arrives. Of course, sometimes an awful joke is simply an awful joke. Teenagers provoke anonymous boards, produce material of breathtaking bad taste, because breathtaking bad taste can be funny. And anyone who decodes every dick joke as a fascist manifesto will soon become both politically useless and unbearable at parties. That uncertainty is precisely the useful part. If everybody knew whether the statement was serious, half the mechanism would disappear. Irony can function as a transport layer, carrying material across a boundary while everybody is still arguing about the mime type. So here's my model. And before somebody opens an issue on GitHub, no, this is not supposed to be a MITRE attack. Politics is not cybersecurity. People are not endpoints. Society does not have a root password. Metaphors are useful servants and terrible sovereigns. And a political theory that begins treating human beings as machines usually ends by treating them much worse than machines. But hacker vocabulary can help us describe motion, how a narrative finds a weakness, enters, gains status, remains, travels, bless you, disguises itself, and finally gets executed by people or institutions that did not write it. So, reconnaissance, error, initial access, error, privilege escalation, error, persistence, error, lateral movement, error, obfuscation, error, mainstream execution, and finally, reconnaissance. Again. So, the first thing to find is the vulnerability, and vulnerability does not mean stupidity. Very often, the bug is real. You lost your job, you cannot afford rent, you're lonely, you are 17 and every explanation of relationships sounds like pornography or a compliance seminar. Your government lied. Your university really is a grotesque, fucked up bureaucracy. You have experienced class contempt. You watched weapons manufacturers wrap themselves in pride branding and wondered whether language itself had suffered a small workplace accident. A grievance does not become imaginary because somebody terrible can exploit it. One of the great gifts institutions occasionally give their enemies is to deny the bug because they dislike the person reporting it. The first person who asks, "No, you are not crazy. There really is something wrong here," has acquired trust before the explanation even begins. The explanation does not arrive wearing jackboots. That would be poor interface design. It may arrive as fitness advice, dating advice, gaming culture, a funny video, a legitimate complaint about hypocrisy, a discussion of addiction, or the first person who seems to take your humiliation seriously. One computational study by Chloe Perry and Simon DiDio of Reddit's Red Pill community observed that newcomers were often attracted by diet, exercise, addiction, and other forms of behavioral self-help, while explanatory material, especially explanations involving status hierarchies, was associated with much longer engagement. I love this finding because it is less about ideology than appetite. People do not only want advice, we want models. We want the small pain connected to the large machine. You arrive because you would like to lose 10 kilograms, which is 20 pounds. You stay because someone explains women, biology, capitalism, Hollywood, your father, and the fall of Rome with one diagram. That is a hell of an upgrade, yeah? Then comes one of the oldest pleasures in knowledge. Not merely knowing something, but knowing that the others do not know it. Red pilling offers epistemic privilege escalation. A moment ago, you were confused. Now the confusion itself has become evidence that somebody had hidden the system from you. Events stop being events and become signs. The official explanation is a user interface for children. Behind it lives the real machine. You have root. Once knowledge becomes status, disagreement itself turns into evidence. Normie, NPC, captured, asleep, paid, woke, whatever the local theology requires. The firewall has moved from the argument to the person. At some point, the narrative stops explaining a particular event and becomes an operating environment. The newspaper denies it? Of course. The courts reject it? Captured. Scientists disagree? Funding. There is no evidence? Look how well they hid it. There is evidence? We told you! A great conspiracy theory has superb patch management. The bug report is incorporated into the next release. Individual claims can collapse without taking the architecture with them. What persists is not necessarily the story, but the habit of interpretation. And once you have a world model, it travels. Fitness becomes masculinity, becomes gender, becomes politics. Gaming becomes censorship, becomes culture war. Wellness becomes institutional distrust, becomes conspiracy. Here, I prefer the messy evidence to the wonderfully cinematic story in which YouTube takes an innocent viewer by the hand and 27 recommendations later deposits him in a bunker in Idaho. The evidence is mixed, and platform effects are not the same thing as a fully automated radicalization pipeline. Some research finds little support for a simple sequential conveyor belt into the far-right material. Other studies suggest that recommenders can reinforce ideologically congenial exposure among users already moving in that political direction. Meanwhile, this is an inside joke. The decidedly non-magical mechanisms of human culture continue to function perfectly well. Communities overlap. Creators visit one another. Audiences migrate. Someone who taught you useful things about squats gradually acquires the right to explain feminism, immigration, and the Bronze Age. The algorithm can facilitate that movement, but if the algorithm becomes an invisible demon explaining everything, we have built ourselves a conspiracy theory with better UX. Now add irony, dog whistles, insider slang, ugly images, references nested inside references, and the magnificent universal solvent of internet accountability. It's just shitposting! Sometimes it really is just shitposting. That is the point. Ambiguity is not a defect in the mechanism. Ambiguity is the material from which the mechanism is built. Perfect camouflage does not look like camouflage. It looks like ordinary traffic. And sometimes the strangest part happens. The target runs the code. A fringe community coins a phrase. An influencer uses it. Another influencer condemns it. A journalist writes about the fight. Television explains the phrase to millions of people who have never heard about it. A politician reacts to television. The phrase may have crossed the border with considerable assistance from the people who wanted to stop it. Criticism can also be distribution, and under some conditions, outrage coverage becomes unpaid amplification. Context and framing obviously matter. Hostile attention does not magically persuade everyone who encounters it. But attention is still a resource. And people engaged in media manipulation have learned to make their opponents send it for them. Don't feed the trolls was never quite enough. Sometimes the troll does not want food. Sometimes the troll wants you to become DoorDash. Now I have to put my own hands on the table. It would be wonderfully convenient to spend 40 minutes describing manipulation as a problem and then imply that Monochrome spent 30 years making tasteful ceramic bowls. We did not. We lied. We invented people. We impersonated institutions. We made fake information. We manipulated press logic. We exploited the little rituals by which credibility is distributed. That was not collateral damage. It was the method. One of our most elaborate examples was an Austrian artist called Georg Paul Thomann, who had a career, a biography, a reputation, and eventually enough institutional sediment around him that in 2002 he could appear as Austria's official representative at one of the biggest art shows in the world, the São Paulo Biennial. There was only one technical problem with Thomann: he did not exist. We had constructed him collectively, layer by layer. Expect our archaeology consisted largely of paperwork, stories, and references, and institutions recognizing the shape of something they already knew how to recognize. Whether a journalist can be fooled is not the interesting question. Journalists are human, and proving that humans can be fooled is not exactly CERN, and I mean the Swiss guys. The question was what had to happen before the phrase "an artist exists" became institutionally executable. Would that be a body of work, a biography, a citation, a catalog, a photograph, like national representation? What is it? What makes an artist exist? The right people already speaking about you in the past tense? I don't know. At what point does enough metadata become ontology? Thomann was context hacking because the system was not attacked from outside. We fed it the kind of reality it knew how to digest. But eventually, the intervention had to become readable as an intervention. The revelation was part of the work. That produces another distinction I find useful. The discovery of the hack belongs to the operation. The operation succeeds by becoming ordinary reality. A revelatory hack can survive, as I mentioned before, autopsy. It may even require it. Persistent propaganda would generally prefer not to end with the audience admiring the elegance of the manipulation the public had to suffer through. Unfortunately, revelation is not a moral disinfectant. Suppose I build a convincing media fake and later expose it. One person may learn this newsroom had a specific vulnerability. Now I understand how authority was manufactured. Another person may learn that all newspapers lie. Suppose I fake academic authority to show that academic authority is socially produced. One person learns that institutions should be transparent and accountable, and another concludes there is no legitimate knowledge. You cannot stand beside every member of an audience with a small little hammer and tap the correct interpretation into place. We were very good at specific mistrust. The moment when a neutral-looking institution exposed its politics, when the gatekeeper certified the absurd object because the absurd object knew the handshake. But what happens when enough seams are displayed that the audience stops distinguishing between a badly sewn coat and the impossibility of clothing? Mistrust this system, mistrust all systems. Context hacking at its best distributes the ability to inspect, open the box, understand the protocol, find out who wrote it and whose interests disappeared into the settings menu. Conspiratorial authoritarianism can use the same language of distrust while moving in the opposite direction. Every institution is corrupt, every expert bought, every source compromised, until the only safe place left is the person explaining it to you. One wants more people able to read the code, the other wants one sysadmin, and you know who that is. And this is where I think the media environment has changed most profoundly in recent years. The classical culture jam imagines a smooth surface and an interruption in that surface. The billboard changes. The corporate voice is impersonated, like the Yes Men did, for example. Something strange appears where order expected repetition. But what if the surface itself is hungry for interruption? Conflict, engagement, shock, retention, outrage, push notification, taboo, trending. The old context hacker stands there proudly with a spray can and says, "Look, I violated the code." And the platform says, "Thank you for the contribution." The old nightmare was recuperation. Eventually, the rebellion gets digested and sold back to you. Now, the infrastructure can precede the rebellion. The podcast can exist before the ideology, the Substack before the persecution, the merge before the movement, the affiliate code before the manifesto. Call it pre-recuperation, if you like. Resistance is available as software as service. Sincerity is no longer explaining much. A rebellion can be sincere and profitable at the same time. And the system has learned to metabolize opposition without necessarily neutralizing it. Sometimes it prefers the opposition alive and furious and posting. So the Edgelord International is not an organization. There is no headquarters, unless Peter Thiel has become more theatrical than I thought. There is no membership card and probably no central committee wearing pepper pins. It is a transnational political style. Taboo and irony, plausible deniability, anti-mainstream identity, subcultural literacy, and the pleasure of breaking consensus. Its basic discovery is old. Taboo breaking produces energy. The political question is what gets connected to it. You can attack prudish sexual morality because you want liberation, or the taboo against racial hierarchy because you want racial hierarchy. You can hate bureaucracy because you want participation, or because you want one strong man who can finally ignore procedure. And a lot of Americans like that at the moment. One source of the contemporary right's cultural effectiveness has been its ability to dress hierarchy as rebellion. Nobody wants to experience themselves as Principal Skinner, if you understand my Simpsons lingo. Everybody wants to be Bart Simpson, especially Principal Skinner. Memes matter here, especially because they are cheap, they are mutable cultural packets. They compress references, signal belonging, invite participation, and allow politics to pass through the nervous system as mere play. They do not have to persuade you in the ordinary sense. Sometimes it is enough to change the emotional status of an idea. Yesterday, unsayable, today a joke. Tomorrow a joke people are strangely defensive about. Next week, a serious point that apparently deserves discussion. This resembles the meta-political strategy popularized by the Nouvelle Droite, so the new right from the 1970s onward. Changing the culture environment so that later political outcomes become more possible. The meme is well suited to this because it mutates in public. Sometimes someone makes it uglier, someone makes it more clever, someone parodies it, someone misunderstands the parody and sincerely adopts this misunderstanding. Politics develops version control problems. 6 months later, a senator says it on television. Not old-fashioned centralized propaganda, evolutionary propaganda with shitposting. And then, because history has a sense of humor, we built generative AI. AI did not invent propaganda. It did not invent impersonation, fake images, political persuasion, or bullshit. Humans reached extremely competitive bullshit benchmarks with wet biological hardware. What changes is the price of variation. AI doesn't invent the exploit. It industrializes fuzzing. So I could even call that, as a metaphor, narrative fuzzing. Generate 1,000 versions, angry, reassuring, academic, intimate. Make one sound like a worried father, another one like a disappointed feminist, another one like a former leftist who has seen things. Translate it, localize it, make audio, make video, change age, accent, emotional temperature. Try fear and try humor and try nostalgia and try concern. Try, I am just asking questions. which packet consists. Crosses, which packet crosses, which packet consists of the right message for that audience that you are accidentally reaching, which formulation sticks. We know language models can rapidly produce politically persuasive material, and they make variation and translation and localization and sheer volume extraordinarily cheap. The evidence that individual level personalization adds some uniquely dramatic persuasive power is much more mixed. But you do not need mind control when you can cheaply generate tests and circulate 1,000 rhetorical variants. There's just a lot of computing power out of there, and you can just like try things, you know? And they do. Industrialization is usually more boring than magic. The sewing machine did not invent shirts either. The attack surface is familiar, the packet factory just got larger. So is subversion dead? No, that would be ridiculous and financially disastrous for me. So systems still contradict themselves, institutions still hide power behind interfaces, and there are secrets worth leaking, rules worth breaking, corporations worth humiliating, and Nazis worth making profoundly uncomfortable. The difficult question comes afterward. What happens to power? Who gained access? Did mistrust become understanding or identity? Did irony expose authority or give it a fireproof suit? Did the fake reveal how reality is constructed or merely suggest that reality does not exist? These questions are irritatingly contextual, and I suppose that is karmic. Our old context hacking text already insisted that hacker culture itself must be hacked because hacker scene is not outside society. It has its hierarchies, fetishes, exclusions, comfortable forms of ignorance, and that wonderful nerdish combination of inferiority complex and secret conviction that everybody else is an idiot. I know this creature intimately. I am this creature. So the method has to turn around. So I missed it. I am that creature. So why did we associate taboo breaking with progressive politics? Why assume a media deception would create media literacy rather than generalized cynicism? What did mainstream mean in 1995? And what does it mean when a podcast rivals a newspaper and a private joke can become a global template before lunch? What is underground culture when the underground has excellent Wi-Fi? What is recuperation when rebellion arrives pre-linked to a shop? What is a media prank when millions already suspect that everything is fake? There is no shame in discovering that your old theory needs work. A theory that cannot be hacked is merely an institution with nicer topography. So the most obvious response to weaponizing ambiguity is to become the police officer of reality. Or ban the joke, ban anonymity, ban fake identities, label everything, trust institutions, listen to experts, create a ministry of context staffed by people who have graduate degrees and excellent intentions. Well, I would rather not. If the Edgelord International convinces us that irony itself belongs to reactionaries, they have successfully stolen something after all. And blind institutional trust is no cure for conspiracism. Governments lie, we know that. Journalists screw up, of course. Universities reproduce the class system they explain in their fucking seminars. Hackerspaces discover the ancient pleasure of gatekeeping. The answer cannot be stop hacking and trust the sysadmin. But better hacking is too cute if it only means better messaging. Don't patch the joke, patch the exploit chain. If the initial access point is loneliness, a content filter does not patch loneliness. If the vulnerability is an economic humiliation, a fact check does not patch economic humiliation. If someone's status comes from forbidden knowledge, shouting misinformation may sound like a compliment. If outrage reporting supplies distribution, moral panic can become an ad buy. If a conspiracy is an entire explanatory environment, correcting 3 facts is like changing 3 desktop icons. It doesn't work anything. It doesn't change the operating system. And if friends, jokes, status, and daily routine all live inside the political world, you want someone to leave. Your beautifully researched PDF is asking them to uninstall their social life. That is infrastructure, not merely content. Defense therefore needs institutions worth trusting, social spaces worth joining, material politics, journalism capable of refusing amplification, and explanations of a frightening world that do not pretend that it is simple. It also needs humor, a democracy that can defend itself only in the tone of mandatory workplace training is already in trouble. There is one further problem, and it lives very close to context hacking itself. The method begins with an insight I still consider correct. Cultural reality is constructed through symbols, institutions, habits, technologies, and so on and so on. It therefore has history. It can be inspected. It can be changed. But constructed is one of those words that has suffered badly in public. Reality is socially constructed. Then, by a small disastrous staircase, reality is arbitrary. Nothing is true. Everybody is manipulating. My story is as good as yours. And now we have no longer been doing critique. We are standing in an epistemological parking lot at 3 in the morning, holding half a kebab and wondering where the car went. Reality being mediated does not make the world unreal. Power shaping knowledge does not make knowledge impossible. Journalists making mistakes does not make journalism identical to propaganda. A bug in the operating system does not prove there is no operating system. Authoritarianism does not always need one magnificent lie. Exhaustion can be enough. If every source is compromised, every image fake, and every claim merely another narrative, eventually nobody expects truth from power either. Universal belief is difficult. Universal cynicism is even cheaper. So I do not want to abandon contact hacking, quite the opposite. I think its original intuition is more useful than ever, provided we stop congratulating ourselves merely for finding exploits. The goal was never to destroy consensus reality for sport. It was to get close enough to its machinery to ask who writes it, what is being written, which interests are compiled into it, who has permission, who appears only as data, and who is kept permanently outside the interface. The edgelords understood that contexts get hacked and can be hacked. Good for them. They understood that identities can be spoofed and attention can be manipulated, irony used as armor, institutions tricked into amplifying attacks against themselves, and that human beings derive enormous pleasure from knowing the secret thing the normies do not know. They understood the exploit. What they did not solve, what no exploit can solve, is the political question. Once you have root, what exactly are you planning to do with it? Subversion is a method. Emancipation is a choice. Or, in terms appropriate for this room, stay subversive, just check who got root. Thank you very much. And of course, as my grandfather always used to say, after you die, they have to kill your mouth separately. So I was a little bit too long, but maybe like one question or something? One question. I'm so sorry, but I will be outside joining you for Club Mate or beer or something like that. And then we can do indecent things. Okay.
If you'd like to ask a question, quickly run to the microphone and ask it.
Oh my God. Oh, no.
Okay, we're just gonna go ahead and forego the questions. Grab him in the hallway. Let's give a great round of applause for Johannes. Thank you so much. That was an excellent talk. It's very, very much to think about. We appreciate that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah. I actually brought a couple of like weird art prints if you want to check them out. But I'll see you outside and let's do the nasty stuff. Good luck. Oh, hi. Hello. Hi. Hi, how are you all doing this afternoon? Really? Okay, come on. I know it's Sunday afternoon, but like tomorrow gets to be a boring day. Today, like you're still sat amongst your fellow hackers. Let's bring some hype. Somebody wooed. There we go. Right, I'm British. I don't woo, but I appreciate you all doing it on my behalf. So we now have an incredible talk here from John Huntington. Just before I hand over to John, some quick housekeeping. Just a reminder that Hope is a completely volunteer-run event. We still need volunteers today to help with teardown, and we absolutely need volunteers who are interested in helping get ready for next year. So please, if you love being at this event, consider helping out to make it even better next year. At the end of this talk, I'll be here to facilitate questions. If you're listening online, you can ask them in the chat, and I will get to them, and we'll alternate between in-room questions and online questions. Without further ado, please put your hands together for John.
Thank you. Great. So thanks very much for the nice introduction. I was going to shout on you, but being a show technology guy, shout out to the audio, video, and lighting volunteers who've been busting their ass for previous, of course, for load-in and for the last 3 days. So congratulations to all you guys. Thank you. Guys, I shouldn't say guys, all you people. Okay, so this talk is, when I submitted it, I called it Show Network Security at Time of Major Transition, and then I had foot surgery, and I spent a lot of time stuck at home, and I took a Security Plus training and all this crazy stuff, and then I added the question mark to it. So I'll talk more about that as we go through. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Show Network's application and evolution, current entertainment system security practices, and then this crazy thing called the CRA. Just a show of hands, how many people have heard of the CRA? You're not allowed to raise your hand, but wow, okay, about 2. It's fascinating. So I only heard about it because I'm involved in this thing called ESTA, which I'll talk more about in a little bit. So we'll talk about a few possible solutions for compliance, and then where do we go from here, and I hope I get through the time for questions. And I have one copy of each of my books, and Jim, who's around here somewhere, oh, Jim's over here, he's handing out raffle tickets, so grab one of those, and at the end, I'm gonna pull 2 names out of the magic Ziploc bag over there, or 2 numbers, sorry. I often do this when I give away a book, I just have people give me a business card or something, and one time at a theater conference, this kid actually gave me his license, which wasn't a great idea, but I did give it back. So where are show networks used? Of course, concerts, theater, performing arts, AV installations, that's a little more, it's sort of a related area, but slightly different. Museums, hacker conferences, immersive attractions, location-based entertainment, theme parks, all over the place. And I'm just curious, anybody didn't think that a network's behind a concert? Is that new to anybody? In this room, I think most people should know. A lot of people are surprised, I think, to find that out. So I wrote these 2 books I just talked about. I had the original book back in the mid-1990s, and then I've retired that, and I have these 2, which I self-published. I actually did a talk here 5 or 6 years ago about self-publishing, and then about how Amazon screwed me self-publishing. So you can look all that up. It was interesting, but it's been a good thing. I'm a retired professor from City Tech across the river in Brooklyn. I was there 24 years. I can't believe it. A local one stagehand. I'm not allowed to mention that in a non-union venue. Just kidding. Sit on the one of the subject matter experts for the ESTA ETCP, which is a certification test that we have, which is very interesting. I've done a little bit of everything since 1985. It's my 13th Hope Conference and my 9th talk. So. And just quick show of hands, how many people here work in entertainment technology? And of course, everybody over here. A few lighting, sound, any sound people? Video, scenery. Any networking people here? Okay, any cybersecurity people? Okay, yeah, you probably know more about me than this. So my perspective on this is as an end user, that's my sort of target audience for my books. I've done a lot of stuff over the years, but that's sort of where I spend my time is explaining. Next week, I'm teaching my introduction to show networking class down in a very interesting theater down in Baltimore. So this is a high-level overview I am assuming a little bit of networking knowledge in here as I go through things. And this is a very fluid situation, so we can kind of really only outline it at this point. So just to get started, I'm just going to do a quick overview of how we use show networks and control technologies and how that evolved over the years. So in lighting, DMX 512, that's an old school serial protocol. That's what's being used here to go from the console up to the lights. That's not a network. It's a point-to-point electrical interface. It's old RS-485 serial. That's what we really started with in the first era of sort of digital control in our world. Eventually, that got ported onto the network. Sorry for popping the mic here. There's two primary ways to do that. ArtNet was the first one, and then the open standard one is streaming ACN. Those are both layer 3, if you know about networking. Streaming ACN uses a lot of multicasting. Actually just did a couple posts on my website about multicasting. I wrote like 5,000 words on it, and this is all for the future book edition, and I made a video if you're interested in that stuff. RDM, which is a way to talk back between the fixtures, that's also on the network as well now. Sound, most modern audio systems, when I did sneak and look at the back of this board, I did see a couple Dante ports coming out of there, it looked like, are using networking off-the-shelf Ethernet as low latency distribution for audio and video. The proprietary solution is Dante. So if you pry open that sound console, you'll see a little red card in there made by an Australian company called Audinate. We'll come back to that a little bit later, but there's an open standard that some of the big speaker manufacturers use. That's a layer 2 solution that's going to come into play when we talk about networking. Video, most larger systems now are using some kind of network-based system for distributing, again, low latency video. SMPTE 2110 is sort of the big protocol in the world now that comes out of the broadcast market. But now, like, that's what the Sphere runs internally, and I think externally as well on the outside of the Sphere. That uses PTP for sync, which gets really complicated. SDVOE is around in that world as well. Going to come back to all these a little bit. And then NDI is used a lot in sort of like streaming, a lot of, streaming setups use that. Scenery and show action equipment. I haven't talked this much in a while. I'll use this stuff. So this is a interface box from the haunted house we used to do for many years. Actually, I did a Hope talk about that as well. That's running a system called Beckoff inside it. Actually, Jim helped me select this. I used to work in the theme park world. Most of these are proprietary, but there's a few open standards in this world like Modbus and EtherCAT. So that kind of stuff's out there. Try not to spill water on my laptop. Show control is what we use to connect systems together. So MIDI, that's sort of the early one. MIDI show control, those are from again, kind of similar era to DMX. It's slightly different electrically. It's a current loop instead of a voltage loop, but it's a point-to-point non-network system. And then what happens is, this is the way these standards evolve, is that we kind of pried off the meaning of the bits and put it onto a new physical transport layer like networking. So MIDI is still around. Sadly, there's never really one standard for this thing. The RTP MIDI is probably the most popular. There was never sort of a formal transition on the network. What happened instead is a lot of MIDI just went USB straight from a keyboard into that, or internal into a computer. Still, MIDI was designed for musical notes on a keyboard. It works very well for that. Not so great these days for some other things. It's still around. It's running Broadway shows over here, 10 blocks away. MIDI show control is. Open sound control, this has been around also about that same year in the 90s. That now is really the dominant inter-system connection standard. And that you can run over TCP or UDP. I have a lot of problems with OSC, but it is really the dominant protocol these days. If you're going to connect between sound and lighting, video and audio, that kind of stuff. If the low-level details are kind of cumbersome, but if you get some system package that up for you, then it's very easy to use. Still using a lot of just old-school ASCII, and then SMPTE and MIDI timecode. These are the SMPTEs. Actually, we can trace back even to the '60s, but that you might be surprised how many concerts are running track underneath them, and that means once you have that everything is locked to time, then you just pre-program the lights to that because the song's going to be this, or the video or whatever you're doing. The song's going to be the same every time, so you might as well pre-program the cues that way. That's used quite a bit There's not really, there's a bunch of ways to send it over the network, which means there is no real standard. So current entertainment system security practices, so the threats that we have, excuse me, threat actors, to use a sort of security parlance here, they could disrupt the show, cause economic damage. Really, I mean, it is conceivable. You could come up with some scenarios where somebody could attack a system and injure somebody, performer, crew, audience members. However, we've had this for decades that any dangerous system should have downstream safety systems. So this comes out of I talk a lot about that in my show control book, the idea of enabling, like in a theme park, if you're having big explosions or whatever, even if you're pre-programmed that and time it very precisely, none of it should ever be allowed to operate unless somebody's holding a button down, it's looking for an on-off transition, that kind of stuff. E-stops, all these things. So that's already in our culture. So that should be, if you get in and mess around with a system, you really shouldn't be able to do anything that hurts anybody if they're following sort of best practices in our industry. So if you want to disrupt a show, it's probably a lot easier to do it other ways. So this just happened up at Yankee Stadium a month or so ago. A bunch of people rushed the front gates, and they ended up having to hold the show by 3 or 4 hours. And it wasn't a huge group that did it. I don't think that wasn't like a terrorism attack or anything. They just rushed the gates trying to get in. And then by the time they sorted that out, they delayed everything by like 4 hours. And I'm sure my local one stagehand friends working that made a lot of overtime, because that pushes the show start, the loadout, everything on that. But that's, if you want to disrupt the system, you can just get 10 people and bum rush the gates, right? Or sorry, not the system. You want to disrupt the show. And then of course, in much more tragic, there was a shooting in Las Vegas at this country concert a few years ago, and that was just one guy with a rifle. So I'm just sort of thinking about like security threats to a show. Those are horrendous. But if you get in and mess with the lights, it's just, it's not great, but are you gonna, you shouldn't be able to hurt anybody through that. Or if you really wanted, you could get in and attack the system downstream. I just saw a picture from DEF CON where they had the video server in a Faraday cage. Just people were like trying to get into it and mess with it, so that obviously is an extreme environment. But if you wanted to mess with the show, it'd be easier to get in downstream to do it. I should say, all these things, there are related AV applications that do have really significant security concerns. So we use a lot of the same stuff that they use in like corporate boardrooms and things like that, hospitals where you have privacy concerns, all these things where that can travel over networks using the same tools that we do, like Dante and things like that. Obviously, in that world, they have encryption. Dante is one of the few things that we have that has built-in encryption, or you can turn it on. It's not on by default. So there is a related world where there are significant sort of cyber threats and that kind of thing, and really bad outcomes out of that stuff. I'm sort of talking more about live show production because that's really my world. So current networks, security packages, I don't know if you can see that, but I was out storm chasing and I was in room 215 and very tired trying to get into this Hampton Inn somewhere in Nebraska or something. So security through obscurity is obviously a big part of our world. We're not that well known, in terms of, most of our technologies are very public, but it's not that well known that, how you can get in to do this stuff. It's a kind of a weird little, sort of like hacking. It's sort of a weird niche little industry. Physical security, though, in a lot of cases, this can be dismissed as ineffective. And if you notice out here, there's like a Ethernet switch in the hallway just sitting out there, which is, I didn't try to plug into it, but maybe that's a trap being here, I don't know. But we already have in our world really serious physical security with a backstage culture. Like we have that, it's built into our world already. If you go to a big concert, the front of house already has security where most of the control equipment is. The backstage, where the artists are, they already have security. I'm sure you've seen, there's video like how did Taylor Swift get on stage in her show. They actually put her in a fake janitor's closet and like rolled her out underneath, and so she's in there. Kind of similar to what Trump did the other day. But I think the biggest risk, and this is true in sort of standard cybersecurity, is the inside threat actors are probably the biggest thing we have to worry about. We were doing a little show at school, and the house lights came on in the middle of the show. I'm like, what the? And what happened, we had a student who didn't last very long there who thought that was really funny to turn the house lights on in the middle of the show. So obviously he already had access control, all those things. Like that's usually going to be your, I think in a lot of security practices, going to be your big threat. One thing though that's very different about our world than sort of conventional, a bank or something like that, where they have to take serious security very seriously. I heard another talk today where a guy was talking about he used to work at a bank and they had to get like the Sun OS source code in order to know that there wasn't anything embedded in there, which is pretty thorough security practice. In our world, I mean, again, there's risks, there's things that could happen, but we build pretty strange networks that are very segmented and often typically by department. So on a bigger show, like, often the equipment will come out of different shops. So sound will come out of this shop, they'll use this brand of switches, lighting will come out of this shop, they'll use this, video uses these, they're not connected at all. And each one is only carrying very specific types of traffic. So the lighting network's carrying lighting data, the sound network's carrying sound, video's carrying video, automation's carrying automation, whatever it's doing. We don't really have this issue of like you're in a skyscraper in Midtown and you have all the departments on the same network and you have to really tightly control that, sort of traffic segmentation. And we're very similar to the sort of industrial control market. We kind of came out of it from that world more than anything else. Now we're kind of big enough that we have products that are made just for us. But we're kind of we're more in common with the industrial control and the SCADA, which is supervisory control and data acquisition, I think. We're much more in common with that world than we are with sort of standard IT stuff, although we use a lot of the same thing. Like wastewater treatment plants, which have been in the news lately. Why those are online, I have no idea. Obviously, I'm jumping ahead, but in our world, if we connect online, it's usually for monitoring it and you don't have access to control it. So most of our networks, I would say, I don't know, there's no data on this, but I'll make up a number, 90% are not connected to the internet at all. I think that's a good thing. I'd say the vast majority of our networks on all kinds of shows don't even have a router. We do a lot of crazy layer 2 stuff. I once took the Cisco CCNA and the instructor was very good. I was talking about small and large networks. I'm like, what's a small network to? And I think he said, this is a long time ago, I think he said less than 100 routers or something like that. And I'm like, our show's systems mostly have 0 routers. So we're in a different, we're getting a little bit into that now, but pretty minimal. Wi-Fi, we do a lot of wireless DMX stuff. That's actually in the same range as Wi-Fi, but it's not Wi-Fi. It's a whole other, uses the spread spectrum stuff, but it's different from that. And our best practice generally is, nothing show critical should go on Wi-Fi ever for any reason unless you have no other choice. You have a spinning platform that's actually wrote some code for the Radio City Christmas Spectacular bus that comes on, and we use a train locomotive remote control. And they actually, you're like, why do you have to control a train remotely? And now when I was storm chasing, you see in Nebraska, they have a thing called a humping yard. If you're a geek like me, you go see this. How do you break a train apart? There's a person running around between the cars pulling the pin and they control a locomotive with a joystick. So we use that same technology on the bus. That was a long, long time ago, but still running. It's coming back this year. So that we have been started moving more and more a little bit onto the network. From Security Plus training, I finally found the terminology for this, bastion host or jump box. We just always called it like, oh, it's that machine that sits on both networks. These are typically very restricted. If I was doing this, I would have a machine with 2 physical Ethernet cards, one that's inside, one that's outside. So you really got a problem, you go yank and if you don't need access to during showtime, go unplug the internet, get rid of it. And then often we use that, using some very specific access control system, remote access, very clamped down, very limited. That machine should have nothing else on it, all the basic stuff with that. And on that though, in those systems, at least the way I recommend you do them, like nothing else on the system is directly connected to the internet at all. We don't want a light deciding it wants a firmware update in the middle of the show, right? So you have to manage all that kind of stuff very carefully. And for me, you really got to have a compelling reason to connect your show network to the internet at all. And just because the lighting designer wants to watch the cues from England or whatever, that's not really that compelling. And if you're going to do that, you need to have it very, very, very locked down and limited. So this thing, the CRA came out. This is is the catalyst for change or regulatory catastrophe. So I'm going to relate a lot of my opinions in this stuff. So there's been, the risks to show networks. I have articles that are on my website about how our business really hit some maturity points about 15 years ago, around 2010. And really the establishment of the network really became sort of a mature technology in our world around that time. So we've been exposed, we had security exposure for like 15 years. So there's nothing really new with that, but there has been some regulations have come out and are on the horizon that are making people take this really seriously. And especially this has happened mostly in lighting manufacturers. I'll talk more about that when we get into this stuff. I think though that our industry, and this is after I just didn't read the whole CRA because it's hundreds of pages, but skimming through it, going through it, I think our industry, in my opinion, we're really collateral damage to the larger industry here because there were some really bad actions and inept actions by some big, consumer product companies that did some things. And there was, I think, to me, it's a regulatory, overreaction to those things is why the CRA came out. So there was one before that. California had one in 2020, civil code, and it applied to anything that's connected devices. The big impact to us is that really mandated, like on I just bought a little Netgear switch for home the other day. Just ran some fiber to my second floor. And the first thing you do when you power up, it forces you to change the default password. So that's good practice. I think that's sort of like one of the main reactions to this regulation from 6 years ago. And that, great. I think that's a good thing in general. And then this CRA came out. This thing is an EU regulation. This applies to anything with digital elements. That's everything, right? So you can read this stuff, but I mean, they had some good motivations. They have one of these numbers that I'm very sort of credulous about, like the cybercrime of $5 trillion. Like that's how many countries' GDP is that? Like, some consultant gave him that number. But anyway, obviously, I'm not poo-pooing anything about security. It is a real issue. There are real impacts from this stuff. And the basic idea, though, is that there's vulnerabilities and that the public doesn't understand this stuff, right? They get that, baby monitor and they put it in, and the manufacturer that never forced them to change the default password, and a hacker, very sophisticated threat actor got in by Googling the default password and, getting on open network. So, there was real things to do this. The main objection to this was to create secure products for this. They're really aiming this at manufacturers and create conditions where users can take this into account so you're buying something that is compliant with this. So, I mean, it's good goals, but I think this is like crazy overreaction to. So I didn't read all this stuff. This is one of the few times I used AI, and I disclose it here to summarize this for me. But these ideas, these are all good goals, right? Secure by design, software bill of materials. There was a talk on CRA the other day that got canceled. I was really looking forward to that. But I saw some pushback from the open source community about this. I'd love to hear about that. Everybody knows more about it. Vulnerability handling, secure updates, default security. Can't have a universal default. Have to have set up on first use. A lot of manufacturers, like even that Netgear switch I'm talking about, they're pushing you like, oh, you need our cloud management account. Like, okay, you could bypass that. It's a great article in the ESTA journal about this that came out, and that's where I got this timeline. Very aggressive timeline, so that basically we're, in here, October, we're almost to the point where we're like harmonized standards expected, and then by next year, 100% fully in effect. So if you're a manufacturer of like lighting equipment and you sell into the EU, this is pretty terrifying, right? If you have something that has none of these things built in, because we've just built these things for 40 years, never really had a problem. It wasn't really an issue in the market, but now you're like, oh shit, I got to deal with this, right? So that, I think, that's sort of where this kind of came out of. So here's a compliance example, like a security camera, obviously significant privacy risk, and excuse me. So the manufacturer, to make it CRA compliant, should embrace security by design. They should do that anyway, of course. This thing sits in the internet its entire useful life, right? So it's always connected, it's always exposed. But that also means if you need to do firmware updates, things like that, that's, it's already like that camera, those RealLink cameras, you can directly access them if you want. I think it's RTSP. You can get it directly, but most people are going to buy their cloud service and do that kind of thing. So with that, firmware upgrades, because obviously you could have a security, issue could come up. They can easily roll out a firmware update, straightforward. The things on the net, it's in a proprietary closed service, no problem. So I'm not saying this is zero work for the manufacturer or anything else, but how you make that compliant with CRA is pretty obvious, right? So let's look at a lighting system. So every single device in a lighting system has digital elements, right? But you get a console from one manufacturer, then you get lights from another or several manufacturers all from around the world, some from the EU, some in China, some in the US. They're all connected using DMX, which is not a network, it's a point-to-point serial protocol. The DMX often these days, for anything more than a short run, you're going to go to a DMX gateway, which is connected to a closed network, and then DMX comes out of that for the connection to the fixtures. And then you have some video server in your lighting system that's directly connected through the network. And you have show grade network switches. So this has become, there's 3 or 4 manufacturers that really now are addressing the needs of our industry directly. And they're actually making switches from the board level up that do this stuff. So we're getting away from using some of the, more common known, some of these are in our market, but, you won't see unless you're Disney or somewhere, you're not going to see a lot of enterprise grade stuff in our world because now we have things that are much easier to configure. And the reason for that, we'll get to that in a second, none of this is on the internet at all. And then in our world, that type of system, that was from a concert a friend of mine was working on down in New Jersey a few years ago. But that's set up in a rental shop in a couple of days or a week by somebody that's not an IT expert. They may be an expert sound, lighting, video person, but IT is part of those worlds now, but they're not, some sort of cybersecurity expert in that. So how do you make that compliant? Right? That is not easy. That's very, very complicated. So can we improve our security? Absolutely. We've kind of been very blasé about this for a long time. I think it's kind of good for the industry to sort of wake up and go, oh, okay, we're in a different world now. We really do need to address this stuff. Do we really need, I'm jumping ahead, but yeah, obviously we should improve our access control, authentication. There's some lighting consoles, not this one, that you can actually just log into if you get on the network, and it just gives you root access right into the terminal. And then, no one, there's somebody forwarded me, it's online if you find it, but somebody just found one of these boards, accessed one of these boards and just logged into it and was like, what is this thing? It's like Googling the console and that kind of stuff. That should be eliminated, right? Of course. But there's some readings of the CRA say that you have to encrypt it, right? So why would that be a problem? Well, none of our protocols have any encryption. DMX doesn't have any, RDM doesn't have any. Streaming ACN, which is really the dominant open lighting protocol now, doesn't have any encryption. It's also very extensively used as multicast, which is a real challenge for encryption. Dante, it's actually, I'm researching this talk, I didn't know this was in there, but there is a setting you can go in and turn on. That's because in Dante, which is the audio network, they do a lot of work in that corporate government kind of world where the encryption would be, they might be carrying audio traffic on, mixing with other things in a big corporate network, which is not what we do typically on a show. So in that world, that's something they've had to address long ago. ABB Milan, that's the other audio network. They don't have any encryption, but they're only operating layer 2. So is there a security risk? Yeah, but it's even more sort of, I'd say harder, but it's even more obscure than, obviously you can't route it, do anything like that. NDI for video, it is in there. SDVOE, it's possible. SMPTE 2110 though, which is like the backbone of every broadcast network, like the World Cup was just done in this, there's no encryption in it. Modbus TCP, that's one of the one we use for some automation stuff. That you actually can do it by some higher level stuff. EtherCAT, which is a layer 2 automation protocol, they actually have a white paper going, we don't have to worry about this because we're only running a layer 2. So you can make of that what you want. OSC, there's none. MIDI, none. SMPTE MIDI timecode, none. Right? So it's not just like, oh, we're just going to use this encrypted protocol instead of that one. It's not a trivial thing to change over. So solutions for compliance, there's two. I should just give credit. That's Alcorn McBride down in Florida. So that's their quality control lab. The two solutions to address this problem, one is the ESTA, which is the Entertainment Services and Technology Association. That's an ANSI accredited standards making body. The co-chair of one of the task groups is here today. The Control Protocol Working Group, that's the task group I was talking about. I've sat on that for many years. I don't sit in the task groups because now, like, this protocol stuff is just way beyond me. I'm more interested in the sort of higher level architectural stuff anyway. Architecture, I mean, protocol architecture. That's mostly, there are other people like me. I mean, I've worked for lighting companies, but I'm mostly a sound person. But I'd say that the drivers of that group are primarily lighting manufacturers. They made a task group called, it's BSR E188, Framework for Entertainment Network Cybersecurity and Efficiency, or FENCE. They worked for this for 9 or 10 months, I think, and they put out a protocol which really does, I mean, they did a great job on it. It solves every one of these problems in CRA compliance that we just talked about. Application layer security protocol, it has secure communication, it does provide cryptographic protection, including for this multicast. Again, that's not a trivial thing to do. And then really trying to move this, we have been in our world very this open by default idea for a long time. They're in the more secure by design. And then of course, the other thing for us is that everything you add on, encryption or whatever, is adding latency. In our world, that's a big deal. If you go see a concert, you already see the video is always lagging behind audio anyway. And you start adding some encryption in there, it's going to be even worse. That's usually because of the video wall processors and stuff. That's a whole other story. But so the zero trust architecture, all these things really can work in air gaps. So it's not like ours. Like I said, most of our networks are not connected to the internet anyway. However, they put this out for public review in June, and they got no public comments. Right? This is kind of unusual, and I think it wasn't that you could interpret that no public comments means it was so amazing that we can't make any suggestions. I think in this case is no one knew about it. Like I literally, in June 2026, I was coming back from storm chasing, and I had lunch with a friend of mine in Minneapolis who works on like the biggest networks you can even think of in entertainment. His entire company had not heard about it, right? So that's a problem. It also means their clients are not telling them they need to address this, right? And meanwhile, and the task group chairperson will correct me if I make something wrong here. One of the guys who is the co-chairs of the task group, Wayne Howe, who's also the inventor of ArtNet from 20-something years ago, 30 years ago, he was the co-chair, and he started a new protocol. So he was like, and I can't speak for Wayne, I haven't spoken to him about this, but he spun off another thing called Signet, and they now have, that's just like ArtNet, like they developed it, but anybody can use it. So Signet, the basic idea of this is they're going to do all this stuff, DMX, timecode, all these things, be able to implement on much lighter hardware. And the way they accomplish this is they read the CRA differently, saying that you don't really need encryption on the like low level lighting level data. So I'm saying, well, I'll get to that, I'm jumping ahead. But so by doing that, what they did do though, is added some stuff in there that they did implement authentication. So this means that who's on the network can be recognized and controlled, but the low-level traffic, which in this case right now, like these lights are static, so it's literally just sending out 87%, 87%, 87%, 44 times a second, right? It's just sitting there over and over and over again. That is, can you hack, if you can hack into it, then turn my light off? I don't know, whatever. But getting onto the network, like controlling that, I think that's probably a pretty good thing. They did this thing to onboard in the network for a system this size. They would just go up with a phone or what's it called, NFC, dongle or something, touch the light and say, you're on my network. And they just developed at a Plugfest in the UK, I think it was in the UK, in-band onboarding, meaning that they do a thing where they have a new device comes in, they flash the light and they go, yes, that's on my system in my Trust 17, I'm going to accept it. And they do some things to, the way the keys are handled, like if you could hack into it and get into one of the authentication that they use, they contain it, it's lightweight, all these kind of things. So there's sort of interesting, and I've been somebody that's been studying standards in our market for 40 years now. It's kind of interesting to see how this goes. I'll talk more about that. So where do we go from here? So to me, and I'm aware of this because I sit in the meeting where they report, but I had nothing to do with this protocol. These are brilliant people. A lot of friends of mine really spent a lot of time making this. To me, I'm like, we really have to put this in, and this is from the Staten Island Ferry. I don't know if you can read the bottom, but it's like reboot to update your security problem. So that's embarrassing for the device manufacturer, but even there, that billboard's still working, right? Is this really, do we need to like make our systems so complicated that, we make it impossible to configure and we have to hire an IT specialist on every show? Like, I don't know. So is it worth like really adding all this complexity to our system? And again, anything with life safety absolutely should already have downstream safety and security systems, right? That goes without question, but that's not new to us. We've been doing that 40 years, right? That's already in there. I mean, well, people who are doing it correctly have been doing that for a long time. There's always people doing things they shouldn't be doing. So if you're Disney or Universal or whatever, you have a significant financial threat, right? If I can get in and take down Disney World for a day and do some ransomware or something like that, that's a big deal. But those kind of places are unusual in our world because they do have a unified thing. They already have serious IT. They have their own internal networks for, shows. All this stuff is really complicated. They have IT staff. They're already dealing with this. But to them, that is an existential threat in that world, right? You can easily think of a problem where that could be an enormous, enormous problem. I should mention too, this is in Coney Island, and there's TeamViewer accessible down the bottom. And it used for a while, it had a 10.xxs IP address on it, but you couldn't figure out how to get in it. So our market, though, is weird in that way where we have these big players, so Disney, Universal, Meow Wolf, all these people, they have to address this because this is, that's their business. Thank you. We also are doing shows in county fairs and churches, and are they going to implement this? Are they need to? So I'm sitting on the sidelines with this, but I've watched the standards for a long time, and so I actually had this in my book. It's on my blog now. But I think to me, successful standards are pulled into existence by the market. They fill a clear commercial demand, and usually that means that there's some kind of chaos already in the market. So DMX, which is the lighting protocol we talked about, it was one of my old bosses, on 11th Avenue here in Manhattan. He would buy console from this company and dimmers from that, and they wouldn't be able to talk to each other. So being him, he's like, you bastards are going to make this stuff talk, or I'm not buying anything from anybody. And they literally sat in a hotel room on a weekend. That's where DMX started. I'm simplifying it, but so that's a pretty obvious one, and that's hugely successful. Failures, though, I've seen this over and over and over again in my market, in the entertainment market. These complicated engineering-driven standards that are pushed ahead of the market have failed over and over and over again. It's really a tragedy, and this is not knocking the standards at all. These are brilliant people really coming up with great solutions, but the market's not pulling into existence. And for example, MIDI show control, which is still used a little bit, that was designed to control everything on a show. It did that on one Universal theme park attraction, never is used again. It is used now, one little subset of it is used for lighting stuff mostly. AES-24, another thing for audio control. It was, again, control everything in a show. And these are different from the fence protocol and stuff like that, but the same kind of idea. That's still sort of limping along in OCA, which is still existing, that never succeeded. Also in that market, audio got very centralized, right? Because now it's all in one console, like back there, everything's in one box, where we used to have 50 things connected together, that's gone. ACN, which is we talked about the lighting control, that was designed to be the amazing all-network protocol for everybody, and it ended up having to kind of go backwards into a very small subset of that with this ancient concept of universes and all the stuff you can read about. So a subset of that succeeded, but full ACM is a complete disaster in the market. And I was writing articles about how great this is going to be. It bombed. So we've seen this over and over again, and then we see, and that's before questions, right? So, okay, good. We've also seen this in the audio world. ABB Milan was first. It was out. It was an IEEE standard. This was in 2009 or something. And it came out, that one you would measure the throughput through the switch and all these kind of things. And then Dante came along and it was good enough. And now Dante has probably 90% of the market. So they both exist, but this sort of good enough really sort of took off over the whole thing. So I made a recommendation to, after reading all this stuff, I couldn't leave the house for 2 weeks because of foot surgery, I wrote the email to the task group and to the control board working group. So what I suggested to them is they come up with, and I'm happy to participate in that, but what I like to see is a standardized cybersecurity risk assessment procedure. Because some of the people in the meetings are like, hey, you know, this insurance company in Europe that insures asbestable is saying that they're not going to offer insurance anymore unless you're CRA compliant, right? That's an existential disaster to them. But what if instead you said, well, we have a cybersecurity risk analysis procedure that was authored by these experts in the Control Protocol Working Group and ESTA. We followed that procedure and we decided we don't need encryption on our thing. We're going to have add a couple extra security and whatever, you know, or we're going to use Signet or we're going to use Spence or whatever we're going to do. So that, I think that would be a really interesting thing. And then ESTA already has this because after the Indiana State Fair disaster, which is 15 years ago now, where a stage blew over, tragically killed a few people, and really inexcusable, like even as a storm chaser, like I looked at the radar at night, I'm like, why are they having a show? Like, that never should have happened. But so, and you can never build a structure that's going to survive a massive tornado. But what you can do is pay attention to the weather and know, hey, you know what? We got to suspend operations. And now you can pay some money, maybe $1,000 to like an event meteorologist. They can monitor situation in real time, watch the load in, watch the show. They can make recommendations. And there's an ESTA document for this, which is an ANSI standard that outlines that procedure for that. So that's, to me, that's what I recommended to the task group, what they do. And they've been working on this and we'll see where this goes. I think I'm right on time. So great. Thanks. Great. So, oh, thank you.
If you'd like to queue up at the microphone for any questions, we'll go with a question in the room first, and then we'll switch to an online question.
And sorry, just mention really quickly, where's Jim now? Oh, Jim's back there. Just make sure if you're, I'm going to give away these books in 8 minutes, so make sure you get a raffle ticket from Jim.
Really cool talk. Awesome. Quick question. When you were introducing threat actors, one thing that I didn't
I'm sorry, I can't hear you up here, though.
Oh, sorry. Once again, really, really interesting. Thank you. When you were introducing threat actors, one thing that I don't believe you mentioned was that of piracy. Can you speak more to that? Because I can imagine feeds from microphones and live video links and stuff for things like festivals, concerts of a medium to like slightly large size that aren't necessarily like covered by big corporations that might be on their radar.
Right. I think I heard unfortunately I have a really bad ear, but I think you were talking about piracy, and it's kind of fascinating because piracy again, I'm talking about the live events world. So it used to be that we've kind of gone through a cycle with this, but it used to be like you couldn't bring a camera, you could not bring a video camera, audio recorder, and of course it's like Grateful Dead is the ones who really embrace the taper culture and all that. And now, I mean, half the shows are live streamed. There's this company called Nugs that like every jam band, every show is live streamed. Every show is constantly on Instagram, except for the few that are, putting your phone in a Yonder pouch or whatever. And it's kind of amazing, like Taylor Swift's wedding, which is down right across the street. I saw nothing, not that I care that much about it, but I didn't see anything leak out of that. So that was pretty impressive. But it's an interesting question, but I think if that's an issue, there's other ways to do it. But or that might be a good case where something like Fence Protocol or things like that would be a great solution. Does that make sense? Or I think that's Rob, right?
Hi.
So,
So one thing that we saw when the smart home Internet of Shit era happened was like somebody, a threat actor, could get into somebody's home network because like one dodgy smart light bulb was running like an entire embedded OS on it with years out of date security updates. Have things like that been a problem in this industry where like ridiculous pieces of small equipment have their own brains and have to be taken care of as such?
that's a good question. I don't know if anybody wants to jump into I'm not aware of any of those incidents. The thing is that there's not that many incidents. So I'm not saying it couldn't happen. And these are friends of mine wrote this article, but the article that's in the ESTA journal that they use in an example of the big threat was the Olympics in 2018. When I'm like, I never heard about this, where they didn't run a drone show. It turns out that had nothing to do with the attack. It was operationally, like, I think it was a management overreaction, but there was a legitimate attack against the financial systems in the Olympics, but the drone show was not that. That said, there in drones is interesting because there have been problems of people bringing GPS jammers and just tanking all the drones out of the air. And one of the guys that Niels, I'm forgetting his last name, is one of the drone companies, was the guy who was one of the original inventors of the whole hog, which is a very legendary lighting console in our world. He's actually working on standards now outside of ESTA, unfortunately, on drone regulation safety. So, yeah, if anybody knows incidents, please send me because I'm interested, and I hope it doesn't happen. But great.
What input does the artist have on, especially artists of yesteryear, of having control as far as dictating the lighting and so forth? They try to preserve what the maybe 20 years in aesthetic was. You have artists that are asking, requesting, inputting.
Really having a hard time hearing. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. What is the input of the artists that are performing on, requesting changes or preserving the aesthetic of yesteryear?
Yeah, so I think the question was, are the artists requesting this? As far as I know, not yet. I mean, again, all it takes is one incident, high-profile incident, and then there'll be a big, oh, we got to do something about this, and things might change overnight. But I mean, we've kind of been, again, if your objective is just to mess with the show, there's a lot of easier ways to do it. And if you really, I mean, maybe I just heard, who is it? I think it was Kanye was yelling at the lighting designer during the show recently. I don't think no cybersecurity is going to help that problem. So, great.
So we have a couple of questions from online. So the first question is, are there any considerations for a manufacturer just going out of business and now all of their equipment is sitting out there no longer compliant?
Oh, excellent. That's an excellent question. So, yeah, I honestly hadn't thought about that, but absolutely, if we came up with a new protocol, or I mean, it's in existence, but if we went to something all encrypted and you have some, I taught at a school for 25 years, our gear would have to last 20 years. So if you buy something and it didn't have that in it, absolutely, that's a really interesting sort of access way to get in the system, which again, to me, is why I think a useful, could be in conjunction with all these things, but I think a security procedure is really useful to like evaluate that. And I tell you, that's a great way to go to management. Like I got a new sound console once because the purchasing people don't know anything about sound at my school, but they were like, this thing still has a floppy, lighting console. It still had floppy disk on it, and we couldn't buy the floppy disk anymore. That's why we were able to replace the console. So that could be something like, oh, this is security risk, so you got to do it. So.
Another question from the chat. If the theater is using Fresnels and ERSS and ERFS, etc., will they be forced to use networks so they can then be forced to secure the network?
Oh, yeah, that's another good question. In the United, I should mention too, the CRA is a EU regulation. So if you're, I guess now in the UK, it doesn't count. In the US, it doesn't apply to us. It's really more aimed at this point, and my understanding of it is more aimed at manufacturers. So it's more like because again, the model is like that webcam, right? You buy it from one company, you plug it into the network, and then 10 years later you throw it out. That's not the world that we're in. right? So, but that's these are all really interesting questions. So, and I think, where did Jim go? Oh, get Jim the last call if you want a raffle ticket there. So,
Okay, well, if there are no more questions, please another huge round of applause for John. Who's the winner?
all right. So let's see. I think they're all 23086, right? So I have 062. Oh, great.
Congrats.
And the first one gets to pick whatever. And then the other one, 052. You got to be here. Going once, 052. 23086 052. Nope. All right. They left. Somebody tell them, whoever left to talk, tell them they could have had it. 058. Was that a yes on 058? Nope. Man, these people left. All right. One more. I'm going to read a little deeper. See if I get, that's going right in order. 060. Wow. This might go into the next talk time if we keep going. All right. I drove a lot of people out. Okay, we've got a lower number, 040. Man. Oh, wait, you got it? Okay,
Oh, we've
great.
got it.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Well, stick around, everyone. In 10 minutes, we'll have We Need to Talk About Signal. One more time, John. Hello. 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 How's the energy in the room? Getting a little bit better, still feeling a little bit Sunday, so I'm going to ask that question again. Remember, tomorrow is Monday, today is Sunday. Fun day today, boring day tomorrow. So how's the energy in the room? Thank you so much. So just before we get on to this incredible talk by Rob about Signal, a point of housekeeping. Hope is an entirely volunteer-run event. If you have some spare time later, please help us to tear down. And if you have enjoyed your time at Hope this year, please volunteer to help make next year even better. It doesn't matter where you're from, who you are. I am clearly not local, but here I am volunteering. So, without further ado, please give it up for Rob.
All right, thank you, everyone. So I'm very glad to be welcomed back as a returning speaker to Hope to talk about Signal. So I want to start by asking each of the audience members to define what do you think I specifically mean when I say we're going to talk about Signal? Now give yourself internally an answer of what this thing I'm calling out as Signal. There's no real correct answer to this, but it is important that we get on the same page and are all talking about the same thing, particularly when we're talking in the context of security. So what is it exactly that we've already agreed implicitly is Signal? Is it a mobile application? Is it a desktop application? Is it the organization that owns the legal rights, patents, and intellectual property of the mobile and desktop applications? Is it the published messaging protocol shared by multiple distinct communication applications, but built with mutually incompatible implementations? Is it a specific implementation configured with specific settings of a specific version of this protocol? Could it be the legal entity that maintains a specific implementation of that protocol and actually releases the signed binaries? Or is it the organization that runs the servers behind any specific implementation? So there's a lot there. So with the title, we need to talk about Signal. Are we sure that we're all starting this talk with a mutually shared understanding of what that word actually means? And what are the implications if our individual understandings, definitions, and perspectives disagree with each other or outright conflict? That is what this talk is going to be about. Questioning openly our shared mutual understandings of not just what that word Signal could mean to someone, but also how in a group setting such as this, we can come to a shared consensus of what is meant by phrases such as confidential communications and secure group messaging. So who is this talk targeted at? Well, first, for community organizers and activists with secure communication concerns, as well as anyone with technical ability to provide security guidance and assistance to communities with security concerns. Seems like we've got a full crowd of all of that in here. So what are the possible security concerns? Well, that's actually going to depend upon the specific community, and I'll get to that topic shortly. Even communities with an identical list of security concerns may weigh the risks differently at different times and in different circumstances. There's no universally accepted standard for what security controls need to be specifically addressed, unfortunately. For example, a group of 3 users may not be as concerned about an insider threat as a group with dynamic membership of tens or hundreds of users. So, this is a difficult topic to cover, and I don't want to lose anybody. So, I am open to it's a little bright, so it's hard to see. But if people have questions, and I've kind of lost people, please feel free to just kind of interrupt me and help me, ask me to clarify. If a question causes us to go off topic, I may ask that we follow up on on the issue potentially afterwards. But feel free to be interactive in this presentation. So this presentation is a starting point and not a destination. Unfortunately, I cannot provide a foolproof set of instructions on how to securely set up your signal group, how to make your existing signal group secure, or provide a security checklist that would allow your group to use Signal in whatever manner they wanted securely. Risk management, unfortunately, doesn't work that way. So, first off, no messaging app can be perfectly secure. It's an imaginary ideal. Users may not share risk tolerances, nor are they likely to weigh risks equally. Individual risk tolerances within a group can change over time. The programs, the servers, the protocols will most certainly change over time. And finally, risk management decisions are relative. So my suggested starting point to gain is to gain an understanding of what your individual and group specific security requirements are, listing them by importance for your group and prioritizing them. Risk management involves making compromises. Having weighted risk priorities will help guide your decision-making processes later on. And you have to expect that you might not be able to get everything that you initially include on your personal security, checklist / wish list. Some compromises, sometimes hard compromises, are required. Now, device segmentation is kind of an easy win, but sometimes it can be inconvenient or expensive because you have to carry around multiple devices and also potentially even pay for service or pay for the devices themselves. If a single segmented device is compromised, stolen, or seized, many risks can be mitigated if the work was done ahead of time to just limit what private information that device was even capable of exposing. It's important that you keep these devices physically separated if you're going with segmentation, because, for example, if you go through a U.S. Customs border checkpoint, any and all devices that you've brought with you could be imaged and all of the data saved for later inspection and analysis. So, when talking about cryptography, there's a list of characters that are typically referenced. Now, I'm not going to go through all of these names listed in this slide, but for this presentation, there's a couple that I want to highlight in case people are not familiar. When discussing cryptography, it's typically common to refer to the two primary actors that are going to be communicating as Alice and Bob. Simply because the A and B of the alphabet. Typically introduced afterwards are Carol, Eve, and Mallory. Now, Carol is a generic third identifier that is sometimes useful, but often not needed. Eve is a passive eavesdropper. They may be in a position to see all traffic and have an opportunity to save what they see for later analysis or decryption. Examples of this would be Meta's Facebook, WhatsApp, Google Messages, or even the Signal nonprofit that operates the Signal servers. When you're at a conference, the conference Wi-Fi network could potentially be Eve. When you're at a coffee shop, hotel, airport, these network operators are all additional eavesdroppers that would be able to see the encrypted traffic coming from your encrypted applications. It's not required that a Eve always sees all communications. So as an example, WhatsApp servers are always in the position of an eavesdropper, but your cellular provider may lose their monitoring capabilities if, for example, you switch over to Wi-Fi for internet access instead of using the local cell tower. Now, Mallory, as opposed to Eve is passive. Mallory is an active attacker. Defending a system against Mallory is much harder than defending a system against only Eve, which would be a passive attacker. And these are concepts you have to determine for yourself if they're relevant to your threat model and your security concerns. Going on, Wendy is an insider threat whistleblower. They are considered trusted in your group, but are actually untrustworthy. They simply can't be trusted to keep secret, and they're the leaker. Defending a system against a Wendy is exceptionally harder than defending against an Eve and or a Mallory. So I've not integrated all these characters into the slide presentation, but I think these are important concepts that we are all on the same page with. So building with that, Alice and Bob want to communicate securely. A default might be that they send SMS messages to each other from their cell phones. Now, this can be secure, or maybe a better phrasing is it can be secure enough from a certain perspective. SMS messages are not end-to-end secure, but they're not completely insecure. The service providers, potentially multiple service providers, will have an opportunity to read, capture, and potentially save SMS messages that transit their network at multiple relay points. SMS messages do not provide authenticity of the sender, since it's about as secure as caller ID, which is extremely easy to be spoofed. Messages retained by third-party service providers will hold them for some duration, and then that means that there's a risk that they could be compelled to turn them over to some other legal entity, law enforcement, what have you. And so there's a phrase, don't let perfect be the enemy of good. And this relates to SMS 2FA protections. So although SMS is considered insecure, it is essentially good enough to add 2FA protections that are at least better than using a standard password. Still has some issues, but it's better than just using a standard passwords. Residual risk that's left over can be managed other ways. So your security solution necessarily needs to be perfect to be effective at managing risk. So where to start with understanding the threat model of Alice and Bob? So you want to understand what are their security concerns, and up here I have some examples, each with very different security constraints. So I'm going to read these aloud specifically for the people that might be listening to this and not seeing the slides, but they might be doing something as trying to ensure they don't get the same gift for a mutual friend. Maybe they're planning a surprise party where the secrecy is just really temporary. Maybe it's a neighborhood watch on the lookout to report anything suspicious. Maybe they're going to have a clandestine love affair. Maybe they're planning face-to-face meetings with a North Korean defector whom they know are being actively hunting by secret services. Maybe they're going to be planning a speed run of a Church of Scientology space. Maybe they're roaming the community looking for masked men that are coming into their neighborhoods, taking away people they've decided they do not like. All of these different models will require a different approach in how the risk is used and how risk is gauged and what protections they might think is appropriate. And of course, there's many other situations that could come up. So that's not an exhaustive list. So Alice and Bob start using a secure chat app. So when they do, like regardless of what this secure chat app is, the result of this decision is that they have to trust the supply chain of that app. And it's possible that the service, one, just may not be as secure as they claim to be. It's possible that the service might be able to retain the messages for some duration, just like an SMS. And if they have them, they could then be in a position where they could be compelled to turn them over to third parties. And the use of kind of some unknown service, random service, is possible to provide an adversary an increased attack surface of their targets while simultaneously kind of giving a false sense of security for their users. So this is a big reason why Signal because it's been reviewed, the protocols are open, the code is open, and it's had a lot of reviews that it's considered the top class of secure communications. Now, it's not just your devices and tablets that you might be walking around with you that are throwing out beacons that can identify you. So you also have to consider other devices. So it's not just the cellular networks that are also collecting information from your phones too. You walk into grocery stores, various retail establishments, and they'll be using the beacons that come from your devices combined with what card you used to pay with, or even if you pay in cash, that can be correlated of there's somebody that comes in with this type of shopping history that pays cash, and we always see these beacons coming out and they're able to establish a pattern. So depending upon how obscure you want to be, you have to think about not just the devices, not just the Signal, the device that you're using to run Signal. So a little bit of history of Signal. Signal actually started out as two applications, TextSecure and RedPhone. A major focus of TextSecure was adding end-to-end encryption to SMS messages that did not require the use of any data or voice channels over the cellular service, while RedPhone was focused really on secure voice calls. Now, cellular clients use different channels for SMS messages versus phone calls versus internet data requests. And SMS messages are pretty much relayed around the phone network in plain text. Now, there may be point-to-point encryption from your phone to the tower of that SMS message, but inside that wrapper, it's plain text. And so you're not getting end-to-end encryption between the clients like you do on Signal. TextSecure version 1 was actually based on the off-the-record protocol, which was a standard for adding encryption to Jabber messaging clients, which used the XMPP protocol. The problem they ran into was that key exchange utilizing just the SMS channel was a nightmare. And so they ended up, the effort was abandoned in favor of Signal's current implementation, which requires and uses the internet connection channel to do the key exchange, and they merged the product with RedPhone, creating a single product for both text messaging and secure voice communications, but they both depend upon internet connectivity. The security implication of this is that without internet access, there are no Signal messages or voice calls. So if a group is highly dependent upon Signal and the internet is gone, the threat model may require that there's some kind of backup plan of what to do if just the internet is gone and no one can communicate. Now, the Signal protocol itself is considered secure because it's had a lot of different reviews, and it's constantly being looked at and poked at. And so, although it's considered secure, this does not mean that users are actually prevented in any way from unintentionally shooting themselves in the foot and compromising themselves. And that's what I'll be getting to in a bit later on. Now, what do I mean when I speak about the Signal application now, as opposed to the protocols? So there's both a mobile and desktop application from the Signal nonprofit group that implements the Signal protocol. Now, the Signal protocol is separate from that, and I intend that to describe basically a mobile phone substitute for SMS messaging that adds encryption functionality. It requires a phone number that can receive an SMS message to initially register an account, and for account recovery as a requirement of their security model. Now, security and privacy are not free, and it takes a lot of resources for the Signal group to maintain the servers, the app, the mobile applications, the desktop applications. So it is quite a big effort. Now, the user interface of the Signal application is intentionally minimal. That said, it's no longer as minimal as it was. Features are being added all the time. Just in this past week, I saw something pop up for a backup feature that is a subscription service that you could apparently subscribe to. With Hacker Summer Camp going on in this convention, have not had a chance to look into it, but it's a good example of these applications are a moving target. And this is, in my opinion, it benefits the users to occasionally revisit the security assumptions that they've made and the nature of the app and see what might have changed and how those changes might have impacted previous risk management decisions. So, if you do an internet search, there are many references for Signal protocol security validation reviews that have happened over the past decade. So the Signal protocol is secure, but there is more to the Signal ecosystem than just the protocol. Now, since the initial release, more capabilities have been added to the client. Like another example is group chats. They were not always part of the platform. But changes to the application itself to add functionality typically do not require changes to the protocol. For example, the protocol itself says nothing about preventing built-in capture of client screenshots, but that's a feature that's been added to many implementations where by default they disable taking a screenshot of the app. I know on Windows and iOS, and I believe Android. I have not tested Mac myself, so I'm not sure what they've done with that, but that is not an aspect of the Signal protocol, but an implementation of the app. Now, what about WhatsApp? So WhatsApp uses the Signal protocol. I thought this was common knowledge when before I gave this talk for the first time, but feedback I got was that was kind of news to people that WhatsApp uses the Signal protocol. But Meta's implementation of WhatsApp collects metadata way beyond what is simply required to run the service. And of course, they save it and use it for marketing and advertising and doing all the things Meta and Facebook like to do with the data that they share. Google Messages has also implemented the Signal protocol. The point is that there are multiple Signal protocol implementations all out there, but these implementations are typically not compatible with each other, nor are they necessarily defining secure for their users in the same way. So the Signal protocol requires an implementation, and this implementation will make certain security assumptions on behalf of the user. If the user does not agree with the product security assumptions, honestly, their only option is to not use the product. There's no way they can really get a company like Facebook or Meta to change what they've decided to do. A recurring point of this presentation is going to be that ideal security comes at the expense of functionality and convenience. And so this requires regular compromises to be made. To make things even more confusing, in addition to incompatible parallel signal implementations from major tech companies, there are also various signal app compatible alternatives to the nonprofit provided applications. I've provided a few examples above, but I'm not trying to give an exhaustive list here. So these are just a couple examples for you. There are also implementations of Signal targeted at enterprise and government organizations to provide, enterprise data management, data retention capabilities to Signal, but unfortunately, they also include an increased attack surface. This company Telemessage was hacked so thoroughly in May 2025 that they ended up having to shut down completely in response. Very interesting story to look into if you're kind of curious on Telemessage. All right, so because the Signal applications are open source, there's nothing that stops any of us from pulling down a copy of it from GitHub and compiling our own unpublished private modified Signal client. And we could add or remove or change our own features, and users of other clients are not going to have any way to tell that they're interacting with something that is not going to honor the the retention period that was set on an individual or a group. The client was modified to save everything. That'll ignore edits and keep, even if a message is edited or deleted, keeps everything. When you're using your app and you have everything set the way you where you think it's secure, you've got maybe a week retention time, you have to know if your users are trustworthy enough to actually be using the same version of the client that has the same expectations of functionality as what the standard client has, and they're not continuing to collect data and harvest data. I'm not aware of any way to really tell what version another side of a conversation might be using in a Signal conversation. Maybe an area for research. There could be something there. I'm just not aware of it. So I'm going to go start now by going through some of the user selectable settings that have security implications. So it's a simple checkbox in the settings to enable or disable taking screenshots from a Signal application. So if ever you've tried to get a screenshot and you've been frustrated because the window disappears, you can actually just go in and turn that off. My understanding is that the feature to disable screenshots was actually added in response to the Windows 11 recall feature, which would automatically capture and save screenshots of the user session like every minute, which then they could go back and view. There were a bunch of issues with recall, and Signal did the screenshot disabling in response to that. So, this is a fun one. This was disclosed as early as December 2024 at HushCon Seattle by a friend of mine, that you can populate your phone book with all the possible phone numbers, and that is sufficient to identify the phone number of a chat user where you only have their Signal username. Now, this is original research. Besides this and the HushCon Seattle publication, I haven't really been able to find any internet published blog reports on the issue that I can provide as reference. In a previous presentation of this, I actually received questions offline of, can you give me some more information on this exposure, and there's really nothing out there. Now, in going through this and validating this, we did learn that loading all the US phone numbers into a phone book can really slow down the phone. So, one bit of a workaround that could be done to not make your phone like have half-hour delays in between key presses is to maybe just load it up with maybe a small subset of area codes that might be of interest of where your group is geographically. In our testing, we found that each area code added to the address book increased its size by 5 megabytes. So the takeaway from that is that there's no way to set up a Signal account in a manner that will keep your phone number completely private. The whole thing with Signal username is really kind of smoke and mirrors, and anybody that is determined can very easily identify the phone number related to a certain Signal account. Now, your main primary phone number can't be disclosed on Signal if it's not the one you use for your Signal account. So ideally, you may want to, if you're in a security sensitive position doing community activists, you may want a number that doesn't actually have a real association with you. This would include like not having it on the same phone bill as your primary phone number. So getting kind of a burner phone number or a secure alternative phone number to bootstrap Signal account is a bit out of scope, but on how you would actually do that, it really does depend upon the sensitivity of what it is you're concerned about, but it is something that I wanted to point out as a risk management option. You also need to make sure that your Signal phone number cannot be easily taken away from you, because that can cause other issues. A successful attack against your phone number could allow compromise of all your group chat memberships, as an example, which could lead to the compromise and infiltration of what is previously considered a secure group chat. The problem with burner phones and numbers, sometimes just having that can raise suspicion. There can be concerns on where you got it, on how anonymous they really are. They require substantial operational security and diligence to be done properly. They also typically need to be burned regularly and reset, and that can come with an expense. And so this all kind of ties to an upcoming slide I've got titled Shenanigans 1. So we're going to start getting into the good stuff soon. All right, so why did I actually have this idea, well, for this presentation? So this started in May 2025 when I deleted my Signal account and pretty much went offline for just a couple weeks to kind of disconnect. Now, all the Signal data from the phones was deleted and was gone. Didn't do a forensic analysis, but the data wasn't easily recoverable. But I had a Windows desktop version, and that version of the app still had everything, all the previous history. Although it was showing an error of disconnected, there was still quite a bit of information in there that I was surprised remained there, considering that I fully and completely deleted my Signal account. So, I then had the idea, using what was in the desktop app, how hard would it be to reestablish the connections to my personal connections and the group chats without actually, like, with a new account, but going out of my way to never actually identify myself properly to any of my peers. So the intent was to sort of simulate somebody impersonating me. Although it was actually me, I just made sure I withheld any information that would kind of help anybody validate my identity from past history. So, users who are members of a group chat that delete their Signal account actually remain members of that group chat. Let me repeat that. Users who are members of a group chat that delete their Signal account remain members of that group chat. The simplest way to reconnect was to recreate an account at my previous phone number, and then this would result in the users of the group seeing this message above that a safety number has changed, but seeing the safety number has changed is not uncommon in Signal and doesn't really raise any alarms, not necessarily for me because it happens so often. It happens when a user upgrades devices, switches service providers, wipes their phone and resets everything. A lot of ways that can happen, and that doesn't really look necessarily suspicious by itself. Now, the first thing I noticed when going through my Windows desktop version of Signal of the deleted account was that there were these group invite links that some of the groups had turned on. Not all of them, not even a majority of them, but really you only need one or two. So first I harvest all of the group links from the groups that had them turned on. Second, I joined those groups with my new Signal account from a new number that nobody knew about, and there was no restriction and nothing holding me back from going into that group. Once I was in that group, I then had access to all of the group members, and then an easy way to reach out and individually start messaging with them, and potentially being able to use something that was mentioned in the group chat if I just sat there and lurked, to attempt, the target to accept connection message requests from my new account, just referencing something that I had just recently done in the chat. So the idea is an adversary could do this too. So deleted accounts, what I discovered are deleted accounts are automatically renamed to unknown accounts. Now, nothing prevents a user, though, from renaming their own account unknown contact and the account remaining completely active. This makes it confusing to try and figure out after the fact which unknown contact account listing is which. But if they have different permissions, it gets a little bit easier. Because in addition to remaining members of a group, they retain the admin permissions if they have them. So listed above are both unknown contact group members. They are both me. The first one was the admin permissions of the original account I deleted in May 2025. The second one was from the second Signal account that I deleted in July 2025. Although I've rejoined the group with my third Signal account, these old names continue to be listed in there, and if I restored those accounts properly, I would regain access to those groups under those accounts. So now I'm on my third Signal account, as you can see here, and in some groups like the one I used to capture the mini screenshot above, I'm a member 3 times, 2 of which have admins. To make things more confusing, I renamed my second Signal account to Unknown Contact and used it with that name for over a week before I deleted it. The rename action didn't really create a record in the group. Well, it did create a record that Rob renamed themselves to Unknown Contact, but honestly, that is something that's easy to miss. The above message was about 2 members having the same username, but that alert is not for Unknown Contact. The alert is actually because that group had 2 users with the name Alex. So Signal appears to be hard-coded to ignore the Unknown Contact alias and any conflicts. So security is a process. It's not an app. The more devices you use, the greater your attack surface. How much risk is acceptable is a relative decision, and what is relative changes over time and location. So you need to regularly revisit this. It's kind of a choose your own adventure to make proper risk management decisions. The trade-offs of each decision must be fully understood. Phones and tablets will be blasting out Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, cell tower beacons that can be uniquely used to identify you over time. This is known as signal intelligence. And it is collected from all kinds of devices. Even your car might have a cellular radio and a Bluetooth device and be beaconing out. And it's another thing in addition to your devices that can really be used to give you a very fine-grained unique identification. So having Signal on your phone, tablet, and PC can be convenient, but as you spread it across multiple different devices, you have multiple attack surfaces. So almost out of time. I might need 1 or 2 extra minutes, but I mentioned there's the dependency on internet for Signal communications. One thing to consider looking into as a potential alternative and backup in an emergency would be mesh-tastic devices. But those also have other issues. I would suggest going to see a Mesh-tastic talk to learn more about that and their security issues. So the hard truth, though, this is my second to last slide, but the hard truth is that the most sensitive information exchanges honestly shouldn't be trust to any network communications device. If you have a group that is compromised, the most secure way to reboot and restart that group is going to be a face-to-face interaction. Nothing beats face-to-face interactions in a private environment that is devoid of any computing or recording devices, which is why, like government agencies, militaries routinely use secure rooms that are regularly swept for any type of unauthorized electronic devices. I mean, this includes even old analog things from the 80s and 90s. And so this is my final slide. My contact information is there. You can reach out to me in Signal, since I seem to have not really left any time for questions in this venue, but I will be outside, happy to talk to anyone, and I'll leave that up there for people to read for a minute. Thank you very much, everyone. You've been a great audience.
We do have time for maybe 1 or 2 questions. I'll start off by one that we've had in the online chat, which is, it would be helpful if you could clarify what is possible with just a target's phone number versus access to the device that was previously logged into the target's account?
So just if you have control of the phone number, then you can essentially create a new account at that number. So people that expect an account to be at a certain number would be tricked. Now there is the PIN protections of getting some of the old information, but I'm not quite sure how secure that PIN is and how resistant that might be to brute forcing, or there's other avenues of kind of phishing that information and getting that out. But honestly, the risk would really depend upon that individual and what kind of exposure they have. In some cases, it could honestly not be a big deal. In others, it could be quite significant.
Question from the room?
I know there's limited time, but contacts upload and metadata. Is there anything you have to say about that today that is of interest?
So Signal collects the least amount of metadata. They do have to save and retain some just to maintain the services, but the other implementations that I mentioned, like WhatsApp and Google Messages, and there are more, and like they don't actually necessarily even need to disclose that they're using the Signal protocol, but when they implement it, it's kind of the decision of that implementator what metadata they're going to collect and how long they're going to retain it for, and they even have the possibility of adding features to collect additional metadata way beyond what's required to operate the service. So, at which point we're then back to you're trusting the supply chain of that provider.
You mentioned that deleting your Signal account does not remove you from group chats. That seems like unexpected. Is that something that is like a property of the protocol or something that Signal could mitigate?
I missed the first part of what you said.
Could Signal make it so you're removed from group chats if you delete your account?
Yeah, they could do that. And they may have had a good security reason not to. So the implementers will have to make compromises, and the reason for those compromises are not necessarily always obvious. So yes, they could do that, but maybe there's a reason why they've chosen not to. All right.
Okay, one more time. Huge round of applause for Rob, please.
Thank you very much.
In about 13 minutes' time, there'll be a talk in here on doxing, so please stick around. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Hello. Hello. I got one enthusiastic hello. Thank you. How's the energy in the room just now? Okay, good. That's really good, except for that corner over there. Wake up, please. Thank you. That's more like it. So coming up just in a second, we've got a talk on Doxing by Jamie Theophilus, but some housekeeping just before we get started. There will be time at the end of this presentation for questions. There is a microphone there in the middle. Please queue up behind that and wait to be queued in for your question. We're trying to alternate between online questions and questions in the room. There are people watching all over the globe. Hope is a volunteer-run event. We still need help with teardown after the event this evening. And if you have enjoyed this weekend and want to make next year even better, please consider signing up to volunteer next time. There will be plenty to do between now and the start of the next Hope. So, without further ado, I introduce to you Jamie.
Hi, I'm Jamie, and I am doing this presentation on doxing and the politics, panics, and economies of online safety. I was thinking, I had a lot of ways that I was trying to think about the best way to open this talk, and I realized that the only thing that felt kind of natural to me was just to really start with my own journey and how I got interested in studying this to the extent that I have been researching and writing about it for over 6 years now. So around 2017, I was in a hot tub in the mountains of North Carolina and woke up and got urgent text phone calls from a group of friends where they told me that I had gotten doxxed and was considered the Antifa leader of North Carolina. Over perhaps maybe 5 years, I received streams and maybe over 50 amounts of emails, phone calls, text messages, letters to my house, describing and explaining me as a domestic terrorist who teaches cultural Marxism and Molotov cocktail making to 5th graders. It even resulted in a 2-hour-long conversation with one of them. One of them kept calling me so incessantly one day that I was like, that's it, I'm answering this phone. And we talked for over 2 hours, and it was very bizarre. But they would send me pictures that were allegedly of me, even though they legitimately were not, saying that they spotted me in public around the town I was living in, and had made a 75-page dossier that was being shared through torrent sites, trying to network all of my friends to create a kind of Antifa terrorist cabal to kind of prove the anxiety that there is indeed a huge network of Antifa terrorists trying to teach cultural Marxism to 5th graders. I did make a Rupi Kaur quote out of some of the things they said about me. This is one of my favorite. And I think throughout this experience, I'm incredibly lucky that while it manifested, and probably a bit more than some people, it kind of spanned over a long time period, and they had a hyper fascination with me and a couple other people. I also was thankfully never at a place where I felt like my physical harm was at risk, more that it was stressful and annoying, but also ultimately very fascinating to me. I was very, very fascinated by how someone such as myself, who just plays in really bad punk bands and plays embarrassing video games and goes to bed at 10:30, could be kind of this folk devil figure, to use this sentiment or like description by this author Stanley Cohen, be like emblematic of a moral panic. The idea that I am hidden in plain sight, that I might be there or I might not, caused such anxiety that to identify me was to quell and create some form of safety and security for how they understand what the moral order of the United States society should be. While the incident that occurred to me was in the aftermath of the Unite the Right rally, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with, the kind of massive rallying of white nationalists in 2017 in Charlottesville. The time had gone on and more incidents were occurring of doxing. So doxing ended up staying very relevant to my social world and my politics and communities around me, irregardless of this bizarre kind of spamming campaign that I was experiencing over the past 6 or so years. For instance, here are 2 just zines that have been kind of disseminated around different community organizing over the past 9-10 years that have become pretty, at this point, doxing has been a kind of core kind of checklist, important thing to mark off when you're talking about security culture and best practices for trust and safety within social movements. Zines like this have been written to blogs and different activist community support. And it became increasingly clear even during the Palestinian encampments how much undergrads were scared to be in public simply to being doxxed. Yet meanwhile, doxing has also stayed consistent as a threat and concern beyond social movements and beyond any figure of the Antifa terrorist, and has just become continuously acknowledged far more broadly and to be a profound concern to social life. It's incredibly bipartisan and has been recognized tremendously through cybersecurity specialists, criminologists, online trust and safety teams with platforms. And alongside that is the continual dissemination of what doxing is to look like, which is all of these kinds of photos. And of course that you can remedy all this through getting NordVPN. Doxing, as this kind of threat to security and safety, has become absorbed into the cybersecurity industry and kind of this broader economy of privacy. There are various major firms that are now selling doxing protection and deplatforming services, and they often rely, as seen in these kinds of photos, on outdated media panics around the black hat hacker, even though so much of the incidences of doxing have far surpassed hacking. So doxing has taken on a lot of different meanings, which I will be getting into. But I did want to start just by not making the assumption that everyone knows what doxing is, and kind of with my own working definition of it. And a little bit about kind of the arguments that I have been coming into while I've been doing this research project. Doxing is incredibly contested. It is now primarily considered a pejorative. It's something that you throw onto an opponent as doing something that is a immoral kind of act of exposure, although I do think that doxing can be stood potentially as the act of disseminating personally identifying information on someone online, making personally identifying information out of place, out of context, out of where it was before, with a particular strategic intent. And I do ultimately argue that doxing has fundamentally altered how we experience, debate, moralize, practice, embody understandings of safety and security, and what necessarily are the limits of what cybersecurity is, or security and safety and community safety. And because of that, I come here really arguing that doxing should be scrutinized beyond just through albeit very valuable, practical workshops on enhancing security and security culture. So I do want to just share a little bit about my research journey. My investment in studying this topic and kind of wanting to trace this trajectory and what it can kind of share about panics and social anxiety throughout time did lead me to pursue getting a PhD. I'm finishing up a lowly doctoral candidate at Indiana University, and I've really taken on a lot of, to the chagrin of my advisor, a lot of approaches to trying to explore and inquire doxing. That has involved me collecting thousands and thousands, probably more than, not thousands and thousands, but thousands of doxes and news articles on doxing. I have conducted interviews and have traced keyword trend analysis when the term doxing has been heightened in popularity given Google search. I've been documenting legal changes to security and safety and the rhetoric that law enforcement uses. I've been tracking platform policies, both corporate and alternative social media. And I've been looking at archives, text files, de facto, Usenet, 4chan, personal zine archives, and ethnography, quote unquote. Not that I'm hanging out with people that are doxing all the time, but I have kind of engaged in communities that are navigating doxing pretty consistently. And then for any academics in the room, I'm very influenced in working within the fields of science and technology studies, histories of technology, subculture studies, media studies, and critical security studies. So that is one of the Ramones telling you all that I do care about history and that you should too. So I have come to this through wanting to kind of tell a cultural history of doxing. And I found that the interpreting definitions and kind of changes to what doxing means, I think tells a lot of particular and unique stories around how we engage in politics in the contemporary age, in the kind of the computer networked age. Here's a quote by my advisor, Rachel Plotnick, who studies histories of technology, and says, historical studies offer unique possibilities for glimpsing how habits and attitudes crystallize in the past and can intersect and converse meaningfully with the present. So my interest has both been kind of starting with an inquiry of how much has doxing changed and how much has it stayed the same? How much has it mutated and transformed, held relics and past histories of former communities, collectives, rhetorics, aesthetics, and where is it, moved into kind of in a completely new iteration. And I also come to this to see how any of these kind of cultural conversations and historical conversations can help us with how we strategize our social movements and consider kind of the different social, cultural, and media elements of surveillance and repression, and just the general issues of community security and safety. With that said, naming and shaming or kind of exposing information on someone isn't new to the internet. It has been occurring since biblical times. This is, for instance, an image of what I believe is, I think it was called rough musicking. So people would go outside a person's house and kind of bombard them with noise if it's an individual who has crossed like a community norm. This was in the 1800s in London. But beyond that, there's just so many examples. I mean, the muckrakers, to white lynch mobs terrorizing the South and identifying individuals to lynch through baseball cards, the spy network to infiltrate the German-American Fund, foiling Nazi plots during World War II. The list can go on of how personally identification has been utilized for a specific purpose. With that being said, I do believe that doxing in that particular term does hold a chapter in that story. I think that it allows us to both look at the technologies of the internet and computer information and communication to the particular subcultures and debates that have emerged from early internet era. And it just so happens that the term doxing emerges from hacking communities, which is perfect for this conference. So I think that starting with doxing can come with its own unique stories and kind of orients a particular chapter of this time that I'm most interested in. So I need to make a caveat that I was very nervous to talk about this history because I was like, oh man, like there's gonna be some like Gen X hacker in the room who's gonna be like, well, I actually invented the term doxing, and or the screenshots that you're sharing is me, or which actually that would be awesome, but or you know, like you get it all wrong. And so I decided though that I graciously would love to talk to you if you did experience being doxed or dox someone. I promise I won't rat on you, or know anything about it from this time period. How I've conceived of an origin story to the term is both through a series of, of interviews who were hackers back in the day, as well as scouring through various archives and secondhand accounts. So by all means, please be a well actually person after I talk and tell me that I'm wrong. But from the conversations that I've had with individuals, the doxing and, or often sometimes spelled with D0 X-I-N-G, also, I've talked about this with Jeremy back there. It's also, I know you might also have read it with 2 X's, but I read once on a forum in 2005 that that's the poser way of spelling doxing. So I'm now on a campaign to tell everyone to just spell 1 X. Also, Richard Stallman once posted a blog talking about how it's grammatically incorrect to use 2 X's. So maybe you take that as a reason to use it. But anyways, I'm sticking with 1 X, and you all should too. But the term is shorthand for dropping documents. But importantly, the term dox was used within early bulletin board hacking communities, and particularly the wares scene, the piracy cracking scene, to describe the documents that would supplement a cracked software. Any information on how to use the software, to a gameplay, if it was a video game, kind of a document that shared valuable and useful information to allow people to use a system, a software better. Which I think emphasis on like the valuableness of it, and importantly, as the political or legal stakes of pirating software became astronomically, ridiculously high, just how much prison time you could get just by disseminating 10 copies of a dumb video game, it was ridiculous and still is. The competition and kind of value of cracking software was very high. People placed a lot of importance on these kind of documents, and was also a place where people would actually share, as you can see there, provide an identification and provide a way to say who did the doxing. There was in these different wares groups, even a dox division, an entire group of people within a certain kind of cohort of people cracking software that were solely doing the doxes. People took it very seriously, and there's also a lot of cool ASCII art in a lot of them. But alongside this, I also had noticed that the term dox showed up in response to like a dossier, the French term regarding a compilation of documents on an individual held by government, and particularly in an early hacker magazine to describe a kind of the beginning of a public database of personal information on people that they wanted to show was not just available for the federal agents, but for other people as well. And to bring attention that this was a tool that federal agents were using. And the files that you would be able to get through this kind of personal information database was called a DOX file. I think another important component of this, just outside of the where scene, was how much what has been relayed to me was the fear of informants and FBI agents that would be coming into bulletin board systems. This was happening during the phone phreak era, but I do think that this quotation within one of the phreak magazines it kind of sums this up of a general anxiety of who may or may not be an informant online. I just realized I have this twice, but this was also just simply supplemented with the moral panic and construction of like the computer deviant, the anonymous computer deviant online. As I'm sure people who were back around during this day can also attest to, is that there was just a lot of media that was helping construct the dangers of anonymity online and either hackers that are going to get into your system or the predators or stalkers online that are going to take your children away. And this kind of further solidified, this further influenced how subcultures online were kind of creating community norms. So one of the biggest things that I would find online in these archives is simply people sharing narcs, or what would now be called snitches. This is kind of some examples of this. Warning, cops in the scene, abusing file ID for BBS adverse is cool. Here's another example up top with less, kind of a little less information because it was too long, of trying to share logs of a student at Cornell that they suspected to be an informant. This is a kind of pathetic docs because they don't really even have that much information on the addresses and phone, but the sentiment is there. That'd be really funny if that was one of you guys on here. And also should be noticed and acknowledged that a lot of these also were rumors. A lot of times it was just an anxiety, and that really wasn't that someone was an FBI informant. But even the mere rumor and your kind of pseudonym or being de-anonymized had social capital ramifications within these communities. It still had social consequences. And I originally had been looking at this time period to talk about how doxing emerged as this kind of disruptive, dark, kind of nefarious form of online behavior. But what I actually think I've come to is that doxing was, in a way, a form of online governance. It was a way to develop trust and safety with making sure that FBI informants were exposed, if there was, as that would threaten the operations and community building of a Where's Our Hacker scene. And it was a time period of people just trying to understand and configure what is exactly good behavior online and how subjective that is. The act of kind of de-anonymizing people online in the 90s was not just isolated to hackers, although the term was really just siloed within those communities and the Where scene, but the same kind of logic or practice was existing within online vigilantism groups with pedophile hunting, anti-spam campaigns, hate watching online, which I will get to later. And I wanted to also share this one that I found. This was in '98 because I would like to know more information on it. So if you do, that would be great. It says, well, we have been banned from just about every channel on IRC, so we're replacing that shit with infos and docs. Email us if you think it sucks. Real name, Stuart Mann of age 17, address, 31 Pinged Drive, IRC, frack, DEFCON dickheads. Reason, I have my head stuck so far up my ass it isn't even funny, and he has mad braces, which is why he should be anonymized. I also should mention that while I did give up on ultimately trying to find the first time the term doxing was used as we know it now, the earliest I did find was in '93 or '94 when when Kurt Cobain died, where a group of people said that they had dropped docs on Kurt Cobain to say that he was still alive. So again, it clearly shows that there is some history, I'm assuming happened before '93 and '94, but it kind of just kept growing further and further. And even in this case example, you show that there's a kind of retaliation in relationship to governance if there is people who are being banned from an IRC channel. Now, undeniably, the most empirical way that doxing kind of entered mainstream consciousness is through trolling and this era of Anonymous. Here are kind of some two memes that I think kind of somewhat, encapsulate the role of like for the lulz. And I think that one way to describe it, to use kind of a term from two peers or authors I admire, Matt Gorzen and Gabriella Coleman, is that doxing was a kind of spectacle of insecurity. It was a security spectacle to kind of show what the limits and boundaries and how assumptions of how private or public you could be online and how disembodied you could be from your real life persona was something that was a farce and could be mocked and played with. It also, as I've been shared through interviews, was something that some people began learning through this concept of a life-ruining tactic, which I believe started in the 90s and kind of emerged within Something Awful forums, if anyone remembers that, and 4chan. Another important component is this: while doxing was continuously beginning to kind of grow as this kind of trolling, life-ruining tactic, same with this rise of hacktivism. And while this is a quote from much later, I forgot a parentheses there with the year, I do think that this kind of exemplifies a logic that is so deeply important to hacktivism, to civic data journalism, is privacy for the weak, transparency for the powerful. So the first time that doxing had been recognized within a news article was in response to the doxing that happened towards police officers during Occupy Wall Street, who were brutalizing protesters. I also want to mention that while I trace and I place a lot of importance on hacking culture and the logics of hacktivism and freeing open information to how doxing is crystallized, I also think it's really important and something that gets completely disregarded, which is the history of anarchism and anti-fascist struggles within Europe and North America, particularly in Canada and Minneapolis. I can't go into this too much given time, but I will say that during the time period around the 2010s was when there was more cohesion and people trying to, within anarchist and anti-fascist struggles, working within with technologists and with hacktivists to kind of blend their direct action tactics together. And these are just kind of one of the biggest ways that Anti-Racist Action, one of the groups in the 90s that kind of a precursor to certain anti-fascist movements now, was the importance of deplatforming or a no platform policy for neo-Nazis and right-wing figures. You can't see this very well, but this is one of the doxes that happened to some of the police officers during Occupy. The other thing I want to say is that a lot of times during this time period, people focus, the studies of kind of publicity and privacy and doxing, a lot of it has focused on social media and the proliferation of corporate social media as we know it. That has undeniably been a component of doxing's growth as a term and kind of the idea of crowdsourcing, mob vigilantism. But I also think it's important to think about the pipelines and other places and bespoke tools that led doxing to hold a cultural kind of, have a specific cultural notion, such as archive and Wikipedia indexing pages, such as Encyclopedia Dramatica, as well as pastebin, or pastebin sites, which some of you who are maybe coders have used. It is a place for people to just dump text or code that they maybe need help with debugging or something like that, but it has been what I would describe to this day probably one of the biggest archives of doxes, aside from my own weird personal collection, that I do think is quite significant. And specifically is one page site called Doxbin that is still up today that became one of the biggest places that swatting kind of popularized and emerged, which for people that don't know, swatting is the act of someone gets doxxed and people prank call like a bomb threat or the SWAT team as a prank onto an individual, and has involved pretty horrible harm and violence. But this became pretty important, and one of the first times that swatting has entered the radar of Interpol and law enforcement, and yet simultaneously, while it was taken down and then eventually came back up, they also did use the site and the doxes that were on the site to find pedophiles. So there is kind of this way that they have demonized it and took it down, but then they were like, okay, we actually find this useful as well. The other important, significant element of doxing has also been the role that is played in gendered violence, and particularly with Gamergate. For an unfortunate recap on Gamergate, that was a loosely organized online harassment campaign that was spurred by reactionary and right-wing backlash against feminism and gaming culture. Their framing, however, the people who were kind of pro-Gamergate, was that it was standing up against injustice of unethical gaming journalism. I believe, in my interpretation of this time, is that this idea of kind of transparency, pushing transparency for the powerful, as Fisher said, was something that they were interpreting that they were doing by exposing these women, female journalists who were being unethical, in quote unquote, in their opinion, as unethical gaming journalists. They were doing something that was exposing kind of powerful systems at play. While I do not agree with that, I do think that that subversion of that logic that comes from open data, civic activism, is significant, of how it got subverted to be ultimately something that not only became a starting ground moment for how we've now kind of understood like an era of culture wars, but also to a massive way that doxing became conceptualized within scholarship and journalism, which is as something that was incredibly gendered. Two scholars wrote about its relationship to surveillance, kind of surveillance capitalism and culture, and how it says that doxing is an area of highly gendered online abuse in which women are sexualized, and sexualized data are treated as a commodity without impunity in a surveillance culture that exploits women as producers and consumers for content, for commercial purposes. I think this goes a lot into how doxing kind of fuels a moral outrage economy, that things that are scandalous, such as being doxed, gets more hits, and our social media platforms benefit and advocate, encourage moral outrage posts that provide animosity and outfacing animosity that they deem to be acceptable. This is also just a great photo to exemplify what Gamergate was about. Kind of going into this time period, the Gamergate kind of held a commonality, or kind of ushered in what really became this moment that doxing started to become associated with culture wars, and particularly with the Unite the Right rally, where my doxing, for instance, occurred. People discussed and have how doxing became a tool of the culture wars. It became a kind of indicative, or returning back to the example I had on myself, became an exemplary, a tool for kind of exposing the obfuscated other that people found to be a threat to a means of community or safety, which in whatever way that they define that. This definitely, in many ways, importantly echoes former times, such as the Lavender Scare and the Red Scare. But what I think is significant is how doxing kind of became a response to various moral panics, such as the Antifa figure, the masked anonymous Antifa figure, to the hacker, to the troll. And then suddenly, as it kind of rose in popularity and became embroiled in discourses around online safety, kind of became its own moral panic. Now it's become a pretty loaded term that has existed in popular culture, but when you look throughout, I try to follow as much right-wing and news, like all kind of partisan or political positions of news articles that write about doxing, and there is like a strong theme, which is that the right always describes it as a tool of the woke social justice warriors that are trying to create safe spaces and are I don't know, they want to have DEI forever, and we all want Marxist, I don't know, so, like this, the woke social justice warrior panic, and then on the other side is thinking about doxing as a tool of violence from the far right, and think pieces that are explaining doxing as something that explicitly comes from the right, which I think is albeit I have my own feelings on this kind of political positioning, it does create I believe, overly flattens the way that doxing kind of emerged. Unfortunately, due to my time constraints, the thing that I have spent the most time in is law and the rise of the anti-doxing laws, but also maybe that's okay because it's pretty boring, as you can see right here. Lawyers have been talking about how there's become a new era of laws, anti-doxing laws. Right now in the United States, there has been these become a patchwork of laws that have all become as a response to political, social movement positionings of people trying to challenge people in power and expose injustices. It has ranged. The patchwork of laws has ranged through different countries as well, which I'll get into, and some places have had clear statutes prohibiting the public exposure of personal information, while others approach it as a part of longer standing harassment and stalking laws. Now, I should also say that the conversation I've had so far has been very US centric, but it importantly is an international issue. I just unfortunately have so much time and I only can speak 1.5 languages. But here's kind of to showcase how doxing has also been its own kind of panic, that the rise of these anti-doxing laws has existed in different countries as well. Hong Kong is a pretty significant example. Right now, there's not a single federal law banning all doxing in the US, but there has been some people that have been charged. This person, Ashley Brown, has been charged and could be facing several years in federal prison or in prison for doxing ICE agents. And right now, the law enforcement and ICE, in response to the rise of doxing and people creating ICE lists and ICE Watch, have described now the doxing as a threat to critical infrastructure. And it is the cited reason, doxing is the cited reason that ICE wear masks. And quickly coming over out of losing time, there is a proposed bipartisan federal law that has not been passed yet, but it would be to establish prison penalties and make it a federal crime to quote unquote dox, depending on however they define that term. It also would be to grant even more abilities for government entities such as police officers to be able to opt out of data brokers far more easily and quicker than any of us can. Undeniably, these laws have ambiguous and socio-political implications. Who benefits from these laws? How does this impact journalism? What constitutes open or free or personally identifying information? The Freedom of the Press Foundation, I don't know if I believe they're tabling here, maybe, or maybe they did last year, have done some incredible think pieces on how this creates an incredibly chilling effect to free speech. And it, because journalists regularly publish addresses and business connections and property records that are all open source, this creates a pretty, criminalizes standard watchdog journalism. All the while, the ICE agents and law enforcement benefit from doxing. It's just making sure that it's not doxing that happens to them. They have actively said that they utilize doxing from a website such as Canary Mission to deport individuals. I'm going to skip forward and say that this iteration of doxing is a mechanism where the state criminalizes the act to expand its own policing powers, while the act itself is fueled by the very moral panics it creates. I ultimately want to, maybe just to 2 more slides, to say that I see it as something that is positioned as a weaponization of identification in the 21st century culture wars, and is involved into a moral panic that drives political economies and a kind of social technical drama of online safety, while justifying the expansion of state surveillance and enabling conspiracies through cybersecurity rhetoric. And I told myself before I did this talk that I wouldn't use really long jargony sentences, and I realized I just did it here. But maybe it makes some sense about how we see this kind of cyclical relationship between moral panics and who gets to decide what safety and security is. I ultimately do hope, though, that doxing social life has involved considering how it's been entangled with issues of security, that we need to see kind of this in-between, uncomfortable and contradictory middle ground between what safety and security is, how we enact it, how we develop a sense of a better security culture for our communities cannot be seen as something that we can just be, that can be programmed away. It's not an A plus B equals that we're finally secure and we end doxing. And that ultimately I hope here that when we address and politically interrogate security and safety and surveillance, that it's all coming with understanding historical conditions and issues of gender and race and subcultures to help us build a better world against repression and surveillance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What an incredible talk. There's a microphone there if anyone in the room would like to line up to ask questions. We'll start off with one that we've had online. We've got a few from the online chat. So starting off with a hypothetical question. Say someone is a prominent figure in women in tech. First 2 pages of Google for their name. Already a victim of online abuse. They decide not to transition and reflect their true identity because of this fear. What advice would you give to someone this vulnerable?
Oh, wow, that's I don't know how to, I don't know how to fully answer that question this short amount of time. I think I would want to encourage, I would want to both validate the feeling of fear and insecurity, and while also seeing how there can be various ways that that identity and the way that we perform and understand ourselves can exist on a lot of different fields, offline and online. Yeah, I wish I could talk to that person in real life, because that is such an intimate conversation that I only have so much I could answer in a short amount of time.
Of course, thank you. Another question from online. Speaker has mentioned her archive of docs and NFOs. Has she worked with Jason Scott and text files, both to preserve what you've found and also to analyze the massive archive that Jason has built?
Yes, and a 15-minute conversation turned into an over an hour conversation, which, if you know Jason, might not be surprising. But it was very good. So yes, I have been, and I hope to speak with him more.
Thank you. Are there any questions from in the room? Yeah, we got someone coming up to the microphone.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I think what you're describing is something that I've seen in a lot of other situations in which something that kind of starts off as people with less power trying to have their voices heard and make change from a position of less power to something that people with more power are using to squish those very same people. And it's something I've lived through a bit through the First Amendment and other things. And I was wondering if, because you've looked so deeply at this, do you have any insights about how those of us with less power might prevent this co-option of these strategies, or is it just inevitable that the powerful are going to come and take these tools and use them?
You know, I wish that this is kind of the period that I wish that it could be like a roundtable discussion, because a lot of I come to this research project right now not fully having kind of a solution to these problems. Although I do think I hold to my heart some very core beliefs, hacker ethic beliefs around how we can play our way and kind of swindle through and navigate different kind of being very contextual of how and when and why we choose to do certain actions, and thinking about it as a kind of a sense of playfulness, which could either mean that we have to find creative endeavors to navigate and to participate in open source investigations and information, to challenging people in power. How that exactly looks like within context is what I would love to talk to other people about. But yeah, I think it's something that's deeply contextual and is something that I believe that we can subvert if it involves a lot of creativity.
Happy to talk.
So my question is about the uses of doxing in terms of setting someone up for harassment versus maybe identifying someone who has committed a possibly criminal act. Because in some ways, I think it's almost been used interchangeably.
Yeah.
And I wonder if you had any comments on that.
I think it has been used interchangeably, and I think it's also been pretty subjective. I don't say that I have my own political positioning on it. That I hold no shared similarities in politics with people of far right or certain very nefarious trolls. But I believe, as a researcher, I do believe that I acknowledge how much the discourse of someone exposing for safety purposes to do something that is like creating, even if they're not using it the way that maybe people on the left do, a security culture, is used quite in a bipartisan nature. I think that people who have really care strongly about doxing anti-genocide protesters, it is due because of securing the safety of people who are Jewish. And I think the same goes with people who are anti-fascists, who are trying to protect communities from neo-Nazis. I, again, have my own partisan belief on that, but I believe that what we should acknowledge is that that becomes profoundly subjective, that I believe sometimes can be hard to figure out how to create a universal decision on that without it becoming maybe draconian or taken up by law enforcement.
We have time for 2 more questions, as long as they're quick. I suggest maybe make some time to chat afterwards.
So I was curious if your research or area of focus examined at all like the fallout of like for like people that have experienced doxing, or like how these docs, like once they're out there, like what happens, like in terms of like how they get picked up and utilized, like used as like bringing people to justice, or like harassment, or like the whole like scape. Is that an area of focus? Do you have any thoughts on that at all?
Yeah, I think, I will say that I'm not doing quantitative research, and I believe that would probably be pretty hard to create some quantitative definition of, but I have followed that, and I can give my own like subjective assessments. I think it's varied, but one of the biggest things I think I notice, and I more mean this from the pure, like simply the vast amount of doxes. I like literally been scrape doxing websites to paste bins, is that a lot of times nothing happens. With that being said, I do believe that there are constituents of people who are more likely to experience something detrimental. And I think it also depends on the context and the position in which they are doxed. I have noticed that gaming communities have resulted in some of the most violence, particularly because they are not shy of swatting. Recently, a 24-year-old man in Arizona, I skipped over this, got paralyzed because they called a SWAT team, and ICE also came because the people who doxed and swatted them also said that he was undocumented, which he was not, but he became paralyzed, and he called 911 before they even came, and he was like, I'm about to get swatted, and they said, that's not real, you're fine, and now he's paralyzed from the shoulder down. I also believe that trans women in also specifically gaming communities seem to be more vulnerable in my opinion, yet simultaneously there's also some really cool trans girl gaming communities. Shout out to all of the trans gamers in this room. And then I think also right now professors, I know that has resulted in people getting fired specifically with people speaking out against genocide.
You.
I am so sorry, but that is all the time we have for today. So please, another round of applause for Jamie Theophilus. Please stick around. In 10 minutes' time, decentralized networking is a social problem. Thank you so much. Hello. Hi. Hi, over in the back there. How you doing? Oh, I got a wave. Lovely. Thank you. How's the energy in the room right now? How are you feeling? Yeah, excellent. Good stuff. There, I got some nothing from you over there. Come on, how's the energy in the room? Thank you. Thank you. I can go back and report to England that America is still very happy. Lovely. So we'll be introducing John to talk to you in just a moment, but before I do, just a couple of points of housekeeping. There won't be any time for questions at the end of this talk, but John will happily answer your questions outside of the room afterwards. That applies to both online questions and questions in the room. That's to give John lots of time to chat through. Also, please remember that Hope is a volunteer-run event. So later today, before you go off and have dinner, have a drink, whatever, please consider helping do some of the get out for the event. And if you loved this weekend, next year, we still need you. If you want to help make Hope even better next time, please consider volunteering and getting involved. Hope is completely dependent on people like me and people like the amazing other volunteers here who just stuck their hand up and said, sure, we'll help out. So please, I encourage you, I implore you, make me really happy and volunteer next year. So with that, I'll hand you over to John.
Thank you. We're going to extend my display. And we're going, yep. Look at that. Then I will drive this up here. And then I will do this. There we are. Hello. Look at everybody sticking around till the very end. Y'all are the real deal. Yeah? Out of curiosity, before I even start, let me do the show of hands thing. Who feels like they are, who is in charge of some sort of community or is facilitating some sort of community? Yeah, okay, not a big surprise. What about some sort of technology project with a community around it? Okay, all right. Well, good. This is not going to be terribly technical. This is going to be a little bit more of the community side. So it seems like we'll have a good balance. My name is John, by the way, KI5QKX, and I do a little bit of both. And what I have to share here is a few stories. Technical communities built around decentralized technologies tend to find that they need to navigate questions of responsibility and authority and access, even with technologies that are designed to mitigate some of that. So this is going to be a look at some of the conditions that seem conducive to ideally better outcomes in communities built around technology that go beyond just what the technology enables. Now, before I get into it any further, there will be some who remember these stories a little differently. My aim is to focus on the patterns. A lot of the details and a lot of the resolutions probably belong in a different talk or maybe HBO documentary. But I hope that this talk actually demonstrates the first of one of its own observations. Events don't produce a single coherent community memory. People experience different parts of an event from different positions, and they construct different accounts of what happened. This worked out great for us can be just as true as this was horribly exclusive for someone else. So setting who's right and who's wrong doesn't always yield the healthy response. An environment that supports learning from it, however, right, and adding all that messy knowledge to the community's collective memory, that can help keep conflict from becoming destructive. The stories I'm going to talk about exemplify some of this. And some of these slides are going to be blank, by the way. I've heard some amazing talks this weekend, and so I'm going to insert something here. More than one of the talks that I've attended has touched on pieces of what I came here to talk about. And so some of this is not going to come as a surprise. In fact, at lunch on Friday, I was kind of giving a summary, and somebody goes, "Well, isn't all this kind of obvious?" And it is. So that's my talk. Any questions? All right. Now, so hearing all these other examples of, such similar events playing out in so many other communities, maybe it's obvious, but it does seem to keep happening. And a lot of times it springs up on you before you realize it. So I'm hoping that hearing more of these stories will help you see some changes that you might want to make or see some warning signs. And James, if you're watching this, thanks for lunch. Another observation that I want to touch on is the potential distinction between decentralized and distributed. They're not always the same. For my purposes here, distribution is where the system is and where the system reaches. And decentralization is about where the authority or where the responsibility is or where the decisions get made. I'm going to start with a story that is not related to 44net. Who here is my IRC family? IRC users? IRC users, all right. None of us look a day over 25. I love it. For everybody else, IRC is what Discord will be when it grows up. So this is a distributed technology. It's got distribution built into it. Decentralized and distributed networks of servers. It's very compatible with volunteer administration, which means that the users and the administrators and the communities are also somewhat decentralized and distributed. But I think we've seen before how even a system as well done as that can still be vulnerable to existential risks when questions come up about things like who can do what and who's responsible for things like moderation. And the role of the technology and how all this plays out ends up being something other than what was intended. So there was this huge IRC network many years ago, and big projects used it. Anyone was there. And to make a long story short, an event occurred, an external event that upended the established conventions of that community and its participation on this network. It involved questions of ownership and authority and responsibility, not all in the same ways. And there was a revolt among the established community. They were not happy about this assertion of authority from the outside, understandably. To try to rectify the situation, the new boss tried to enforce more compliance. The rules changed, they got stricter, they were enforced more harshly, and that didn't help one bit, right? If even for a tiny moment there was a contingent that was like, oh, I don't know, maybe it won't be so bad, maybe we can keep it going. The very next tiny moment, everybody was like, yeah, no, we're done, we're out. Some of the groups left and went to other technologies, things like Matrix. Technologies that were like, here's a solution to that kind of a problem, right? That won't happen again here. Others kept the technology, the IRC technology fundamentally, but they established it elsewhere and built a new community on top of that and patched the community to avoid that kind of problem happening again. And this plays out over and over, right? Twitter, Mastodon, Meshtastic, Meshcore, right? These communities form, there's a conflict, there's a problem, they fracture, and people either find another way in, find another way to participate, or they go someplace else. So I'm thinking, if you want to try to build an enduring community, you need more than the federated protocol, right? And if these events are going to spring up before we realize, what's going on when these things are about to happen? How can we study them and without waiting for them to jump out at us? And as it happens, there is a technical community that has been effectively a series of experiments around these very questions. It has been running continuously for almost 40, well, no, more than 44 years. It's called 44net. And for our purposes today, 44net is a community of amateur radioing and networking humans constituting a worldwide decentralized network, all using a common set of internet resources, namely a block of IP addresses, the ones that start with 44. People use it for all sorts of things: individual home labs, getting devices online, building community networks, remote access to repeater sites. I've got it on my phone right now for all the fun stuff it can do. And these projects all over the world are serving thousands of participants, right? It's not inactive. But this isn't a talk about all the amazing things about 44net. The thing is, IP addresses are a finite resource, and they have some value. And they're valuable enough that people who care about them care a lot about them. And part of my job as 44net program manager for the foundation that stewards these resources is to make sure that 44net is serving, doing good in the world. And I don't know how many people I've talked to participating in 44net about their experiences. It's kind of a herd of cats. I mean, brilliant, messy, glorious cats. I love cats. But I mentioned I have some stories, so I'm going to start at the beginning. The first project to use 44net resources, and for a long time the only project. Let me back up further. So in 1981, amateur radio operators up and down the West Coast were experimenting with their VHF and UHF transceivers, building terminal node controllers, what we would recognize today as modems. Building essentially a network, a mesh network of 1200 baud transceivers, and they were doing keyboard to keyboard and BBSs and, you know, some early proto wireless networking even. This was just as the internet protocol itself was starting to get some traction and exit its ARPANET era. One of these amateurs on the West Coast, Hank Magnuski, KA6M, thought maybe some of these IP addresses would be good for hams to have so that they could start experimenting with internet protocol using the packet radio networks that had been springing up. So as you did back in the day, he called up John Postel and said, "Hey, can I have some IPs? ICANN has IP." And it was the 44th Class A network to be assigned. John Postel added the network to RFC 790, officially adding it to the list of assigned numbers with amateur forever misspelled. Now, there are mountains of history about AMPERNet. It has been going on for decades, and that is, again, a whole other talk. But the thing to understand here is, and Live It Up was mentioning this yesterday, VHF has a fixed physical limit to its range. And you can do some things to get around that and extend it and take it further, but fundamentally, if you're operating a VHF or even UHF packet-based network, you're working with people who are more or less in your vicinity. So the activity around this stuff is necessarily geographically defined. Clusters of activity in a relatively local area with people who probably already know each other, right? So when it came time to divvy up these IP addresses, doing it geographically was reasonable and practical. And they did some fun stuff, like it was sorted in order by name and then assigned by ascending high order bit, and so that had some fun patterns to emerge. But each region got a /16. A volunteer would distribute IP addresses within that region and also help people get connected and make sure that they could connect their TNC and, you know, sometimes go over there with a soldering iron, right? Clubs were involved. It was very in-person. And so we have these technologies, the internet protocol, packet radio network, this sort of mesh networking. Operation is distributed among its participants. Authority, such as it is, decentralized across all the participants. And this is all a function of the system's technical design and the physical reality of operating it, right? Meanwhile, the internet was indeed becoming a thing. And where not many people had internet access at all, it wasn't long before internet access was everywhere. And it was very easy to connect these otherwise isolated packet radio networks to each other over dial-up lines or leased lines or, available internet access. And this created opportunities for new ways to use it, right? They created an overlay network called the IP-IP mesh, using the IP in IP encapsulation protocol. BGP, always an option, right? And we're talking about people who have data center, or not data centers at the time, what they call them, server farms, or they are working at a university that's already announcing BGP to the backbone of the internet. So now we have other ways to use 44net resources besides the sort of geographically centered model. Which meant that somebody coming along from outside that model is going to find a different path than the ones who came before. Now, that's to say, what was working about this regional system didn't stop working. That was still going on, and that was still vital. And a lot of the regional networks are still going today. And we'll look at one of them in a minute. There's one here in the Northeast that's very active. But now there were gravitational forces of participants sometimes adhering kind of fiercely to the existing model, and in some cases drawing inward. Different regions were following different rules. Some regions were stricter than others. One regional coordinator might say, I see your IPs aren't being used, I'm gonna yank them back. Another one would say, to hell with the internet, we're not gonna connect at all, we're isolated, this is just for us. Others weren't paying attention at all, or they're volunteers, so they, go off and do something else, and they kind of abandon the people in that area. But still, all the public advice for a newcomer was find your regional coordinator, and that's how you'll get started. And people are like, okay, well, how? They didn't all know each other already anymore. Anyway, so as participation started to shift, some responded, with something like, all right, everybody, this is how this is supposed to work. This is what we're going to do, all of us. And you can imagine how well that tends to go when you have a big group of people all doing different things. And you have dozens or hundreds of people trying to sort of jostle for what is the purpose? What is the one way? What is the right way? And the thing is, the network was never any one thing. From the beginning, it was these pockets of decentralized distributed activity. But the experience of the participants was still shaped by those structures. The silos that they entered in reflected to them what seemed like the entirety of the experience for everybody. And the structures that were enabling participation in the beginning were no longer enabling them in the way they had before, right? So if people can't find a good next move, they want to get involved. They're told to find a resource that doesn't exist anymore, or they're told to use a method that isn't compatible anymore. They actually have an idea to do something that isn't documented, that isn't conventional at all. They're going to find a way around it if they can, right? Or they're going to exit the system and go do something else. And so this is where you see a community start fragmenting, when the decentralization and the distribution means that, well, okay, pieces can go break off and do other things. What else would you do in this situation? And so during this time, a lot of people were making sort of good faith efforts to stick with the old ways, and they were successful. Like I said, there's regions still going strong because, they're motivated. These are people who want to be doing this stuff. This is a valuable resource in RF and networking. I mean, this is some kind of nerd heaven. They're up for whatever it takes. They're also clever people, right? Being somewhat hackers. And so working around constraints is almost as exciting as, doing it the prescribed way. So, like I said, they were devising these tunneling protocols, or they were working out of their, university or their business. But a lot of people, and this was the case for me personally for many years, were just like, I don't know, this is too much. I don't know how to do this. This is too much to have to figure out before I can even get started doing the thing I want to do. So you just go do something else, right? I played with BBSs for a while, spun up Legends of the Red Dragon again. Eventually, the pull was too great. I was spending a lot of time on alternative networks like DN42. I was reflashing Ubiquity equipment with other firmware, and I was daydreaming about things like finding dark fiber in the manhole outside my house and building a network across town. And I kept bumping into mentions of 44net. And I thought, you know what, this is time. I need to get my license and get me one of these free /24 subnets. This happened to be at a time that big changes were afoot with 44net. So for years, 44net and this whole block of IP addresses was rather informally managed. And to make a very long story short, the mechanics of society, right, over time kind of compelled the establishment of an entity to represent this community to the lawyers and the governments and the banks and that sort of thing. So there was a foundation. And then about the time I come along and I'm finally getting that ticket, this entity, Amateur Radio Digital Communications, was undergoing some seismic changes, right? This would be a good subject for like a 10-part HBO documentary. But in the midst of all these existential transformations, one of the key figures in the story, the person who had more or less wound up being the go-to guy, the one who held the bulk of the institutional knowledge about what was going on in 44net, was a human named Brian Cantor, who rather suddenly went silent key in the midst of all this. And so very quickly, the informal, in Brian's head way of doing things was gone, but the activities of 44net needed to continue. So another volunteer who had been working closely with Brian, who was well known, very well respected, who is kind of private lately, so I won't dox him here, but he had been helping keep things going. He had been working with Brian. He had a bit of a portal application that was automated, some of it. And alongside that, he was developing a sort of new version of it that solved a lot of the problems that he was having with the earlier system. This new application, this new technology was going to fill a lot of the gaps, streamline and automate processes around verifying that a user is a licensed ham, managing who's allocated what resources, having a support portal, doing all of this kind of stuff. And it's pretty glorious, right? It's a big application. But he was mainly doing it kind of on his own recognizance for himself. And from the perspective of himself as an administrator. That's not to say it's not designed with users in mind, but the problems that were solved in the system's design were primarily problems that he was experiencing, And, we often love nothing better than an elegant technical solution to some problem. And the foundation, of course, was in this period of upheaval, and they needed more than ever kind of a tool to help deal with this stuff. So with some brushing up and concerted effort, and again, to compress a really long story, the new portal was launched in April 2024. I don't have a visual for this story. I could show you mailing list threads, community meetings, the invocation of codes of conduct. The launch of the new portal is not well remembered by everyone, just to be honest about that. It did a lot of things well. It solved a lot of problems, but it was, for some people, it was catastrophic to their expectations of what was going on with 44net. some of the established coordinators, some of the most, engaged volunteers who were managing regions, they felt, sideswiped. They felt like they could no longer do things they had been doing before. And those who had developed a sense of ownership and authority over the activity in their region, felt kind of rug pulled. Meanwhile, this whole other category of participants is finding their way in because now we have a self-service tool that automates a lot of this. It clears all these obstacles. It creates a point of access. People can discover it, create their own account, sign in, request a resource, and get going. And people were, there was an occasional question like, okay, well, if we have this portal, why do we need regional coordinators? And what a rough question to ask, right? I mean, just immediately questioning the need for a class of person to exist. Unsurprisingly, left a lot of the regional coordinators going, WTF. So there were lots of loud and angry protests against a tool that, and here's my point, it encoded changes to the whole participation model. It started out with the objective of making it easier to participate, but in the course of just building the tool, policy developed, right, as a side effect of the workflows and the design of the forms and the structure of the database, the data entity models, right, all the permission structures, all of that baked in all of a sudden where there hadn't been something before. It was all very informal. Now here's a system like dropping a big pile of rules out of nowhere. And keep things on topic. So yeah, it was a technological solution to a real operational need. It had inadvertently changed the game for many of 44net's participants, particularly the ones who were often the most engaged and the most involved and had the most historical context for this. And I should say too, it's arguably not through any fault or malice. It's easy to accidentally insert your opinions into things as you build them, particularly if you're kind of building them on your own. And I was in Kestrel's talk yesterday, made a very good point about the dead ends that can create when you're on a form and you come across a menu that's like choose your gender and there's 2 options. And your choices are, do I lie? Do I make something up? Or is this just telling me to go away? Did the developer deliberately mean to exclude a whole category of people? Maybe, and in a lot of cases, probably. But for whatever the reason is, the developer just didn't stop to think, right, in those terms. And so something similar was happening here. People were interested in doing things that the portal didn't support and suddenly felt like they had to use the portal to do things that they needed no portal to do before. And by the way, we've been making steady progress on addressing these things. There's loads more to do. People seem to think it's moving in the right direction, so I'm excited to see what comes along. All right, so that was a couple of the gnarlier stories. We have a good success story, though, too, right? Stories good and bad. In the case of a project called Hamnet in Germany. This is using 44net resources. They are building massive networks of microwave towers using 5, 10, 60 gigahertz equipment. And as a function of its design and the protocols it's using, and also the way the community is organized, it's decentralized, it's distributed, it tolerates pretty liberal participation, right? And I think it does this by having established and adopted a very narrow sort of contract for participation. Yeah. This has been going on for more than 20 years. And let me just say, every time I go to Germany, I'm floored by the ham community and how unwilling they are to consider something not to do. They will tell you, oh, you can't do high data rates over UHF. And then here's Stefan doing high data rates over UHF. It's amazing. Anyway, so this is a large, thriving network, and it sort of did originate as the Germany region, but it has since developed well beyond that model, and it has a life of its very own. I asked one of the guys who works on it, Jan Trachevsky, does this thing have a website? And he's like, let me get back to you on that. And he came back with a list of several websites. Just to give you an idea of, there's not much for central authority in this project. It's a lot of what people are motivated to build and create for themselves, including this map, right? This is a guy who was like, oh, well, I know where the database is of all the tower sites. Why don't I create a map? And there we go. So I don't know exactly how it works. Most of the documentation is in German, and I can barely order a schnitzel, so I'm not very good at that. But I've asked a lot of questions, and here's what I think seems to be happening there. You find a neighbor or a few, and you work out the frequencies that you want to use to connect. You put some routing rules into your equipment, and from there, it's sort of whatever works for you. And there are tools for this. There are databases online, and there's loads of documentation, and you can talk to people, and there's all kinds of ways to get involved. But there aren't pages and pages and pages of policies that you have to adhere to even qualify to join, right? Now, that's not to say there are no rules. We're all part of a system one way or another. Thank you, Foucault. But the rules are there to describe successful participation. The rules protect the kind of participation that works. The rules are such that here's what's possible. Where the rules are prohibitive is to help protect those positive forms of participation, right? To help protect participants. And so the result is this sort of, again, lightweight contract where people here succeed when they do these things. When they peer well, when they communicate, when they share documentation, when they show respect for another, right, for one another, the network works better. People committed to adverse behaviors can expect not to get very much engagement from others in this community. Sort of how it goes. And yeah, it's arguably pretty effective, right? The whole project operates relatively autonomously. Within the project, participants are relatively autonomous. And I think, again, it's mainly from not having major bureaucratic roadblocks to getting involved. I think this is over 1,000 nodes that they've got going now. So all the technology is distributed and decentralized as a function of how it's designed. And through this, it tolerates reasonable divergences. People are kind of at liberty to explore and to build and to pursue their own interests. They do adopt some basically agreed upon principles, and then they apply those principles in their decision making to get at something like the right outcome, without every outcome having to be spelled out. So you can go too small on your principles. Do no evil didn't exactly hold up well at Google. And the last few stories have been about established projects handling some kind of change, or handling some kind of evolution, or figuring out how to grow. There's a project that I can talk about now. This project experienced a lot right at its inception. And again, I'm going to withhold some details because some of them are personal and they're not relevant to what I'm getting at anyway. So there's a group of people, 44net participants, who started piecing together that you can get everything you need to build a cellular network in the US just by ordering it online, reprogramming it, setting up the servers, right? And they've been doing amateur cellular networks in Germany now for a while also. But this was kind of an aha moment for this group of hams in the US. In the span of just a few weeks, all the modern apparatus that you would expect of a distributed cooperative project sprang into existence. You've got Git repositories, and domains are registered, and people are on mailing lists and chat groups and Discord servers. And within a short period of time, there was a working prototype, and things were coming together for, kind of a template for how other projects could do this. There was a huge amount of positive energy. And the shared expectations never quite got established. So despite having all of these tools that, help mediate the way people interact and help give a platform and a structure for people to collaborate, people were operating under different sets of assumptions. And whether that's because it was moving quickly or just the passions of the people involved, disagreement quickly arose over who's in charge and who's responsible and who gets to make these decisions. But more than that, kind of what is this project for? And what's the purpose? And you had divergent views on that. And as so often happens on the internet, things got a little ugly in public, which is to say that all the passion and the energy that had been going into the project was now going into the dispute. It was sucking all the attention away, and people weren't interested in it, right? So they were no longer contributing to the project in the way they had been. The work had become fighting about the work. And there was not enough established that regular work could continue until this was resolved. So people kind of went away. And sad to say, we'll never know what could have been. That's not to say it's not continuing. They've gone off and done some other things. But it was start to watch that initial conflict so early in a project have such a profound effect on it. It's not realistic to eliminate disagreement or to try to prevent it. It's not even necessarily a requirement that it gets resolved. But if enough has been established among a group that participants can continue to contribute, and the work can continue, then the community can survive when there's a major disruption like this. But in this case, it was early on, at a stage when projects like this are particularly vulnerable. But compared with other projects, right, where expectations were clear and well established, where the rules and the contracts were enabling rather than prohibitive, there wasn't yet enough of that framework so that people could understand what the next step was and how to proceed. So they exited the system. And the other thing that strikes me about this story is your most passionate participants, they have the vital energy that sustains a project and grows a community. And you will find them when they start sharing very strong opinions and bumping into other people who have very different, very strong opinions. This is a source of power. You don't want to try to throw a wet blanket on that. You don't want to shut people down, right? Because they're going to put in the time. They're going to show up. They're going to make things possible. They're going to make things happen. And they're going to have the clearest vision often and the most deeply held beliefs about the nature of the project. I think one of the things that we've observed is that when those beliefs and that energy has a productive place to go, where it can be expressed and shared and adopted, then it's less likely to turn inward and build up and create these opportunities for conflict as somebody pursues, every opportunity to prove that they're right. If it's established, more broadly that yes, we all disagree, but we're all still here to work together, then that puts that energy back to work. Because, the same energy that keeps somebody up all night coding can also be used to keep them up all night sending nasty emails. Not as productive. All right, so back to what works. So I have one more story here that I think really ties the room together. So during all this time of transformation happening at ARDC, the one that I was mentioning a while back, To recap, it was widely kind of acknowledged that the regional system wasn't meeting all of 44net needs, some but not all. The available means of getting 44net resources onto your equipment were kind of baroque and kind of opaque, kind of difficult to use if you weren't already a network administrator. And people had begun pursuing use cases that the existing mechanisms didn't even really accommodate. Meanwhile, the whole nature of the internet was changing. So in the beginning, when the network was necessarily end-to-end, and you could kind of count on somebody at the other end of an IP address being an actual person doing a thing with a system. The internet at this point had kind of transformed into these vertically integrated slots controlled by major corporations. And a lot of people were not accessing the internet, they were accessing an application, or they were at best like using an app on their phone, and the ISP controls everything from the server all the way down to the baseband. And so doing the kinds of things that you used to be able to do very easily with 44net were much more difficult. And there's more, right? There's more people on the internet, and there's more going on. And as a result of this, the commercial interests have often, adopted NAT and CGNAT and inserted controls and filters and have a lot of influence over the kinds of things that you could do, such that you can really no longer access the bones of the internet anymore, except with 44net. But if people were going to use these 44net resources, we would need new ways to do that, because not everybody can go get a BGP announcement. Not everybody can get IP to work over their, AT&T crappy router thing. So there was a group of volunteers, including the late John Hayes, that kept coming back to the idea of using something like OpenVPN to create new paths. There had been some experiments in this among other parts of the community, but there wasn't really like a global system. And a lot of effort quickly started building around this, because especially once WireGuard came along, and people said, now we can see how the network works, how the routing works. We can see and understand and reason about the encryption. It's enough to teach somebody how they're using the network that they're using without being an impediment to getting started on the project they wanted to do, right? This is something I mentioned earlier. If you have to shave a whole herd of yaks before you can even play with your toy, you're not going to play with a toy. It's too much work to deal with. So this group of volunteers, very excited about this, established some things early on that I think really helped it succeed, like what this would be for. And it's kind of hard to articulate, right? You're talking about WireGuard and OpenVPN, and people go, okay, VPN. But this isn't a VPN. And moreover, we're not really interested in creating a VPN, right? You can buy that. We don't need to make something that you can buy. We want to make something that you really can't get otherwise, that we are in a unique position to help support and create. So the kind of joke is, it's not a virtual private network, it's a virtual public network. Because by using these tunneling technologies, you are bringing a real globally routable IP address all the way to your device, whether you're connected through 3G or Starlink and 15 layers of CGNAT. WireGuard is capable of punching out to a point of presence and establishing a tunnel back into your device. So the purpose was clear, and it was compelling, and the work was easy to divide up. People were very collaborative, using Zulip for chat and Zoom meetings and all the things that you want to see, all open source, available on the site. And when it launched, it immediately uncovered this huge demand for new ways to participate that were fundamentally not gate-kept. You could sign up if you had the credentials and get on just as legitimately as anybody else. There was nobody to say, oh, this isn't a good application or whatever. It was quick, it was self-service, it was easy to understand, right? It checked a lot of boxes. It launched last year as 44net Connect. And this again is worth a whole other presentation. But if you want to check it out, check out connect.44net.cloud. But the point is that it brought together all of these things that we had been looking for to lower barriers to participation, to establish pathways to do the thing that we want to do, right? Carry out the development in the open, have everybody participating from the beginning rather than like holding it back and keeping it in a box and then just releasing it on the world. The people who are going to be using it have been participating in its development and its testing all along. They've been on the mailing list, they've been seeing it, they're a part of it. When there was an obstacle, when one technology wasn't going to work out, the team was not married to it. They were not precious about it. They were like, nope, that's not going to work. Let's try something else, right? And so eliminating these roadblocks and this friction helped solve an operational problem, how to make these resources work on your device, while solving the participation problem, right? Why is it so hard to get involved with 44net? And it restored a lot of participant agency, which was one of my, favorite things about it. So there's a lot of ways to sum this up. This is one that sticks in my mind, that when you create conditions that are conducive to the things that you want, when you try to mitigate conditions that are blocking people or slowing them down or misdirecting their passion, the community will find its own ways of growing and thriving. You don't have to lead it by the collar. The people who come to your community are the ones who want to see it do something. So in a lot of ways, get out of the way and let them see what they can create. If you find yourself kind of forcing it, you might, step back and say, look, am I trying to put guardrails on a sidewalk to force people to use it? Or am I paving the ruts that they've already trod into the grass? And that's kind of the difference. Am I enforcing behavior or am I supporting behavior? And they accomplish the same things, right? Do not step on grass. But they do it in different ways. One that's enabling versus one that's restrictive. And then my last story, I got just a couple of minutes because I'm a Disney dork. I love going to the theme parks. The whole manufactured experience is magic and amazing, but I'm also the guy who's like craning his neck to see how the machines actually work. My mom was legendary at planning these trips. There were spreadsheets and binders and everything. And people go, damn, she must have had y'all down to the minute. It must have been a real tight ship. It must have been a commando operation. And she did have it all down to the minute, but that's not exactly what she was doing because, well, all right, so when she started planning the trip, she would gather a list of all the attractions and ask everybody to say, I absolutely do not want to do this, or I would be happy to do this if somebody wants to, or I would do this 3 times if I could, right? She gathered all that and compiled it and associated it with open source intelligence on which lines were long and short at different times of the day in the different parks. And what she produced was a proposed plan for each day, but it wasn't a rigid schedule. It was not be here at this time. And as anybody who's been there knows, if you're too rigid, Pirates is going to be closed right when you're supposed to be writing it. And that's when, you see the family standing there in the heat arguing about what to do next, because the thing that they were absolutely going to do at this time, they could no longer do. But all the decision making and all the negotiating had already been done. And they were baked into this matrix that indicated our priorities. So that when we show up to do Pirates of the Caribbean and the line is 4 hours long because it was broken down, we can say, okay, that's a bad idea. You just go down the column. According to our priorities, the next thing everybody said they'd be happy to do is Winnie the Pooh, right? And so instead of standing around arguing and relitigating everything in the heat, we hopped on a ride with a short line and enjoyed ourselves. So the point was, it's not rigid. It doesn't have to be. You don't have to prescribe every step that somebody is going to take as they make their way across an enormous park. They're going to want to do what they want to do. But what you can do is set them up for success by making the decisions themselves a matter of how do you decide, right? We decide according to our values. We decide according to our principles. And when we can establish those clearly and make them a shared set of expectations for everybody, a lot of these disputes over exactly what do we do in these situations, they kind of go away because all that negotiation has already been done. So if you are wrangling a community and you're working on some technical effort, if any of these observations might help you make sense of what's going on with your crew, I hope you're able to use them to figure out how to strengthen what you're doing and be more resilient and enabling and productive. That's all I have. This is my first time ever attending Hope. This has been a wonderful experience. I'm so glad to meet each and every one of you. If you do have any questions, you can contact me and we can talk anytime. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Put your hands once together. It's the end of the day. Put your hands together again for John. Okay, stick around, everyone. In 10 minutes' time, we will be closing this thing. Hello. 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 How's the energy in the room right now? A little bit inspired by the weekend? Yeah, kind of happy that you came? A little bit sad that it's over? A little bit hungry? Is that just me? Okay, well, thank you all so much for being here, for coming along, for giving all of your incredible energy. Please do help out when it comes to getting out at the end. And don't forget that this is a volunteer-run event. We need you all to sign up to volunteer next year and make Next Hope even better. But you're not here to hear my voice. So please make so much noise for your incredible Hope 26 team.
Thank you all. Oh, is this thing on? There we go. Hi, I'm Alex, and I'm here to represent the Hope Knock this year. We saw what you did there. So our mission's pretty clear, to be open, fast, and transparent. This year we had a FortiGate logging every flow. We used client isolation to keep you all apart, and we still saw the whole picture, and we decided to share it with everyone else. So over 3 days, we only had 1 gigabit this year, unfortunately, but you shared graciously. We had just under 1,800 devices connected, over 2.5 million log events, and peak sessions around 13,000 with 536 megabits at peak. So fairly low consumption given the bandwidth available. In terms of average utilization over time, the peaks were around 322 on Saturday. You moved about 835 gigabytes of data. Yeah, normal applications you'd expect there. And we had some challenges this year on the connectivity side. So about 1 week out, we had no internet. So that really would have been bad. We were going back and forth for a couple months, and nobody could tell us what actually terminated in the building's main point of entry, the room where the carriers actually enter the building. So we can't plan around a delivery of a circuit if we don't know where it's even going. So over time, we learned that Astound was on site, but the question was whether we could reach them or not. So in the interim, an exclusive, quote unquote, on-site vendor that self-described themselves as a tier 1 ISP said we could not run our own wireless and that any circuit we were to procure would have to go through them. Our contract with the hotel said none of that. So about a week out, we still had no connectivity, but obviously you are all coming, so we were a little worried. And really the last ditch effort, we managed to pick up Astound, actually in a dorm room with a toilet in the corner. This handoff was technically not part of the hotel, but it is within the hotel. So kind of an interesting delivery. Some pictures on the right-hand side actually show the bathroom attached to the main point of entry that we had. In terms of running the connectivity, yep. A lot of painter's tape and a lot of running downstairs. To go back to my point about this exclusive provider, last week we actually got an email from them. They said, we are the contracted ISP for the space. So any additional service being installed falls within our scope to coordinate, and adding rogue infrastructure is not an option. Their counteroffer to us was we would deliver, or they would deliver us a 25 meg link over a single Ethernet cord. Yeah, definitely not good enough. We moved 835 gigs of data across the uplink that we had at 25 megabits. That's 74 hours. And yeah, for a con that runs in 3 days. There was plenty of prior case law to protect us around this, so thank you for that. In terms of the hardware that we used this year, we had a FortiGate 90G, which acted as our firewall, router, switch controller, and wireless LAN controller. We handed off to 2 downstream switches, and we deployed 20 Wi-Fi 7 APs out of the 25 that we had available. The actual power draw for the firewall that powered all this was 19.9 watts. It was totally fanless. We had no spare and no fear. So since we had a little bit of time on our hands, once the network was up and going, we decided to do some development with all this new AI capability that's out there. So we actually shipped all of our logs to a custom syslog receiver running on a Zoe computer. All of the data was analyzed every 2 minutes and output directly to the NOC website at knoc.hope.net. We have a fully documented API. We have a search interface for you to be able to hunt, and we actually did a capture the flag. In terms of some of our observations, we had 11,534 rogue BSSIDs. Good job. Definitely lots of interference there for that external provider. We were a little concerned after the DEF CON Wi-Fi Pineapple stuff going on, so we decided to build our own Find My iPhone for rogue APs. The closer that you got to a device, it would just start beeping ridiculously fast, so it was a pretty good indicator. We had some uninvited guests. We had a Ring camera that was beaconing out for software updates. We had a radio with no manufacturer. The hotel's housekeeping network called Hot Sauce. It's still using WPA1, so. There was also a MacBook that we defended quite well, since we didn't allow you to communicate with each other over the wireless, but it decided to advertise screen sharing as available. So most of you are already ghosts, so about 82% of you had randomized MAC addresses. 46% of the traffic that we observed on 443 was quick. 100% TLS 1.3 for handshakes, and about 1.1 gigabytes of transfer that was post-quantum TLS, so really solid there. The network had a social life as well. You know, Scruff was leading for a little while, but Tinder took it by storm, so. Who actually wins at the HackerCon and the AI wars? We had 143,306 knocks on our firewall. We answered none. Some scary rows had names, and we had some questions. We had a fair number of beacons going out to various places, so definitely a lot of data on the NOC site around that if you're curious if you've been compromised. Yeah, definitely read the source, not the row, when doing these hunt activities. We found ourselves wrong twice in doing our own analysis, so we accused a VPN client of being a C2 when it wasn't, and we nearly reported our own DHCP server. The funniest things were in the logs. We actually rate limited our own capture the flag into the ground. Yeah, it applied some logic, and it turns out we were all egressing from the same IP. And so when somebody was beating up the API, it actually blocked it. So it happens. Yeah, we also had a couple of HPE machines that were begging for a lease from 192.168.1.1. Don't really know what that's about. Yeah, we'd had some pretty honest device names, like not a flipper zero. Yep. And Tailnet is really trying to get home. And thanks to the CCC on the streaming side, definitely picked up the bandwidth consumption there. Not a lot of crazy host names this year. I'm a little disappointed, to be honest. So we decided to also do a little investigation into your usage of the conference venue and understanding what talks were most interesting to you. So we actually correlated all of the talk schedules with the APs and the room layouts. So we got very good data for what talks you were interested in this year. And we also got the ability to walk any device around the hotel. So in this case, Super Galaxy Person S20FE touched 19 of our access points over 3 days out of 20. And we were able to track it from room to room, which I'll give a quick demo of. All right. So, zoom in over there. There we go. So randomization of MAC addresses, by the way, doesn't help if you name your device, so just FYI. Let's follow this guy around the hotel. Yeah, some pretty good data here. And we actually can correlate it to what talks were occurring in each room. How much time was spent in each room as part of those talks. And the full timeline, if you're really curious. All right. We built a capture the flag out of the real logs coming off of the Hope network, and we shared the raw log feed with you real time, and all of the historical is available for download. We had 32 players this year. We had 211 challenges in our CTF. Every time we put out a new wave of challenges, the leaderboard was just moving up immediately with the answers. So we made it very difficult and very long, and they powered through. We will do another wave actually after the conference ends and the data set is complete. But lots of really interesting data in there. So please go enjoy that at your own leisure. It will continue once the conference is over. Some of the findings that we had in the CTF. So on the Wi-Fi side, we were actually seeing a 64, which is outside of the RFCs for BSS colors. So kind of an interesting thing. We had a AED, cardiac defibrillator, that was broadcasting nearby. Obviously, 2600.com was associated with hacking in the logs, so it's good. Yeah, we had some interesting factory defaults, which I mentioned before. And with the API that we published, we actually had some contributors putting together some integrations with that feed. So this is a visualization of all the users connecting. So in terms of what we built out, so we have the live dashboard that you can go check out at knock.hope.net. We have the device tracker, scavenger hunt, raw downloads, public API, and then this actual deck if you want to dig into that later. And I really want to thank our sponsors. We had Fortinet obviously give us the gear. Excelix definitely provided a lot of assistance with the coordination, and Zoe for hosting this infrastructure for us. We leveraged Astound. I really want to thank the New Yorker Hotel themselves. They were very, very easy to deal with. As well as our good friends at Hurricane Electric, which helped us dig into the availability of fiber, and hopefully that can help us in future years with some additional connectivity like we've had in the past at Hotel Pennsylvania. Also to all of the NOC volunteers who pulled over a mile of copper so that you could complain about the Wi-Fi. Yep. We definitely had the best volunteer turnout yet, so really a big thanks to all of these folks for their contributions this weekend. Keep hunting. Go to knock.hope.net and search the logs. Enjoy.
So, do we like this place? Yeah, it's weird because we really didn't think it was possible, but it's kind of in our nature to do the impossible. And what Alex just described with the network, that was impossible. As he said, a week before we had no internet. It wasn't because we weren't planning, we weren't trying. It was just, it was unreasonable, the conditions, the bandwidth, and we knew we could do better. And all credit to Kyle for having the fortitude to connect with people we hadn't worked with since 2018. And they were incredible. They came through for us. Thank you. I really feel Greg is smiling down on us right now because this is exactly the kind of conference he was anticipating. There's no way we can get through everything, everybody we have to thank, but we're going to give it a shot. We're going to try. I know Johannes is going to have some special presentation, as he always does. But I just hope, how many of you have never been to New York City before? Okay, good number. And I hope this was a good introduction to it. Just seeing the craziness outside these doors, seeing how friendly people are, seeing how lively this place can be. It's magic. It really is magic, just like the hacker spirit is magic. And I'm just so proud of the community for being able to put this together. It never would have happened without every one of you being a part of it and inspiring us to keep going. We got kicked out of St. John's for some bullshit, but you know what? I'm glad we got kicked out because we wouldn't have been here, right? And that's kind of, a lesson in life. Like, you might get kicked to the ground, but it's a blessing in disguise. You find a way out of it. You find a way to make things better. Usually we start selling tickets to the conference in November. Well, that's about when we got kicked out of St. John's. So we had no place to go, and we didn't start selling tickets until late March. So that's how much time we had to scramble to make up for the whole time. And it wasn't until a few weeks ago that we thought we would even get close to the number of people that we wanted to have. And then all of a sudden, all these people wanted to go, and we sold out, and then people were mad that they couldn't get in. But the good news is we didn't experience overcrowding. We were worried about that, and I think it worked great. We can have more people next year, assuming we come back next year, assuming we want to come back next year. All right. We'll see what we can do. We'll see what we can do about that. So basically, I just want to give people a chance to say what they want to say and acknowledge the people. Our volunteers were incredible. There are just so many people to thank. Lindsay with registration, everybody went through her. Liz volunteers, incredible job there. There are just so many of you that deserve so much credit, but we got here. What Jolie did with the streaming, what Chaos did with the AV, it's a first-class show. And I don't know if you all heard the YouTube story that we went through. We talked about it once, but maybe not everybody knew about this. Overnight, the first night, YouTube, owned by Google, decided that the music that we're playing, our music that was donated to us by the artist who made the music, that violated community standards. And I'm serious, this is their language. In order to keep the community safe, they took it down and they notified us at 3 in the morning when we were asleep. And when we didn't answer by 4 in the morning, they said, okay, we're gonna cut you off. And so we said, shit, how do we even see what the offending content was if we can't access it because we're cut off? We were facing a real problem. We were able to get back on because it was our first offense. But if it happened again, we would lose the entire stream. So even after getting the network, we still had a network crisis thanks to YouTube. And so what we did was, and if we would have to take a course too to to complete the training of sensitivity or whatever it is they think we violated by playing our own damn music. We'll get to the bottom of that. But what I am not asking you to say that, but thank you. So it's not a strike, it was a warning. You know what? I don't even know how they work things. I don't care. Thing is, we needed to proceed without fear. And we reached out to our friends in Germany, Chaos Computer Club, Chaos Communication Congress, great people, support them in any way you can. And just like, in the movie Hackers, where all the hackers from the world got together to help each other. That's what they did for us. And they gave us bandwidth, and that's our... Hack the planet. So we have, a stream that won't take us down for bullshit, and we have a backup for, YouTube we'll keep using just, in case we need more bandwidth, which we probably will. So that's pretty much everything I have to say. I'm going to turn it over to Johannes. More people will come up on stage and tell their stories. Please, if you want to ensure hope happens again, go to the donate button at hope.net and make it more of a sure thing. And I look forward to next year and cleaning up afterwards. Oh yeah, and if you help us clean up, you get 2 bottles of Club Mate as a thank you, which you cannot consume on hotel property because that's part of the union deal or whatever, and we want to respect that. So please, you guys have been great. In fact, I heard from one of the hotel people, the main people, who say that we treat this place better than many corporate clients. And yeah. And you guys are amazing because you're getting people who don't often see people like us. We're kind of strange looking sometimes, or strange behaving, and they're getting a very positive view of people like us, and that's good for everybody. And they're learning so much. So thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, such a great new place. My favorite interaction with one of the hotel employees was there was this lady and she was walking around and inspecting every single blue tape thingy on the wall and looking at them. And I asked, like, what are you doing? And she's like, oh, I'm just interested. Stay interested. Stay vigilant. Okay, so I want to try something with you because I had kind of like a social experiment going on Friday. I had this kind of like wiggle disco. So I did DJing and like actually 25 people showed up and they were sitting and wiggling and then they started dancing and doing things. And one of the things struck me as very interesting and worthy of probably something like a world record. So I'm trying to do a world record with you right now. And the world record will happen for like 3 minutes and 40 seconds. I will declare this place and a little bit outside a new country. And that country is the Democratic Republic of Congo. I want the world record with you for the longest conga line at a hacker convention. We can do it. Moving, cardio, feeling good, the good hormones. Okay, so the tech guys. First, a big applause for the tech guys. Yeah, and of course, this is the Diplomatic Republic of Congo. We don't agree to any of the copyright agreements, so it's new state. So, hit play.
Oppan Gangnam Style. Gangnam Style.
You know I'm not one to break promises. I don't wanna hurt you, but I need to breathe. 'Cause it's always a good time. At the end of it all, still my best friend. But there's something inside that I need to release. 'Cause it's always a good time.
Oppan Gangnam Style. Oppan Gangnam Style.
Really gets me high. Bam-a-lam, you know that's no lie. Bam-a-lam, she's so steady. Bam-a-lam, and she's always ready. Bam-a-lam, whoa, like Betty. Bam-a-lam, whoa, like Betty. Bam-a-lam, hey, sexy lady.
Oppan Gangnam Style.
Hey, sexy lady.
Starships.
I think we call this a magnificent, successful fuck up. Thank you. There we go. I'm handing the microphone over. Come on, put that cell phone away. I'm handing it back to you. You wanted to bring some people on stage? Yeah, but they were probably on stage already. Let's re-bring them to stage.
Yeah, but you lost half of them. They're somewhere now. We don't know where they are. Okay, if you were here and you were going to go on stage, please come to the front.
They're coming back. Look at them.
Yeah.
They're coming back.
No, some of them are on the street. They left. I thought it was over. Thanks a lot.
It is not my fault. It was God, and we left him behind in Queens.
Okay. So I want you three to come up, Liz and Lindsay and Kyle, because you guys really carried a lot of the conference, and you deserve a lot of thanks for that from everybody. So come up on stage, or if you want to hold the mic.
Couple minutes?
Yeah. No longer than a 30-minute speech each. 30 minutes each.
30 minutes. Okay.
Shout out to empaths, people that feel and really care about one another. This has been really, really a difficult year, and everybody that has contributed has been really incredibly just supportive and helpful. And this is really hard. I mean, personally, this is my imperfect social network is relying on me ever more. And in between these events, it can be really hard. I know it is for other people. And it has been a bit of a lonely endeavor at times. And I want to apologize sincerely to Emmanuel. He has borne the brunt of all but several near psychotic breaks over some of the stress involved with this. I've definitely been pressed, and this should not be this hard. And I feel like we crossed an enormous chasm of having a venue and going back to zero and starting over. But as he stated, this is it's got us to this position. One of the things that was really, really beneficial about it is the organizational structure. So as he said, please share about the ability to donate if you'd like to do this again. I'm really fucking tired of struggling with this. And everybody who has contributed, those contributions mean a lot to us. If you haven't noticed, this is my vocation, but I am a volunteer with this organization, and those contributions I don't take lightly. We don't want to waste that because people work really hard and they have hard lives too. And to contribute their hard-earned dollars is really meaningful to us. And it also is allowing us to be a lot stronger in the future. And for us to do cool things, to have a little bit more power instead of being constantly at the effect of fuckery, it is a different posture. And I'm really, really proud of where we've ended up because that has made doing this a lot easier. We are well situated and will continue to be able to grow and make a better show possible and continue to do this. I just didn't want this to become ever harder. So that said, the main people I want to thank for the logistical stuff. We haven't really talked about all the different service providers that are involved. But as was said, RCN, what I'm realizing is, and it's weird to say this, I'm not like a business person, but we have professional contacts. We've been doing this long enough that we can reference some of the things that we've done before, and that ended up being a part of what
the hotel here respected and allowed us to bring in the connection on our terms. And I think they realized that it is better for everyone if we manage that, the network itself. And I do want to speak to design a little bit, but I'll just get a lot of the service providers out of the way. And we haven't thanked them in the past as much, but I think AV deserves a huge round of applause. Chaos. I really like working with Chaos. I like John Huntington's crew. The AB Tech folks coming back was a godsend. We would have been beyond fucked doing this on our own. We had zero idea how to design it ourselves. We had an idea of what worked in the past, but this was really meaningful. Anyway, I'll speed up. I know everybody's got other things to do than listen to me, and there's so many people to thank. It's just going to take forever. But RCN, you could say a lot about these different providers. I don't know who says what in the industry, but if you want something done and you want them to take you seriously, RCN, Astound, whatever the fuck they call themselves, like they did it this time. They looked at stuff we had done before, and it got so strange that they almost walked. They almost got cold feet because it was taking so long to get third-party permission. So anyway, I'm going to go through this quickly. Frank, Peter, and Maria at RCN, just a few of the folks that helped us out. EHS CEO and the New Yorker hotel manager. I'm not going to drop their names, but they both went to bat for us. Also, Kevin at the hotel, he's one of the many liaisons we have. Edwin, who is one of the service providers here, Otto in the catering side of the hotel, and all the staff were just phenomenal. But Kevin really went to bat for us, and that itself was a big part of getting the network going. As far as AV, Rosebrand, Betty at Rosebrand, Four Wall, STN, they were all fantastic. I also want to thank MagFest. They helped us design a lot of the projection that was posted on the screen earlier. Reed at Hurricane as well. So I have a whole lot to say, and I'm going to shut up now. But I appreciate the adulation. It's not why I do this. I do this because if you know, I think of anybody else in my position, and I'd really try to honor what y'all would expect of us to the best of my abilities. And I'm going to really make my best effort to keep doing it. And I'm going to leave now.
I think I've talked to each and every one of you individually enough this weekend at registration. So I want to thank the over 1,100 people who are here for this conference. I'll try to get more accurate numbers and put them on the social media. But we're looking at like 1,150, I think, for attendees, speakers, vendors. So thank you all for being here. This is why we're here.
Hi, everyone. If you didn't meet me, I'm surprised. My name is Liz. I run the info desk, and I'm the volunteer coordinator for the conference. This year, I'm actually about to get emotional now. God damn it, I promised I wouldn't. This year, we actually had some of the best volunteer turnout since I've become staff. 70 of you, both in person and virtually, checked in and helped out in some way with the conference. I can't thank you enough. If I can give a round of applause for my volunteers. Over the past 3 days, they worked hundreds of hacker hours to make sure that the conference stayed safe, our lights and sound and streaming worked, made sure that things happened when they needed to happen, made sure the network was running, and apparently you still were fucking complaining about it. Thanks. I'm gonna throw you. One of the big things I noticed between this year and last year is that none of you, or anyone who was here or at St. John's last year, y'all like to ask me what the Wi-Fi password was. And it was on the board next to me. Over and over and over, I answered that question thousands of times. I had an arrow prepared saying the Wi-Fi password was on the board, but apparently putting it on the shirts was a brilliant idea. Whoever thought of that, thank you. That was really clever. I saw it and it was really funny. But again, I can't thank y'all enough. You guys make this whole thing come together. I'd like to take some time to especially thank our different leads for our different departments. Not 30 has been handling our security now, I think for 2 years. My beloved taller half, he's really grown really into his role. Chaos with AV and Alex, thank you again for, glad my volunteers were helpful, not destroying things. I was so nervous about that. So it's not giving info down security. And Man Chicken, who I believe has already left, is going to be leading RMCs from here point out. Thank you so much. Hopefully it will make the process a little bit more streamlined in the future. We'll have training. I'm pretty excited for that. I hope to see you all next year. And again, if you'd like to help out, send an email to volunteers@hope.net. And the first time you're going to hear this, because don't think I heard it yet, we want your feedback. We go and we read every single email that comes in. We talk about it during the meetings that come after. If you don't mind sending us an email, it's at feedback@hope.net. And that's it. Thank you so much.
No, Monte. Hi. My name is Chris, and I did a lot of work on the graphics, the T-shirts, the badges, the what you call it, the identity of the conference. But this conference, I feel like the identity was under construction, and I am a volunteer. But my God, the volunteerism that I saw is just incredible. My fellow volunteers here, but everywhere I saw people helping out. And I tried to make it so we're kind of, are any of us like ADHD or, don't quite track everything? I'm like that, and I just want to make it so people don't have to think about where to go. And every time I saw someone like have a question like, where's this, where's that? I was like, okay, that's a cue. And it was nice, and I hope that we are here next year, because there's so much that we've learned, and I think we can do a really, I'm not going to say a better job, but a different job, an elevated job. And I just want to thank everyone for not hurting themselves on the Crystal Ballroom cable cover. So thank you for being safe.
Yeah, we're a ragtag group, and we're learning as we go along. Even our names, last year we were Hope 16, so of course this year we're Hope 26, and that fucked with everybody, and yeah, good. So who knows what we'll be called next year, but hopefully we'll be right here and doing an even better job. Right now, though, we need to finish cleaning up. We need to take down every sign that was put up, but we need to do it in a way that doesn't remove any paint from the walls. We've got to be very careful about that. Every time paint is removed, we have to pay for that, so please be careful. Basically, if you help us out, you'll get some bottles of Mate to take with you on the way out. Don't consume it in the hotel. We're not allowed to do that. The one thing that we have been told more often than not about every conference we've done is that it's impossible. It's impossible to do this with the budget we have. It's impossible to do this in the venues that we choose. And you guys always find a way. And I just hope that, before we meet again, you keep doing impossible things. You keep bolstering each other up. And even if we don't see eye to eye on everything, that's the perfect time to have a conversation and to just make each other stronger and keep talking, keep trying, keep succeeding. And we'll see you next year. Thanks.